You sweet summer children who are voting on the predictions, what you don't understand is that you doom yourself to half an hour of me shitposting in order to avoid paying any of you any channel points whatsoever. But also, weirdly enough, thanks for the vote of confidence. I don't know how this possibly happened. I guess the ones who are here right now are the real ones. Vis-a-vis, normally it's expected that I would take exorbitant amounts of time to get started before stream. And weirdly enough, our tightened episode 1 upload of Sir Brante, that was when I wasn't actually doing YouTube simulcasts because we were still trying to figure out what the heck was going on with the audio sync delays. And so I've re-uploaded episode 1 and episode 2 in order to I've edited out breaks and I've edited out the preamble and all that jazz. And I gotta be real with you lads, the edited tighter version has slightly less views than the actual just me rambling, shit posting, etc. So I don't know, the people have spoken and the people love it when I just ramble about literally nothing for an extended period of time. So you get it. It is good to see you, Enderfriend, Clary, Mesphia, Top Hat, Pixie, Sathys, and the People's DM. Yeah, your rambles are a part of what we love. Aw, y'all know we want to play Brante? Well, okay, so here is the little peek behind the curtain that we're going to be doing today, lads. And that little peek behind the curtain is we are going to be, streaming, surprise, hold your shock and awe, but we are going to be streaming until ostensibly we're done. And the reason why I say ostensibly is I'm gonna hold out for any possible caveats, right? If we just feel tired, if there's a lot of things that go on, if the power goes out again, if God gives us a hurricane, literally anything could happen. So I'm not going to hold out hope to say come hell or high water. But yeah, we're doing pretty good today. I've not been terribly productive. It's been a real, talking about self-flagellating. I have actually started playing video games that I enjoy again, which has been a bit of a mixed bag. And when I say that, I know that sounds really down and depressing with regards to the other games that I've been playing for stream or for YouTube. That's not the case. It's not that I don't enjoy the games that I'm playing, I still do. The problem is that playing games for yourself is a radically different experience than playing video games to try and make something for someone else to watch, with the ostensible idea being that you are being entertaining, right? Because, oh boy, let me tell you something. It is not the same thing as just playing a game. So, yeah. But yeah. My rambles are a part of what you love. Songs. You love my rants and you're 100% serious? Ooh, good news. That is literally my only facet, is rambling and talking a lot about things that other people either do not care about or are not interested in. Someone will have to end the prediction when the time comes. You have to run to get food. You forgot to eat today. Fluffbot, Godspeed. And don't worry, due to the prediction, we are now contractually obligated to waste time for an hour to diminish people's chances of getting points. So, I guess let me go ahead and read. Let me just go ahead and pull up the Constitution of the United States real fast. Because I needed burn an hour, so, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative power herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. Is this not what the people have been asking for? Yeah, Ender friend, the United States Constitution is, listen, I'm not saying that common law would have been better, but like, wowie zowie, we sure did make some choices, the founding fathers. So yeah, all right, give it to the 10-minute folks if you haven't done so already. But yeah, so we're gonna try and keep rocking and rolling until we're done, and if we do finish today, I don't know, we'll be done with Brante and we'll probably move on to several other games. There are a couple in the pipeline that are satisfying my need for zombie slaying action, a couple of others that have been recommended to me that I have not actually tried yet, and others still that have been in the suggestions and recommendations channel that I just have not done for a hot sec, so you get it. Will Ender manage to stay up until the end of stream? Let's see. You get it. But, okay. Let's get into the ding-dang thing. Oh, wow. It actually pulled up immediately, so that's a positive. So, if you guys were not here last time, there was some truly very superficial, but very much smut that was gone on during the last stream. And I've got to say, it ended in the most salacious, most heretical act of all, hand-holding. So, you know, you can tell it was a saucy scene. We made our choice. This is it running back. And wait, sorry, hold on. Well, it's too late now. This is the event that we ended last stream on. Peacetime, 25 years. Hot and steamy, heretical hand-holding indeed. We actually have a good shot of reaching the end tonight. Ooh! I'm not going to say that Brante has been terrible for metrics, but I am excited to hear it. Year 1143. The last straw. Rumors are running wild in Anazote. People say that a mysterious clandestine society called the Last Straw holds the entirety of the city's seedy underbelly in its clutches, with men in safe houses all over Anazote, plotting and scheming against the nobles and the rulers of the province. Their leader is a woman. Oh, this is so funny. Their leader is a woman, a ruthless criminal by the name of Sophia. She has evaded all attempts at capture. The common people both fear the Last Straw and sympathize with their cause. If the rumors are true, the city finally has someone who will stop at nothing to help the people claim their rights. But who would support the secret organization? And how did the insurgents manage to survive this long? No one in the city knows the answer. Magistrate El Vermain must assuage the people's fears once again. The vile mutineers and heretics who call themselves the Last Straw will be caught and executed very soon, and anyone who has given them money and shelter will meet the same fate. The secret chancellery will make sure of that. But even facing a manhunt, the Last Straw still endures. Slowly but surely, the influence of this underground organization is spreading throughout the city. So order is continuing to go down. We're getting closer and closer to a lawless land. The struggle for power is now perfectly in the middle. So we're getting closer towards commoners in power. And the wealth of Magra has gone back down. We are in misery and devastation. The last straw does imply that things are going to go down. It really does, doesn't it? The Patriarch's Sermon. Thanks to Father Ulrich's efforts, Cassius has lost much of his support among the clergy and the flock. But today the Patriarch has summoned the people to his evening sermon in a clear bid to regain their trust. With several champions of faith for an escort, you walk to the square by the silver tree to hear the Patriarch speak. Cassius stands tall above the worshippers, his feet firmly planted on the stairs leading into the temple. The old believers crowd the center of the square, while the new believers, led by Father Leonard, stand on the outer edge. You arrive at the square as the sermon is about to begin. The Patriarch calls for silence, and the din of the crowd dies down in an instant. He speaks in a somber voice, clearly chosen for this purpose. As Cassius addresses the crowd, he lifts his arms towards the heavens. As time goes by, the false teachings of Patriarch Photis are spreading further and further, poisoning our land. Every day I try to guide people to the true path, to save those led astray by the heresy of the new faith. And when I saw that our brethren from the Order of the Inquisition had paid us a visit, I felt great joy, for I knew they were here to purge all lies and apostasy from the province of Magra. Hold on. Let me go ahead and update the moderator kill count. 1 second. But then my trust was betrayed. Those who were supposed to guard the true faith deceived us all. Those who have sworn an oath to the twins to purge all heresy now abet it. They were supposed to be my strength, but they have turned against me. Hundreds of eyes turn to you, stern, unblinking. They came here to revile me and besmirch my name. They have clouded the minds of my flock and turned my brethren against me. And now I call upon you, Brother Elish. You must now answer for your order, for I will tolerate this treatment no longer. Sure, okay. It's the whole, he who accuses first gets the front page, right? And those who have to do retractions, those are printed on page 9. Come to me now. Approach me and accept my blessing. Kneel before me and kiss my hand, so that all may see that you are a humble servant of the church. Show everyone that the Order of the Inquisition stands with the true faith. What is with all these old guys asking me to fucking slobber their knobblers? The crowd parts before you, forming a narrow passage to the temple stairs. The Patriarch extends his hand to you. Kissing it would be a public statement, tantamount to acknowledging that the Order sides with Cassius and supports him in the old faith. But do you have a reason to challenge the Patriarch? Is this the time to openly confront him and his entire flock? So we can kiss the Patriarch's hand, you make peace with the Patriarch in public, reassuring the people and Cassius himself. Refuse. The Order of the Inquisition does not submit to the Patriarch. You make this clear to everyone. Accuse Cassius. Weird. The only way for us to accuse Cassius is to be like Father Ulrich's sub? Okay. Cassius is a liar and apostate. The Order will find the truth and all shall be revealed. Or, if we had a better relationship with Father Leonard, we can call upon Father Leonard to stand with you against Cassius. Interesting. Okay. Well, here we go. Cassius thinks you are trapped, cornered, but he has underestimated the force of your will. Hundreds of eyes are trained on you, but you withstand their attention with ease. They are all without will, as is the patriarch who leads them. You address Cassius just as Ulrich taught you. Your voice is a command. You are filled with an overwhelming confidence in your truth, devoid of all doubt. The Inquisition does not need the Patriarch's blessing, you say. The champions of faith obey the twins and them alone. The blessed mission and goodwill of those who serve the Order are beyond all doubt. You need no law but the law of the younger, no love but the love of the elder. You will not lie, and you will not resort to half-truths. Only a weak will would stoop to such low cunning. And so you proclaim aloud, the Order of the Inquisition is investigating the Patriarch so that he may face the highest trial of the faith. Only the sacred tribunal may judge the accusations against Cassius. Which, I mean, not untrue. Sorry, just stealing something from my personal notes elsewhere. Your words ring throughout the square, followed by silence. So the rumors are true. The Inquisition supports the schism within the faith. Your order has come to Magra to lay waste to the true faith in this land. Your order is working to blacken my good name among the clergy and the flock. Your order wishes to put some new believer heretic in my place so that he may poison people's hearts with his false teachings. You have all forgotten the law of the younger. For each and every crime there will be retribution. Cassius's speech is drowned out by the cries of the crowd. You hear a scream. A rock flies out of the crowd and hits a champion in the face. The warrior falls to his knees. The champions of faith draw their swords. The rock was but the first of many. A hail of cobblestones come flying all at once, aiming for the heads of your soldiers. You cannot see the faces of those who had the gall to attack the order. Cassius watches you with indifference from the temple stairs. The rocks continue to fly. One by one, they attempt to find the champion's skulls. But you have no fear. You do not shout, but your voice is heard by all. Enough. The clamor dies down. The people around you freeze. The mob parts and recoils. You do not know who had the insolence to attack you, yet. But one thing is certain. Retribution is coming. So saith the law. Silence falls. Terrified, the Patriarch looks at you and the crowd you froze with a single word. You and your retinue leave the square. Retribution is inevitable. Cassius will pay for his heresy. Those who walk the path of the will shall never submit to the will of another. Is that... I don't feel... Okay. Sure. We'll see how this shakes out. Our reputation has gone up, which is hilarious. Our valor has gone up. We are a seasoned warrior. Our willpower is down, understandably so. The hunt for Tomas. Oh wow. Our boy. You are shaving before going into town. You scoop some warm water from the wash basin. The morning light reflected in the mirror is blinding. A servant rushes in with an urgent letter, or rather, a crumpled up note. He says it is from a childhood friend of yours. You flinch involuntarily. A nasty cut appears on your cheek. Ah, because we're shaving. Got it. Elish, I'm in trouble. You're the only one who can help me. I already told you about how I got on Commander Oton's bad side. You did not. I, in fact, purposefully did not want to get involved in any of the shit you're doing, Tomas. I went against an order of his, didn't want to squeeze the last penny from an already poor village. Oton thought me a traitor, and now he's finally found an excuse to take me out. If I don't find a way out of the city, I'll be executed. I did my best to hide, but Oton's henchmen are on my trail. I'm out of time, Brante. If you can, for the sake of our old friendship, help me out of this mess, somehow. If Oton finds me, I'll be off to the Shining Pillar in no time. Your friend, Thomas. You crush the note in your hands. A drop of blood runs down your cheek. Your old friend is in grave danger. If you don't interfere, Tomas Guerrero is doomed. We can not get involved. You will not try to protect Tomas. We can hide Tomas in the temple, Path of the Priest. Get Tomas out of the city. We can't do that because we don't have Path of the Lotless. We can turn to our benefactor for aid. Oh! You petition Archduke Melanius himself to offer Tomas his protection. Why does the Archduke... Oh my god! Because his daughter was doing heresy. This is so fucking good. Okay, like, we can pretend that the faith route is all about speaking the truth as much as we want. Because we saved Archduke Melanitus's daughter, right? Like, because she was doing heresy, and we were there as an inquisitor with the champions of faith. The Archduke is like, oh, good job, Inquisitor Elish. We are good friends now. So now we can turn to Archduke Melanitus and be like, hey, I saved your daughter from imperial inquisitorial execution. Fucking time to pay the piper. Crumpling the note in your hand, you pace the room and think. You cannot abandon your friend in his hour of need. But Oton is the High Commander of Magra. Opposing him on your own would be unwise. It is time to call in a favor. It is no secret that Sir Oton is fully devoted to his lord and sovereign, Archduke Melanitus. One word from the Archduke, and Oton will surrender any thought of pursuing some obscure Legion officer. You are no noble, which means that the Archduke would never pay you any mind, but you are fortunate enough to have the right connections. You reach for a quill and compose a petition in defense of Captain Tomas Guerrero, an innocent and honest servant of the Empire. I don't know that this is true. Tomas said, I'm in deep shit, Brante, and I don't want to get you involved unless you want in. And I said, I don't want in. Please don't tell me anything. So I don't know what the frickle frackle Tomas has done, right? Every single word of the petition is carefully chosen. You make no demands and offer nothing that could incriminate Oton directly. This is merely a most humble request, a plea for the Archduke to save the life of a harmless little human. You are confident that the letter will find its way to the Archduke. Your past achievements will see to that. This is so funny. Like, just everything about this is so good. Hold on, sorry. Okay. Excuse me. You spend the next few days in great unease, hoping that Tomas is able to evade Oton's men in the interim. Then, finally, you have a reply. You receive a note from the Archduke, written in indifferent haste. Brante, puny petitions for non-entities do not ordinarily deserve even the tiniest moment of my time, but in this case I will be merciful. Sir Oton has been told to hunt other prey for his amusement. As for Tomas Guerrero, he shall leave the Legion immediately, never to be seen by his excellency again. Tarquinius of the Milanitis, Archduke of Magra. Oh, this is so good. This is the tete-a-tete of nobility, right? This is literally the way that the game is played. We aren't even a noble. Literally, our power is derived at best from our connection to the Inquisition and the church in the world of Brante, right? And so there's a conversation to be had here about the relationship of us, who is definitively not a member of the noble lot, who are definitively, even if we were a member of the noble lot, that the Arknians, by virtue of being sort of the superior species, however you want to take that particular conversation, all of this is compacted into this one sentence. We are still Papa Ulrich's little pet, unfortunately, Fluffbot. But here's the thing, right? Archduke Milanides needs to maintain appearances. Even though we've got blackmail on him, Archduke Milanides is not going to be like, oh, Brante, my good friend, right? Every part of this letter is dripping with vitriol, right? Puny petitions for non-entities. This entire affair is so beneath him. It is only through his infinite grace and wisdom that he is choosing to even deign to give us a second of his time. And he's giving us exactly what we want, but he's making it seem like it's absolutely of no consequence. Why? Because the idea that he and us, as noble to non-noble, have any sort of relationship is intrinsically threatening to the already fragile state of what's going on in the Arknian Empire. It's very good. 10 out of 10. You heave a sigh of relief. Oton would never defy his sovereign, the Archduke. Tomas is safe. I mean, I will say, having Tomas be protected by the Archduke, in turn, will make him not a non-entity in the eyes of Oton, right? But, that's a bridge for us to cross later when we get there. Tomas is becoming the one who got away in a very strange way. You set off to find Tomas and bring him the good news. You eventually find the place where your friend has taken shelter, an attic above a shabby inn. You've not seen him for a while, but he looks a decade older already. It pains you to see him so downcast. When you break the news of the Archduke's intervention to Tomas, he looks very conflicted indeed. Really? Oton agreed to let me off the hook if I quit the Legion? I can't believe the Arknians even bothered to listen to you. Does that mean I'm finally free from his harassment? Thank you, my friend. You've saved me from true death. But if I leave the Legion, what will I do then? That's the most humiliating thing there is. All the work I put into joining the military would be wasted. I'd have no job, no pay, and I'd never be a nobleman again. Thomas just joined the Champions of the Faith. My good friend David and you should chat. I'm sorry, Elish. I don't mean to seem ungrateful. It's just, I gotta think about what to do with my life now. But at least I'll get to live it. And it's all thanks to you. Status rescued. Sure. Our diplomacy goes up. I don't know that that's going to matter too much. We're sort of in the end game, right? The Rebel? This event is a consequence of your previous actions? Okay, so the Stefan Brante secret plot was us trying to get Gloria married off, right? You're glad we saved him, he was our boy. I'll be honest with you, Mesphia. No offense to Brante, because it needs to maintain that careful balance between an interesting narrative and a video game. I just get the feeling that if we didn't use our connection to Archduke Milanitis now, we would never get to use it. You get what I mean? Like, it feels like this is a very purpose-driven, like, situation. Because, like, especially with the like, status of the Empire being that at any moment in time, like, the commoners are about to be in power, having the Archduke in your pocket is great as long as the Archduke's head is still on his shoulders. That was for sure where we'd want it. Yeah, like, in fiction, I don't know that Elish would have used his power there. Like, having, like, blackmail on the Archduke, where you can, like, bully him into doing you one favor, and then spending it on a friend who you haven't interacted with, and who got himself into that position in the first place. I don't know, but yeah. You can only speak for other routes. If you'd like, I can elaborate. We'll save it for the end, people's DM. Yeah, I don't know if either of us will remember this when we finish today, but I would love to hear you expand on this at the end, because I am curious, yeah. A year has passed since Stefan engaged you in his scheme to marry Gloria off. And yet, you have had no chance to influence your obstinate sister. Tempers are running high in your household. Gloria disappears for days at a time. She's often seen in the company of young commoners. Father constantly lectures Gloria, telling her that her friends are libertines and troublemakers. Connections like these will be her downfall. Your sister listens obediently, and then vanishes again. Tonight, Stefan meets you by the door, looking distressed. Elish, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Let's go to the garden and talk in private. It's about Gloria. You sit on a shady bench. A hot, dry wind is blowing. I was on my way to a ball at the El Laberius mansion. I was already on their doorstep when a servant told me he had been ordered to turn me away. They will not have anything to do with a family whose offspring is a member of a secret society. I am certain they mean Gloria, and these are not mere rumors. You know full well that she is entirely capable of such a thing, and here I was wondering where our little rebel spends all her time. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to show up and we're going to be like, knock, knock, Gloria, can we talk about marrying you off? And she's going to turn around with a full brace of pistols and shoot us 16 times in the chest. We have to act, brother. Any delay, and the damage to our family will be irreparable. We have to make Gloria stop these escapades and get married, by any means necessary. A secret society represents a tangible threat to our family. Father will see that and side with us, but still I will not accuse Gloria without firm evidence. That would be dishonorable. My hope lies with you, Elish. You are admitted to the right circles, and Gloria still trusts you, though she fears and loathes me. The two of you played together as children so often. You should be able to strike the right tone with her. Find a way to tame Gloria and force her to get married. Remember, we are doing this for the House of Brante, as well as for her own good. The hot wind scorches your face mercilessly. You are lost in thought. Oh no! Influence Gloria through Mother. Perhaps Mother can persuade Gloria to consent to the match. Infiltrate the secret society. We definitely cannot do that. Persuade Gloria to accept her fate. Gloria's secret. Reject the plan. Lads, I do not think we are going to be able to do the thing. If our only option is between influence Gloria through Mother or reject the plan, we're gonna try to influence Gloria through Mother, but I do not think this is gonna go good. You find Mother in her chambers. Her health is improving with each passing day. You sit down on the edge of her bed and ask her how she feels. You know, son, as the years go by, our stairs have seemed steeper and steeper. But today I walked downstairs for lunch all by myself. Gloria and I had a long walk around the garden before she left. Is she back yet? You carefully ask her if she knows where Gloria went. Mother frowns. To the market. Or was it the weaver's shop? I'm not sure. You softly tell Mother that Gloria is in trouble. She's gotten herself involved with some dangerous people, conspirators. She must be rescued as soon as possible. This is like for all of our points that we've been slowly accumulating in conspiracy, right? In like freaking manipulation, we are dumb as rocks. Mom, can you tell Gloria to stop being an insurgent trying to overthrow the Empire? I appreciate that. What the fuck? Oh my. Are you certain, son? Could it have gone really that far? Might they not just be fellow poets? They're libertines and they don't observe their lot, but they'd never take up arms. You insist. There can be no doubt. Gloria has joined a secret society, and before she commits an offense against the authorities, it is your duty to bring her back to safety. Mother agrees with a tired air. This is Gloria's superhero story origin. Let's be clear. Again, Elish is the villain. Gloria's superhero story, origin is Mom told me not to fight the man, but then I went out and threw a Molotov cocktail at the man, and now I'm Molotov cocktail girl. Just truly an unhinged, what is the entirety of this? You've always taken good care of this family, Elish. And now you're right about this too. I raised her, I taught her, I did my best. Was it all for nothing? What do we do now, son? And this is where Elish brings up the great scheme. Have you tried telling her really sternly not to do it? Just fucking garbage. You tell her about the plan to give Gloria to Sir El Petelier in marriage. At first, Mother is incredulous. A nobleman of the sword is willing to marry my illegitimate daughter Gloria? The twin gods must be watching over her. But you do realize that she'll rebel against it, don't you? And it would be so sad for me to give her away to another family. You assure Mother that if she does not get married, Gloria's escapades will ruin not only her own life, but also the Brante family, the same family that gave them both shelter and a life of ease. Mother and Gloria must repay Father's kindness, even if being a nobleman's wife is not exactly what Gloria wishes. Mother's face darkens. Her eyes are suddenly sharp. She speaks clearly and distinctly. Our mom is about to fucking slap us down. Oh no. Well, kind of. My daughter and I will do our duty to the House of Brante. Do not doubt us, son. Mother spends the rest of the day in prayer. When Gloria finally comes home, they have a long conversation upstairs in Mother's chambers. You hear pleading and weeping coming from that room. She didn't kick our ass as much as I was expecting her to, but she did show some steel. The next morning, when you are gathered around the table, Gloria rises to her feet. Her face is still red and swollen from a tearful night. Noble Sirs Brante, I, Gloria, lowly daughter of Lady Lydia, hereby consent to become the wife of Sir El Petelier and will no longer impose myself upon you. Yeah? I am grateful to this house for everything I have received here. I do not want to be a burden anymore and tarnish the Brante name. I don't deserve to be among you. Your father is horrified. Mother nods sadly. Stefan jumps to his feet. Gloria! You have mustered the strength to act valiantly. You are dear to our hearts, but we must part ways for the common good. Let us hear nothing more of shame. A family of the highest nobility and a happy husband await you. You will be married to a nobleman of the sword. I will send a letter to Jose El Petelier at once. Gloria responds to Stefan with a wry smile. Your sister casts an intense look around the room. Who else was behind the scheme to marry her off? It was us. Gloria's eyes fix on you. You hold her stare without flinching. He's indifferent about our state of affairs. You know what? I'll fucking take it. I'll fucking take her being indifferent about it. And our family is now down to 8 unity. Gloria has like a 40 in manipulation. Yeah. Someone is getting almond cookies. Mother overcorrected. Our manipulation has gone up. Mom! Wait, who was it? Who was it who said that? I chuckled when I saw that. Fluffbot perfectly encapsulated what this is. Our manipulation did not deserve to go up. Mom! Gloria is trying to overthrow the Empire again! Just like... Gloria's betrothal. Gloria is promised as a wife to the noble Sir El Petelier and will soon leave the House of Brante. Okay. We're getting to the end of peacetime. (1144). The Archduke relents. After many years, the simmering, unceasing hostilities between Overseer Gaius Tempest and Archduke Milanides have finally come to an end. The Archduke has abandoned all attempts to collect additional taxes from the people. By my grace, I hereby release the common people of Magra from the Archduke's tax. All hail the dynasty of Milanides, which has protected you since time immemorial. The farmers and merchants can finally heave a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the Archduke soon withdrew from all provincial affairs, sequestering himself in his ancestral castle of Serpinverda. His castle is called Serpinverda? Yes, I'm a snake. The gentry who remained loyal to the Archduke are baffled. Has he accepted defeat at the hands of the Overseer, or is this just a elaborate ruse? Either way, with the Archduke out of the picture, the senior gentry of Magra have lost some of their influence to the Overseer and his retinue of budding dynasties and nobles of the mantle. The feud between the two Archnean rulers has ended, but the noble estate has been split nonetheless. The common people see this as yet another reason to demand change. Wealth has gone up. We're no longer in misery and devastation. The struggle for power is continuing to go towards the commoners. A sinner's confession. Dusk falls. After a hot day, the city begins to cool down. The skies grow darker, the pillar begins to shine brighter on the horizon. The people of Anazote leave their homes to enjoy an evening stroll. This is what you see today from the windows of your aesthetic lodgings at the Inquisition Ward. How many years has it been since you returned home? What have you achieved in this time? I've got great news. We can look at exactly what we've achieved. We've become Ulrich's disciple. We fucked a nun, and we got Gloria betrothed. Honestly, It's not looking great for our hero. Every year, Magra descends even deeper into chaos. The schism between the old faith and the new is tearing the church apart. Patriarch Cassius now openly opposes the Inquisition, and you are still not sure the report against the Patriarch was true. You are running out of precious time, but the truth is just as elusive as it was the day you came home to Anazote. So there is actually something about this that is really interesting. Again, sorry to bring it back to Game of Thrones, because I know that stuff has been dead for over 10 years now. But I keep thinking back to the letter that Lyanna Stark wrote to Catelyn Stark, right? And the thing is that, like, if you're not really paying attention to the narrative, it's very easy to miss this, right? Until Peter Baelish basically sits down and goes, "Now let me tell you what my evil plan was the whole time." But the premise is, right, that Peter Baelish seduces Lyanna, gets Lyanna to kill her husband, basically the Duke of the Vale, Jon Arryn. And then gets Lyanna to write the letter to Catelyn to get Catelyn and the Starks to look at the Lannisters, right? And so there's something really interesting about the idea that, like, maybe we're getting closer to determining whether or not Cassius is this, like, giant blasphemer, yada yada, but it feels like we're just completely missing the actual A plot, right? It feels like we're focusing on the B plot, which is like, I don't know. Is Cassius a bad guy? Well, in the A plot is continuing, which is shit is going sideways. The Archnean Empire is not going to last. And we're just like, yeah, but do we think Cassius is doing blasphemy? Like, bizarre? If a priest has questions, who can answer them? Who can guide those who offer guidance? A thin book finds its way into your hands, Profound Revelation, a collection of all known speeches by the elder, preserved in writing by Prophet Esatius. You open the book, and your eyes find the words once spoken by a living God. And the elder said, I and mine own brother did stand amidst the world, and together we revealed ourselves to them in the flesh. And we found them all besotted, and yet they thirsted not, and sorrow did fill our souls, for their hearts were blind, and they did not see that they enter this world as empty vessels. But now they are besotted. Should they reject the wine, they will beg for mercy, but they shall have none. And my brother shall judge them, and each shall obtain retribution in the full measure of his deeds, whilst I remain apart in my sorrow. As you meditate over this line, you suddenly hear some sort of commotion on the floor below. How strange. The Inquisition ward is supposed to be empty at this late hour. You hurry down the stairs. There are several champions of faith dragging a chained man down to the Inquisition dungeons. It is your younger brother, Nathan! Nathan has been spending most of his time away from home lately. You are not sure when you saw him last. His clothes are torn and tattered, his unwashed face is tangled, and stubble covers his face. He is brazenly drunk, unable to stand. Even from so far away, he reeks of vomit and urine. All right, Nathan, what's going on? Inquisitor Elish, I didn't think I'd find you here. My people caught this drunk by a temple. People told us he was cursing at the twins and pissing under their statue. We found him on his knees in a puddle of his own filth. He must have been praying for their forgiveness, the fool. Even a child knows the younger never stays his hand. The idea that Nathan was so drunk that he pissed himself under a statue of the 12 and then kneeled down in it? Or bizarre. I don't... He's so drunk, we couldn't even get his name out of him. I'd let him sleep it off before the interrogation if I were you. You thank the captain for this information, but insist on interrogating the man right away. As you wish. The night watchman will be right here. Just give us a shout if you need us. Nathan sprawls on the floor, motionless. You hold a thin slab of silver in your hands and pray to the elder for a cure. The silver melts into thin air. Your brother winces and squirms as if in pain, but soon grows quiet. His eyelids flutter open. His eyes are filled with animal terror. This is the reason why I'm like, the idea that the true faith route is about true faith and the cosmic truth is nonsense. These silver prayers that we have are extremely rare treasures, right? And they're talking about how rare it is, how priests only get a certain number of them. We just used our 5th level spell slot to cast Cure Poison on him being hungover. Fuck the absolute off. Elish, where am I? You tell him everything Captain Agaranim told you just now, and then ask Nathan to explain what happened tonight. He sits up, squeezing his knees to his chest. His voice is very quiet. Sorry to those of you in ad break. Unfortunately, we're just going to keep rocking and rolling, because we're going to try and finish Brante tonight. It'll be a long story, brother. You won't like it when you hear it, but I don't care. If it's you, I'll be honest. I've rejected the twins several years ago now. Their will and love and law mean nothing to me anymore. Our gods are merciless. Their law is brutal, ruthless. Their love's an abuse. Their will is tyrannical. What? You cannot help but glance around the interrogation room. Are you sure no one heard your brother's blasphemy? I couldn't live by the lot of my birth like Isatius wants us to. I turned to the new faith and tried to find my own path to the twins, but it just showed me I don't hate my path. I hate the gods themselves. I met a man once by the name of Father Mark. He was kind to me. He gave me the answers I needed. He guided me to the path I was looking for, a path away from the twins. Brothers, sisters, siblings, ready the funeral pyre. Mark teaches that the twins are nothing but absolute will, and we're all going to be dissolved in it and the hereafter. Everything we are will be gone. Mark says that the mortal world is the only place where we're free to reject the will of the twins and live a life of freedom. Only here are we free to struggle against their merciless law and the love they force on us. Only here in this world can people like me be themselves. Nathan cuts himself short. His eyes are filled with sorrow and disappointment. Mark never told us to pray or perform rituals. He told us to do everything we could to forget the twins exist. We need to set ourselves free from their will, to be who we really are. And I believed him. I rejected the twins, and I found my freedom. I became one of Mark's favorite disciples. You can't even imagine how many important people follow him. Even Patriarch Cassius! He follows Mark's teachings too! Nathan? Nathan, you just bought yourself the rest of your life. You cannot believe your ears. Patriarch Cassius, he's been helping witches and people of other faiths and people like me. He gave us shelter to hide from your order's spies. This is so funny. This entire time, I've been saying like, Nathan's gonna be a narc, Nathan's gonna betray us, Nathan's gonna stab us in the back. And the thing is that Nathan is betraying somebody. Nathan is a narc, but actually, he's not narking on us. He's narking on his fucking, like, his witch doctor to us, the Inquisition. What? Patriarch Cassius, he's been helping witches and people of other faiths and people like me. He gave us shelter to hide from your order's spies. He told us he was happy to help somebody, anybody, be free from the twins so we can live our lives as we see fit. But there's just one problem. Most of us don't know what to do with that freedom. You know, Elish, I've drunk so much wine. I've eaten all the food no commoner is ever supposed to taste. I've made love to so many women and men. I felt all the pleasures I could find, but I've never found peace. I was just trying to drown out the cacophony of fear and desperation in my soul. He lets out a bitter chuckle and rolls up the sleeve of his shirt. There is a black circle around his forearm. Your brother has known a lesser death. I've been drunk for days when that happened. I don't even know what killed me, can you imagine? But that death woke me up. When I appeared before the twins, I saw just how wrong I was. Mark, he took them away from me. The freedom he gave me was just nothing, an endless waste of life. I'm already doomed to suffer, but I'm still not happy here in my worldly life. Nathan points at his chest. He used to wear a symbol of the twins there. Then I started drinking again. I tried to reject it, everything I felt. That's when I went to the statue of the twins, screamed insults, asked them questions. Why can't I just accept them? Why can't they just accept me? But of course, they didn't tell me anything. They never listen. They just speak their word. Then I got down on my knees and begged them for forgiveness, even though I know they never, ever forgive. Nathan looks at you again. Brother Mark's path wasn't mine after all, Elish. Here's what sucks about this, is that if this happened in canon, Elish would be like, right, great, cool, Nathan, absolutely. And he just would have left the room at this point to, find this brother Mark. But there are people, some people, who don't have a place in the world of the twins. Please, I'm begging you, have mercy on them. They're already doomed in the hereafter. Please let them live their mortal lives in peace. Your eyes are fixed on your younger brother. This is it. The answer you have been waiting for all along. Have the twins finally heard your prayers? And what do they want you to do now? Oh, that's true. That's true, Mespia. I did forget about the idea of Elish being like, uh-huh, and then what happened? Yeah, that's fair. He did do those things. He totally betrayed the faith. Yeah, Ender friend. Narc for the old faith, brother. Oh! Oh! Nathan, if you don't tell me everything, I'm going to tell Mom! Real, though. Judge Nathan and find him guilty. The law of the younger knows no mercy. Nathan and all who have turned away from the faith will be caught, and they will be punished. Set Nathan free. If we had more scheming, the law of the younger knows no mercy. But you do. You will let your brother go. We can't do that. We can guide Nathan to the right path. Nathan's admonition. Theology is high. Willpower is high. You are a priest. By your lot, you must guide souls to the true path. Your brother must help the Inquisition arrest Father Mark. Here we go, boys! You asked your brother to recall your conversation by the tree in the family garden all those years ago. He asked you about the twins back then. Can Nathan remember what you told him? Yes, I remember. The twins are always testing us, but they don't hate us. They came down to our world and taught us how to live, so their law contains their love. That's right. Without the twins, there is no life, neither in this earthly realm nor in the hereafter. Those who reject the gods die inside and can only eke out a pathetic existence. There was an interesting thing about this that I heard during my own communion. The study of Christianity, if you go outside of it as a real faith system that people prescribe to, and study it from like a sort of third person perspective, is fascinating. It is interesting to see what they play with in this route. There's a lot of times where I think they miss the mark, but I think overall I'm pretty satisfied with the way they've written this path. Father Mark and Patriarch Cassius are dooming the very people they're supposed to be fighting to save. They have failed their lot and are now leading their flock to the foot of the pillar. But the twins have blessed Nathan with a revelation that can save people. The twins showed Nathan a path to them, and now they are giving him a chance to stop Mark and his perverse teachings. The twins want to save Mark's erring apostates and return them to the bosom of the true faith. Nathan thinks deeply for a while, then answers. Very well, brother. If you promise not to punish these lost souls, but only offer them salvation, I am willing to aid you. You ponder what to do about your brother. If Nathan stays until dawn, Ulrich will surely get his hands on him. You quickly walk upstairs. What is it, Inquisitor? The prisoner has confessed his misdeeds and is ready to be punished for them. Astonishing. I was certain it was impossible to get anything out of that drunkard. What is his punishment? You sentence your brother to the usual punishment for drunkenness. 7 days with an iron chain around the neck. He will endure this burden and the shame that comes with it. You accompany your brother out of the Inquisition ward by the gray light of dawn. Nathan walks slowly. The metal ball chained to his neck weighs him down. Soon the pain will make him scream, but this punishment is nothing compared to the crimes he has committed. This is the average punishment for public drunkenness? So, about Father Mark. Listen, he's planning to gather his supporters at the country mansion of a nobleman named El Gauthier. Sylvain? Sylvain, is that you? There are usually several guards at meetings like these, and they're ready to sound the alarm at the drop of a hat. They'll definitely notice a group of people, but a single person won't seem suspicious. The password to the meeting is Alice. I heard it's the name of a woman Mark used to love. No! That's genuinely so funny. Talk to him. I think you'll both have something to say to each other. You ask Nathan why he decided to share this with you. You have something the twins don't have. What is that? Mercy. Mark isn't a bad man. You'll see. You helped me. Maybe you can help him too. Uh-huh. You cannot promise that. Father Mark is an apostate and a renegade. I see. The next morning, your brother's shame makes your family the talk of the town. Stefan is livid, but the rest of the family just feels sorry for Nathan. Then, as noon approaches, Inquisitor Ulrich sends for you. He wants to see you right away. You meet at a chapel near the Inquisition ward. You are alone in the house of the twins. Surely you were not expecting to conceal yesterday's incidents from me. I have questioned the witnesses. Your brother's actions called for a much severer punishment. You allowed your feelings and family ties to outweigh your duty as a servant of the twins. This is unacceptable. Father Ulrich is right. You are ready to accept any punishment your mentor deems necessary. But first, you have urgent news to deliver about Patriarch Cassius and his apostasy. Father Ulrich's eyes grow wide. You tell your mentor about Father Mark and his connection to the Patriarch. The Inquisitor nods in approval. Very good. Your punishment can wait for now. Go find this Mark and take him to our dungeons. There's not much time left until this next sacred conclave. If Cassius is indeed a heretic, we must expose him before he's elected patriarch again. Status recruited. You convinced your younger brother to betray Father Mark and his disciples. Woof. Our reputation has gone down. Yikes. But our theocracy has gone up to 20. We're a prophet, baby! Our manipulation is 15. It's at the top of clever. And our willpower is down again to 15. Yikes. The Renegade. It is quite late at night. The cold air of the desert burns your skin. You are accompanied by Jean, Captain Agaranim, and his champions of faith. You are on your way to the El Gauthier estate. Father Mark will preach there tonight. Your plan is almost complete. There are only minor details left to discuss. My squad and I will be right nearby. We'll rush to your aid if you need us. Be careful. We don't know what to expect of these renegades. Try to arrest Father Mark, but do not take any unnecessary risks. Inquisitor, you are heading into the enemy's lair to act as my weapon. When the time comes, smite the heretics mercilessly with the power of the twins. You promptly don inauspicious travel attire instead of your usual cassock. There are priests among Father Mark's followers, but it is best not to attract attention. You saddle up and ride toward the estate. The entrance is guarded by armed men. You give them the password and proceed to the courtyard. You see several dozen people in the house. The cavernous main hall is lit by flickering candlelight. You see many commoners and a few noblemen seated around the tables. You spot armed guards by the windows and doors. You take a seat in the corner, far from the large groups of people, and await the beginning of the sermon. A short, stout man steps up to a little pedestal. He is wearing the brown cassock of a clergyman, but without any symbols of the 12. Wild sound effect. The audience greets him with cheers. He responds with a charming smile and raises a hand, calling for silence. Greetings to you all. I see some new faces among us. You came to this house because you can find no refuge elsewhere. You came because you have questions no one is willing to answer. Why are the laws of this world so cruel? Why is your life, regardless of your estate, full of torment? Why are the ways of this world so unjust? And I answer, ye shall know the tree by the fruits. The twin gods created this world with their will. The twin gods bestowed their law upon us. The twin gods filled the world with their love. But their creation is unendurable. There is no mercy in it, no joy, no kindness. If the world the gods created is so cruel, the only conclusion is that we have very cruel gods. A disturbed murmur buzzes through the audience. What the twins do to us with their will, their law, and even their love is a violation. They take our lives away, subjecting our existence to their will. Our happiness and joy is of no consequence to them, nor are our desires and hopes. All they require is servitude and unquestioning obedience. Hold on. After we die, the inevitable awaits us. We will be dissolved in their boundless will, submitted to their absolute law, and drowned in their merciless love. Our will shall be no more. In the hereafter there is no I, just they. We will cease to exist. So it makes no difference what we face after death. Whether the peak of the pillar or the foot, it is all the same. Eternity, dissolution, and oblivion. But despair not, brothers and sisters. As long as we have our worldly life, we do exist. As long as we live, we can still discover ourselves and become what we want to be, not what they want us to be. I can't tell whether this is leaning more into hedonism or more into nihilism. I'm feeling more nihilism, but, you know. So we must cast aside the twins and live our lives in this world without a second thought for our cruel gods. We're all doomed in the hereafter, hence we are free now. I call upon you to rebel. Without a spiritual rebellion, we will all become slaves to their will for the rest of our lives. We will miss our only chance to live beyond the bounds of their pitiless law, and our lives will be no different from the hereafter that awaits us. The listeners meet Mark's words with hushed awe. But be aware that the path of deliverance is hard. Freedom is a burden, and it can break the spirit of even the most stalwart and wise. You think of Nathan lying on the dungeon floor. Patriarch Cassius was our brother, and followed our teachings. He protected those in need of salvation and freed those who could no longer bear the will of the gods. But Cassius embarked upon the path of rebellion in an attempt to become like unto a god himself. I taught Cassius to forsake the divine laws, but what he heard was, make your own law. I taught him to save those who suffer from the will of the twins, but he heard, subject the world to your own will. Patriarch Cassius wants to defy the twins and forcibly liberate people of their oppression. His intention is to spread my teachings, turning them into a new prison for this world. I tried to make Cassius see reason, but a man who considers himself equal to the gods is deaf to the words of a mere mortal. I cannot stand against him, and I will not support him. This is the reason I am leaving Anazote and Magra. Tonight, we meet for the last time. Yeah, okay, it's definitely not that the Inquisition and shit in Magra is getting too spicy for you. You're definitely leaving on moral grounds. Hedonic nihilism, yep. Cool story, still treason, yeah. Cassius out here making no friends. Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, Cassius was in a position of power, but when you're standing at the top, everyone's swinging for you. Mark steps down. He is instantly surrounded by people. It is time to decide what to do next. Make a deal with Mark. Mark will be allowed to leave Magra in exchange for evidence against Cassius. Oh no, we can't pick that one. Capture Mark. You must apprehend Father Mark by any means necessary. Return to Jean. You will not arrest Mark. Bizarre choice. Lure Mark into a trap. Nathan will help you lure Mark out of the house. You look for Nathan among the crowd. As promised, he is here, keeping quiet in the shadows and trying to catch sight of you. You sit down next to him. He flinches a little and inadvertently touches his neck. The wounds from his punishment have not healed yet. I still am very stressed that Nathan is going to betray us, right? Like, this is absolutely a position where if Nathan stands up and says, brothers and sisters, here, an inquisitor, he could get this entire crowd of people to beat me to death, right? Oh, it's you, Elish. I'm not used to seeing you dressed like that. Well, how can we help? How can we save all these people who've lost the twins in their hearts? The first thing to do is to get Mark out of the house. Nathan nods, perplexed. Father Mark likes to smoke his pipe outdoors. I'll try to persuade him to take a walk. I hope you know what you're doing. Meet me at the back door. Nathan leaves the table and goes straight to Mark. You hope he will not let you down. With a glass of wine in your hand, you go outside and pretend to be enjoying your drink and the coolness of the night. The suspense is painful. Each minute lasts forever. Several people pass you by. Eventually, you hear some familiar voices. Your neck looks awful, Nathan. I've told you time and time again. Drunkenness isn't freedom, it's just another kind of yoke. The gifts of this world must be enjoyed in moderation. You find the silver slabs in your pocket and close your eyes for a moment, praying to the younger for a miracle. The voices are drawing nearer still. You're right, Father Mark. Don't worry. I've learned a lesson I won't soon forget. The sound of their footsteps is very close now. You see Mark appear in the doorframe. You promptly lift your arms, allowing a miracle of the twins to be performed. The burning hot silver disappears. A white flash lights up the night. Jean will surely see the signal. The preacher's body falls to the ground. With a sharp cry, you order your brother to get behind you. What did we do? You hear running footsteps. I thought we just did like a flashbang. Bizarre. Okay. You hear running footsteps. The champions of faith rush into the yard. A fight erupts. You hear feet stamping and steel ringing all over the mansion. Jean walks up to you and points at Mark. Is that him? You nod. Excellent. For the first time in a long while, a smile appears on Jean's face. What, you mean when we smooched, she didn't smile at us? The twinless apostate was captured thanks to you. Oh no! Yikes! Looks like it's Inquisition time, baby! Tolerance of the faith has gone down. Persecution of dissent. Reputation has gone down. Why has their family reputation gone down? Interesting. Scheming has gone up. We're inexperienced. Great. Evidence against Cassius. Event has happened. Conditions. Gather evidence. You now have irrefutable evidence of Cassius' apostasy, the key to bringing the Patriarch down. Father Mark is captured. You manage to arrest the blasphemous priest. Maybe you can only summon a general miracle, not what it is? I don't think so, Ender Friend. We've been able to do very specific things. So yeah. The sentence. The morning is cold. At the entrance to the Inquisition ward, you see a furious crowd. Among them are both commoners and nobles. The townspeople demand the execution of the captured Father Mark, and their numbers are quickly growing. The champions of faith are guarding the doors from the mob. Jean's angry voice is heard from the stairs. Go away! The Inquisition will not allow mob rule. The investigation is still underway, and only the Inquisition will decide when it ends. Oh, we might have time? Fair enough, People's DM. It's a little bit like, oh my god, what is it called? Is it literally called King of the Castle? What is that, game that integrated Twitch chat and stuff? Surely it's not just called King of the Castle, right? Excuse me. It's been so long since the last time we played it. I do kind of want to bring it back, but... It's literally just called King of the Castle. That's so funny. It is reminding me of King of the Castle, where like even if you reach the victory conditions, it's not just reaching the victory conditions, you still have to have it. Rep may be down because we're using Nathan and he's admitting to following a heretical cause for a while. Interesting, yeah. Telling a mob to go away. Famously effective tactic, yeah. Huh. Okay. The mob is outraged. You squeeze through the crowd. Jean gives you a nod. You enter the ward together. You ask, how is Mark's interrogation going? Ulrich still won't let anyone into Mark's cell. It has been 4 days. I do not know what he is doing there. Meanwhile, Cassius gives one sermon after another, accusing the Inquisition of harboring heretics. Jean suddenly stops. Ulrich goes up from the dungeons. The hemline of his cassock is splattered with blood. The senior inquisitor greets you with a contented grin. The old man has finally told me everything I need. He turned out to be tougher than I expected, but everyone has a breaking point. So Cassius planned to desecrate the sacred conclave. He was going to address the gods with the words of heresy. Mark gave me the names of the priests who promised to take his side. Brante, you did much more than catching a dangerous heretic. With this evidence, we will bring down Cassius himself. Father Ulrich, have you seen the crowd that gathers under our windows? Cassius has been accusing us of inaction for days. People came here to demand the execution of Mark. If we have all the evidence we need, isn't it time to burn the heretic at the stake? You're all heart, Jean. Cassius cannot tell me what to do. The heretic will die when I let him die, and that won't happen before we make sure he had told us the truth. We have to find everyone he has named. Let's start right now. I will visit the temples of the Silver District. Sister Jean, you are going to the slums. Brother Elish, you shall stay to guard Mark. Not to, really continue my disagreement with you, Father Ulrich, but sending Jean to the slums when there are angry armed mobs out there killing people at Cassius's request seems like a bizarre choice. You walk down to the dungeons. A ray of sunshine from a tiny window casts some light over the figure of a prisoner. Mark looks drawn, his body mutilated. There are bloody bandages on his hands. He is restrained so he cannot take his own life. He is but a pale shadow of the once cheerful preacher. Only his eyes remain as alert and perceptive as before. He greets you with a gap-toothed grin and speaks to you in a hoarse voice devoid of any rancor. Dear friend, ostensibly there are other inquisitors, but Father Ulrich is like the head of the Inquisition for all intents and purposes, and the two of us are his like hand-picked disciples. So for all intents and purposes, we're the people he's assigning cases to, right? Supposedly there are other inquisitors in town, right? Like, Father Ulrich arrived with others. It's just... Good morning, Inquisitor Elish. You know I love winters in Magra. The snow-covered sand looks so peculiar. In the morning, the horizon looks like a cake with frosting on it. It's too bad we can't see it from here. You know, your brother is a good boy, but his spirit is weak. I wanted to ask you, Elish, how did it happen? Where did I go wrong? Why did he betray us? You answer Mark's question truthfully. You tell him that Nathan suffered a lesser death and was freed from the delusion of his false teachings. Mark responds with a sad smile. So that was it. Believe it or not, I have never suffered a lesser death. It seems I will not have a chance to. Truth be told, I have always feared meeting the twins, and Apparently I was right. We have no way to oppose them there. No one is stronger than the gods, so I can only forgive Nathan. I hope he finds enough strength to forgive himself. Tell him that I hold no grudge against him." You hear the distant clamor of many voices through the window of Mark's cell. Hurried footsteps echo on the stairs. Captain Agaranim enters the hallway. He is deeply distressed. Inquisitor, a huge procession led by Patriarch Cassius is approaching the ward. Apparently they want to pass judgment on Mark the heretic. I commanded my men to defend the main gate. The smile on Mark's face fades away, replaced by sorrow or exasperation. The bruises make it hard to tell. Another disciple who has betrayed me, but Cassius does not deserve my forgiveness. The floor is shaking, resonating with the footsteps of the crowd. You can hear the Patriarch's voice faintly through the window. Follow me, good people. If the Inquisition cannot rid us of this heretic, we will do it ourselves, for the glory of the twins and their law. The congregation echoes his speech. Not even a squad of champions of faith will be enough to keep the throng at bay. You need to act, and quickly. We can send for Jean and Father Lennart. We can send for Ulrich. We can release Mark from captivity. We can hand Mark over. So sending for Jean would probably make me think that it's Inquisition, but the inclusion of Father Lennart is very fascinating here. I don't know. Because theoretically, if we get Father Lennart on side, that includes the new faith, right? Ulrich? I would not personally do Ulrich, I'll be honest with you. Sending for Ulrich will just result in a lot of death, right? Like, sending for Ulrich is, again, in my mind, more or less the same as sending for Cheribert, right? Father Lennart makes you think it'll affect tolerance of faith, which will weaken the Inquisition. Yeah. Release Mark from captivity is fascinating, but I don't know. The other problem that I'm stressed about is the fact that we're the one who's taking the hit, right? Like, when we arrested like Luke, right? We took the hit to reputation, even if it's because of Nathan's connection or what. So something of, like, the more we play with Mark ourselves, the more problematic it becomes, right? Like, I want to put, no offense, Jean and Father Lennart, I want to put someone else in the way to, like, absorb the blow. And Father Lennart is the one who penned the letter to the Inquisition, asking the Inquisition to help, like, deal with Cassius. So maybe I'm thinking one, lads. We'll see how it goes. The people Cassius brought here are demanding that Father Mark be tried. It seems that holding a tribunal is the only way to prevent the outraged crowd from attacking the Inquisition ward. You command the champions of faith to find Sister Jean and the other Inquisitors, right? Again, confirmation. There are other Inquisitors. It's just... What year are we on? 1144. While the crowd is still far away. You also order them to bring Father Lennart and his congregation to the Inquisition ward as quickly as possible. These forces should be enough to restrain the Patriarch's troops until the tribunal can begin. The idea of asking Father Lennart to give us his people's bodies to stop the mob unhinged. I can see what you're planning to do, Inquisitor. I'll send for them. What about Inquisitor Ulrich? You shake your head. Your mentor has postponed this tribunal for far too long. He may forbid it altogether now. Agaranim nods in understanding and hurries up the stairs. You follow him. I don't know. Here's a real question for y'all. Agaranim is not only a real one. There's another part of me that thinks Agaranim is on our side more than Ulrich's, right? Like, we've fought alongside Agaranim. We've counterspelled, like, witch's magic for Agaranim. I think if it came down to it, and, like, you know, let this be wishful thinking. I think if it came down to it where we were like, Agaranim, arrest Ulrich, I think Agaranim would side with us. I think Agaranim is the Tommy that you guys wanted us to have. The first to arrive at the Inquisition ward is Father Leonard. Jean follows shortly after. For both of them, this meeting is utterly odd. Brother Elish, what is going on? What is he doing here? Cool your ardor, sister. I'm here to help. You try to avoid a quarrel. This is the moment when the entire Church of the Twin Gods must unite against a common foe, Father Mark and his heresy. Otherwise, Cassius will steer the wrath of his congregation himself, directing it first against the Inquisition and then against the new believers. Jean and Leonard contemplate each other tentatively for a while. Yeah, bizarre. Okay. I will help you, Brother Elish. Jean agrees, albeit gloomily. Fine, what do I need to do? Time is of the essence. You ask Leonard to come to Captain Agaranim's aid. He will address the congregation and appease their rage, while Jean prepares Mark's trial. Leonard leaves the building. A moment later, you hear his voice resounding over the grumbling of the crowd. The idea that we are sending Abbot Leonard out there to appease the crowd, when Abbot Leonard is literally the person that Patriarch Cassius is sending his angry mob to go out and kill? Bizarre. Sure, fine, okay. Cassius, my friend, why have you led these people here? And with a call to bloodshed, no less? Is this in accordance with the common lot? You preach to your flock. I and the people who follow me bring the law of the Twin Gods. Mark the renegade must die. The Inquisition is dragging its feet and will not hold a tribunal, so it is my duty as the head of the church in this land to smite the apostate. The loyal congregation roars in support of Patriarch Cassius. Leonard responds, his soothing tone unaltered. Only the Inquisition has the right to hold trial and punish priests. The fate of this lost soul is in their hands. A rock flies from the crowd in Leonard's direction. Cassius' supporters are outraged by the new believer's insolence. Right, this is what I was expecting to have happen. But Jean stands by the priest's side. Stop! Trespass not against your lot. Rein in your wrath before it draws your souls to the foot of the pillar. You demand trial and punishment for the renegade. May it be known that that he will be tried and punished forthwith. Jean gestures towards a stake that has been prepared for Mark. Inquisitor Elish captured Mark the heretic. He will try the criminal before your very eyes. You ask everyone to offer prayers to the younger. These prayers are the beginning of each sacred tribunal. New and old believers alike kneel in prayer. Even Cassius is obligated to put his hands together in the appropriate gesture. The harmonious chorus of voices enunciating the holy words resounds over the streets. I don't know how effective this would actually be. I'm skeptical, but okay. Again, the God's presence appears to be real. Priests appear to work miracles all the time. Let's just keep rocking and rolling with it. Glory be to the younger, defender of the world and the shining pillar. Glory be to the law he has bestowed upon us. Glory be to the order he protects. May he bless our deeds. May he preserve us from corruption and lawlessness. May his strength abide with us. Fascinating. Okay. The words of the prayer appease and soothe the crowd. The surging sea of people grows calm. You are not even interrupted when the inquisitors bring Father Mark out of the Inquisition ward. You ask Jean to deliver the speech for the prosecution. Honorable Tribunal of Faith, among the ranks of the Inquisition, diverse ideas about the true design of the twin gods coexist. Some of us follow the teachings bequeathed by Saint Isatius, and some have adopted the teachings of Patriarch Photis. Yet we are united by a common understanding. The man who has been brought before the tribunal today is a dangerous heretic and a renegade. Isatius teaches us that we must live by our laws, by the divine laws bestowed upon us by the twin gods. But Father Mark teaches us to defy the very gods and their laws, their love, and their will. But what does a man have left in a world bereft of gods? What can fill the void in his soul? Lust and debauchery? The pleasures of the table and other excesses? Carnal delights? Without the twins, our souls can no longer find peace. I was going to say there's an irony here about us and Jean having fucked, but remember, we fucked because it was a blessing of the gods. Photis taught his flock to find their own path to the gods, and even if I do not endorse these teachings, I can still see that they are born of a love for the twins and his flock. But what are Mark's teachings? But of what are Mark's teachings born? What has driven this man to encourage you to denounce the twins and sacrifice your eternal souls? When I ask myself this, I can find no answer other than fear, pride, and cowardice. Father Mark is a renegade. His teachings are among the most heinous and dangerous ever created in the blessed Archnean Empire. Father Mark must be cleansed by fire. His name and his teachings must be buried in oblivion. The Inquisition and the Church of the Twin Gods must set aside their differences and feuds to purge the world of this poison. You ask if anyone wishes to defend Father Mark. All you get in response are shouts demanding a verdict. The apostate's guilt is incontestable. He is sentenced to be burned at the stake. Mark is tied to a stake, surrounded by a pile of dry wood. The exhausted preacher remains silent. Only the accusatory glance he casts at Cassius betrays his feelings. You pick up a torch and hold it over the pile. Worldly justice has been done. The judgment of the gods awaits. You unclasp your hands. The flames spread across the dry wood, crackling. The fire blazes up. Mark perseveres for a while, but when the inferno enshrouds his body, he screams in pain. His last words are carried up into the winter sky. Naught but a prison of their will awaits you. Cherish every day as long as you remain free. His cries die out. The crowd cheers. The mantle of snow covering the sand turns black from the ashes falling from the fire. Status is true death. Order has gone up. We are getting closer to the top of discontent. No! Oh, it's bad! This has increased the power of the faith. Or of the Inquisition. But it's also increased tolerance of faith. Oh boy, we don't want Ulrich, all-powerful Ulrich. Oh, fuck. I don't think we're gonna get Cassius overthrown. Oh, this sucks. This sucks. Our reputation did go up from that, which is good. Oh, we are running out of willpower, lads. We are on the decline. Execution of Father Mark. The heretic went to face the twins' judgment. Eternal torment at the foot of the shining pillar awaits him. I am so curious if we are able to influence events as much on the nobleman's side. Like when we spared the witch and declared her magic like a miracle, that increased the empire's economy. When we did this, we've increased the empire's power. So it's very fascinating. Yeah, we might still be able to lower it. We might as well keep on trucking, yeah. Deathbed. Deafening silence fills your home. You are standing by Mother's bedside. So are Father, Gloria, and Nathan. For an entire day, Mother has been feverish, barely conscious. Gloria never leaves her side, not even for a minute. Nathan has even stopped drinking so he can offer your sister his awkward help. Mother's health deteriorated greatly over the past year, and the fighting in the family home has dealt a great blow to her. She has been bedridden for a month. You have been to every doctor and folk healer, but no one can save her. They all tell you the same thing. Lady Lydia's life is in the hands of the twins now. If she passes away, she will not come back. And so you wait by Mother's bed in sorrow, hoping she will regain consciousness. There is a long silence that no one has the courage to break. Then, at last, you hear Nathan's meek voice. Mother? It's me, Nathan. Can you hear me? Mother suddenly rises on her elbows. She looks around, her eyes unseeing, beads of sweat forming on her pale forehead. My son, where are you? Nathan takes Mother by her thin, emaciated hand. She leans closer to look at him, struggling to recognize his face. Stephen, were you playing with your younger brothers in the garden? You must be all dirty. Come here. You may not be my son, but I care for you as though you were my own. Oh, what a nice, happy family we have. A blessing from the twins. Nathan is unsure what to do or say. Father strokes his wife's hair. His eyes are two orbs of searing, indescribable pain. You're a little confused, Lydia. This is Nathan, and the children are all grown up now. Remember? Mother's eyes were bright and alive just now, but the next moment they grow dim again. Her head falls weakly back onto the pillow. You're right, my husband. The children grew up, but I was never able to teach them how to live in peace with each other. I let you down, Robert. You made a mistake when you took me into your own home. You saved my daughter and me from a life of poverty, and how did I repay you? Gloria cannot take it anymore. What are you saying, Mother? Don't you dare blame yourself. You did your best. You did all you could. Father looks away, unable to hold back a deluge of tears. I'm actually starting to tear up. Mother's voice, so faint now, calls out to you. And Elish? Where is he? With great care, you move closer to Mother. You answer her quietly. You're here, right by her side. Elish, I'm so happy to know you're here. I always knew greatness awaited you ever since you were a little boy. What a shame I won't be there to see it. I couldn't save the Brante family. I will face my punishment at my final judgment. But don't worry, my dears. I am ready to stand before the twins. Lydia Bronte's voice trails off. No longer a voice, just a whisper of life. Will you accept your mother's death? Or will you find a way to fight for her life? Accept this loss. Mother is not long for this world. There's nothing you can do about it. Share your strength with Mother. Unity greater than or equal to 8. We've got 8. Willpower greater than or equal to 0. Now 10. We can unite the family. We cannot unite the family. Wow. Shit. If we tried to unite the family, we would have had to deny Stefan the secret plot and Gloria getting betrothed. You know what? Sure. I don't know what this means, but let's try it. Share our strength with Mother. We're doing weird divine miracles. Let's keep doing weird divine miracles. You will not give up so easily. There is a reason you have fought tooth and nail to keep this family together all these years, resolving every dispute within the Brante home. You lean down to Mother's ear and begin to whisper. Wooklamat wishes. No, Mother has not failed anyone. She has always given her all to this family. She has taught you well, and she took good care of you. She has nothing whatsoever to blame herself for. Your family is torn apart by quarrels, but you are still a family because of Mother. She has no right to abandon you in this dark hour. Okay, that's some weird wording, but okay. With great effort, Mother lifts her head slightly. She looks over the faces of her family huddled around her bed. Gloria, with her arms folded on her chest in an unspoken prayer, Nathan pressing himself timidly against his sister. A faint, humble glimmer of hope appears in Mother's eyes. We are still a family. You stroke Mother's hair gently. Yes, yes we are. We are all Brontes. We are a family. And as long as we remember that we are one, we will weather any storm and overcome any strife. Times are changing, and the family must face these changes. But was it not Mother who taught us to face life with humility? There's a lot of cult of domesticity language in the game that, I don't know how to interact with it necessarily, because there's a question of, are we not living in Sir Brante's position? But we'll get over it. Mother sits up in bed. The color returns to her pallid cheeks. Mother, you are not leaving us. Brother, your words are better than any medicine. Lydia! Elish is right. I simply cannot abandon you like this. The twins only know what you'll get up to without me around. The family laughs with relief. The days pass, and Mother's condition continues to improve. The illness that once seemed so intractable slowly releases her from its clutches. Moreover, the family squabbles have stopped for her sake. At least for now. We are starting to get tired again. Mother has recovered. Mother finds the strength to recover from a grave illness. Yeah, sure, okay. Worth it for Mom. I mean, right? The Gilded Cage. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Gloria, betrothed. Whoa! Stefan's efforts are about to bear fruit. All the arrangements have been taken care of. all the negotiations are done. Gloria shall marry Sir Jose El Petelier. It was no easy task to arrange this match between a nobleman and a commoner whose father has rejected her. Every single member of El Petelier's family did their best to change the young nobleman's mind, but he refused to relent. This is so funny. Like, Jose El Petelier, truly nonsense. Like, this is the worst choice this man could make. What is his position? Because he's a nobleman of the sword, so he's human. He's not Arknian, heir to an old and powerful Magran dynasty. So we don't actually know. We don't actually know what he does inside the Empire. Stefan did his best too. He spent an eternity convincing the groom's family that Gloria has received an excellent education and will make Sir Jose a fine wife. This is so funny. Stefan being like, yes, Gloria is going to be an excellent noble wife is just a lie. At least we know he's not her brother. Your mom would have said something. Yeah, that's fair, right? I mean, if he really is in love with Gloria, I hope that's the case. It definitely doesn't strike me as a passing idle interest. We'll see. If he is really in love with Gloria, right? This could be the best case scenario. There have also been people who do things for passion all the time, and that passion is not love, right? He might genuinely love her. He might be Robert 2.0. Very true. Genuinely true. It is my fervent hope that's the case. We'll see. Robert with a spine, hopefully, yeah. And so the wedding day has come. The family prepares Gloria for a long journey. The wedding ceremony will be held at a church next to El Petelier's estate. As tradition demands, no one else is allowed to attend the wedding. Gloria is completely silent today. She meekly allows the servants to change her into the coarse, humble garments her lot demands. She wears before the twins, all without saying a word. Interesting. Gloria, say something, I beg of you. This marriage is the best thing the Brante family can do for you. You're about to join a noble bloodline. Gloria stares back at Sir Robert, her mother's husband who never became her father. There is bitter sorrow in her gaze. I think it's more likely I'll be added to their family's opulent collection as another exhibit. But still, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you, Sir Robert. You've destroyed the last of my illusions. My fate rests in the hands of my noble masters, and it always will. Father responds with a heavy sigh. At a loss for words. You prefer not to intervene. Gloria would rather not speak to you anyway. Just outside the door, you hear the neighing of horses and Stefan's excited voice. Gloria, your groom has arrived! The man who enters Gloria's chambers behind Stefan is Gloria's betrothed, Jose El Petelier himself. His dignified bearing and thin features of his wistful face betray his noble origins. An elegant earring glints in his ear, a concession to modern high fashion. El Petelier greets the bride's family with a gallant bow and gently kisses the hem of Gloria's dress. The young noble of the sword takes great pains to remain composed, but standing so close to his future wife, he cannot help but let his emotions show. Good sirs, I fell in love with Gloria the moment I laid eyes on her at that fateful party so long ago. If I may, I give you my word you are giving her to a respected and prosperous home. And from what Sir Stefan has told me, your family's standing will only benefit if Gloria becomes a member of another family. After all, I am a born nobleman of a hereditary title. No scandalous rumors or gossips regarding my wife's origins can ever harm me. And any man who dares to speak a word of slander against Gloria shall face a duel to the true death. Well said indeed. A most wonderful outcome for everyone involved. Gloria will want for nothing. I will keep her safe from all the world's troubles, free to write poetry, indulge in entertainment, and serve her husband. The enamored nobleman gazes at Gloria with a tender expression. She hides her eyes behind her unkempt hair. There is a hopeless look about her. Gloria, my love, it is time. Our journey calls. The temple is ready for the ceremony. Very soon we shall announce the sacred intertwining of our destinies to the twins themselves, and then your new home and new life await. I will do as you say, Sir Elpitelier, but please allow me to say my goodbyes to the gentlemen who have given me food and shelter. To father, she gives a deep bow full of reverence. The family patriarch remains silent, but tears run down his face. Then your sister embraces Nathan, who came home gloomy and worse for wear even today. I'm sorry, I drank all night. I couldn't stop. I just can't accept you won't be at home anymore. She ruffles her younger brother's hair and whispers something in his ear. His face brightens, if only a little. And then she bows to Stefan, a bow so impeccable it can only be interpreted as mockery. She walks past you scornfully, refusing to recognize your presence with even the slightest gesture. Farewell, Elish. I must admit you did a fine job getting me out of the way. I hope it was worth it. You remain silent. Elpitelier takes Gloria to his carriage. The driver flicks his whip, and the horses take the bride and groom outside the city and to the church, to face the twins and the austere ritual that awaits them. Once wed, they will head straight for the groom's estate. Gloria has left the Brante home for good. With an expression of great relief, Stefan closes the door. He sits in an armchair by the window, his hand cradling a glass of wine. At last! We've done a great deed, my brother. We've arranged for the best possible life for Gloria, and removed the last obstacle standing between us and the nobility of the sword. And now there is nothing preventing me from putting our family's affairs in order. This is my duty as heir. And most importantly, we need to put all ties to Gloria behind us. Okay, Stefan, hold up. She's gone from the Brante home for good, thank the twins and their mercy. She's a noble now. She's literally a noblewoman of the sword. Why would we need to cut off all ties? What say you, Elish? You won't stand in my way, will you? Surely you won't deny that our family's affairs are my responsibility. We can sever all ties with Gloria. You accept your brother's right to decide what is best for the family, which means that the family must cut all ties with Gloria. She's a noblewoman! Literally, this is what we have been going for, is that we can publicly acknowledge Gloria and not shame the family. You have clearly missed this entire theme, Stefan, what the fuck? Option 3, challenge Stefan to a duel. We would need to be a nobleman, right? And we do not have the right to wield the sword. So, maintain family ties with Gloria. Unhinged. Slowly, you rise from your seat and shake your head at Stefan's words. Your older brother glares at you in confusion. You assail Stefan's confidence with a long, fervent speech. Gloria lived in this house for many years. She grew up with you and shared your joys and sorrows. She is your mother's daughter. Cutting all ties with her would be cowardly and bring disgrace to your name. Gloria may be a child of lowly birth who does not belong to your blood tide, but family ties go beyond mere blood and social standing. How could you even think of erasing her from your memory as though she never existed? Whoa, wait, time out. Time out, us, Elish. Time out. Also, she's a noble now, right? Can we go back to that part? Can we go back to the part where Gloria is now a noblewoman of the sword? Like, it's not just that family ties go beyond mere blood and social standing, which is great, but also, it is important to maintain this, right? Like, Gloria used to be a permanent fixture in this home, that I cannot deny, but that time has passed. It is blood that unites a family. If there's no blood, there's nothing to talk about. You fold your arms on your chest before offering a retort. No. You aided Stefan and got Gloria to agree to the wedding. You also had a say in your sister's future, and now you must have a say in your family's treatment of her. And you say that the family will remain in touch with Gloria. Stefan needn't fear any harm or dishonor from that. She belongs to another bloodline now. The Brantes are safe from scandal. We're just gonna pop into meme that it would sure be nice if episode 2 wasn't missing, but you stand corrected. 1NFK, I don't want to put too fine a point on it because I know it might be like a little weird of me, but you asking about episode 2 of Brante literally like filled me with a joy about my streams and me making content. Like, I don't know. I appreciate it. I don't know if you've already watched it, and if you haven't, no sweat. Those VODs will be up in perpetuity, right? But I was just like, God damn. It felt good. It made me feel warm and fuzzy, so thank you. You're allowed to meme on me for taking too long to put it up, as much as you'd like, though, so. So be it. We'll stay in touch with Gloria. You're right, she's no threat to us anymore. Now take your glass, Elish. A toast to the future of the Brante family. Yeah, Stefan, I need to be real with you. If I had it my way, I would have absolutely assassinated you and been the sole heir and noble inheritor of the family, but Brante isn't going to let me do what I want to do, so. You clink glasses. You note a hint of bitterness in the flavor of the mulled wine. Anyway, it's time to get down to business. I'll head to the overseer's residence at once. We are so close to earning a hereditary title, brother. Ah, grandfather would be so proud of us. You know what, Stefan? I earned that blow. The, like, tete-a-tete, right? Stefan wants to get rid of Gloria. We're not letting him. Stefan is reminding grandfather to hurt us. Fine. Or, and this is the other thing, right? Stefan genuinely isn't being that clever. So there's like two possible reads on that line, right? Read number one, Stefan is bringing up our grandfather to purposefully spite us and hurt us because we've manipulated him into a corner, right? But world number two, and I genuinely think this is the world that we live in, is Stefan is an idiot. Stefan genuinely believes that our biological grandfather would also be proud of us, which is indicative of how little attention Stefan has been paying, right? Like, our grandfather literally beat us to death as a child. Our grandfather does not have any regard for us. But Stefan, in his, like, pie in the sky, sheltered his entire life, was born a noble kind of position, is just not 100% there. And that's the kind of noble that you need to really enact noblesse oblige, right? The idea that the nobleman is somehow, by virtue of being endowed by privileges and like privilege, is somehow better positioned to fight and defend the common folk, right? Stefan is absolutely someone who is a manifestation of that, kind of represented in the way that Stefan went to find and protect Gloria on that night. Again, would I argue that it would be better served by structuralist reform and a giant series of like societal changes that make it so that way that kind of thing doesn't happen in the first place? Yes, absolutely. But in the world in which I am playing a despotic and manipulative Machiavellian inquisitor trying to be an asshole, you get it. Yeah, sorry, 1NFK. We are pushing to finish tonight. It has been a terrible stream for metrics. Um, it's been a game that we have enjoyed, absolutely, but unfortunately, it has killed my numbers. You get it. Stefan Dumea, very fair. With that, Stefan leaves you alone. Father has locked himself in his office to brood. Nathan has wandered off somewhere to get drunk. You roam the family home that feels emptier now, lost in memories. You remember Gloria leading you by the hand through the yard and showing you the shining pillar for the very first time. You remember playing together. You remember the time you and Stefan went looking for her in the Anazote ruins. You remember the quill and paper that were your sister's constant companions. The family remains in touch with the El Pateliers and does its best to stay up to date on Gloria's married life. However, your sister rarely, if ever, leaves her husband's opulent estate. Her letters grow shorter and shorter. She writes about how her husband adores her and makes all her wishes come true, but she has fewer and fewer wishes every day. Yeah, we'll catch you one in FK. Thank you so much for being here. You beg Gloria to write poems for you, but she curtly responds that her inspiration is gone. Every day is too much like the last. The only thing that seems to bring her back to life is the odd visit from your family, but you must inevitably leave, and then Gloria goes back to spending days at a time in bed. I get what they were going for here, right? Like, what they are going for is the practice of arranging marriages, specifically disregarding the woman's needs and focusing on the power and privilege, is disgusting, right? And the conversation about whether or not there are successful arranged marriages in the real world is an entirely different conversation that we need to examine, I think, very thoroughly, right? There are a lot of people who are in arranged marriages and profess to some degree of happiness. Now, the individual cases they're in and the nature of the arrangements they're in are complicated and I think warrant examination. But the way that this has been handled is, like, rough. Right? Because depression is not always rational. Emotions are not always rational. This whole thing is a tough situation. But like, man, it is tough for me to look at this and be like, oh, Gloria, I get where you're coming from, right? Like, whether it's because of the Patriarch Cassius situation, whether it's because of all the other conspiracies that are going on, whether it's because we have future vision and so we can see the revolt that's coming down the pipeline, Gloria being like, humph, I'm depressed because I'm being kept in a gilded cage all the time. Like, I get where she is coming from, and I am doing my best to empathize with her right now, but girl, I had an angry mob, like, chase me down and try to stone me and all of my, like, Inquisitor bros to death, because there is another member of the church who is trying to use his religious power to start a cult worshipping him as a false god. I am currently dealing with a chaos cult. Sorry, I'm not super sympathetic right now. And that's on me, right? Like, a perceived cage at that. Her husband isn't all that bad at the end of the day. People's DM, so there's something to be said about this, right? Like, if her husband is not letting her out, right? And the perceived idea of the struggle, right? Like, what Gloria represents in this instance is the whole, like, a little bit of the path of the lotless, right? Like, I imagine if we had gone down the path of the lotless, our relationship with Gloria would not only be stronger, we would, like, have a lot more interplay, right? In the same way with us going down the path of faith, we have a lot of Nathan, right? And I'm sure if we went down the path of the nobleman, we probably would have had a lot more Stefan. There is something to be said about the fact that, like, Gloria represents in this instance the death of the struggle, right? The kinds of people who are like, I need to have adversity in order to be creative. And there's a lot of people who talk about, right, like the idea that so many good artists, good creatives, good whatever, are driven by misery, right? Like how there is a higher concentration of famous artists who have some flavor of mental illness than there are people who are able to come from a nice, safe, sheltered home and do art, right? And I think that is fundamentally a flawed perspective. I think there are a lot of problems with that. I think in part it comes down to the artist mystique, and so if you want to appear more like an artist, sometimes you do actually feel yourself plagued by a lot of specific cases. Imposter syndrome is very real, right? Like a desperation for the approval of others. There's all sorts of factors that come from being an artist. I don't think it is that people who are suffering from any sort of additional neurodivergence are somehow better to be artists, but that's another conversation for later. But that's what Gloria represents here, right? Gloria is the death of the artistic struggle. And I do feel for her. It's not going to be easy to be Gloria. The fact that she spends most of her days in bed feels like, to a certain extent, the fact that you can do that and continue to be getting all of your wishes met. But yeah. Sorry, Gloria. I know you wanted more, but the family has greater unity than ever. Why has our reputation gone down because of this? For fuck's sake! Our eloquence went up, but Jesus Christ. Gloria got married. Gloria had become the wife of the noble Sir El Petelier and left for his estate. And Mesphia, thank you for banning that bot. Sorry about that. Reminder that she's a filthy commoner. No! Tomas's wedding? What? Okay, this is an event in game? He saw a girl. Tomas's wedding. Or, maybe something else for the Archaean Empire, hey? This is a day you remember well. It began with a loud, impatient knock at the door. You're surprised to see Tomas is paying a visit to your home. There's a joy on his face as your old friend shakes your hand. Brante! It's been a while since I saw you last. I just got back to the city. I visited my folks, then ran straight here. Otan finally stopped hounding me. I sure hope that whole mess is over for good. You invite your friend in, but he gestures for you to wait, a sly smile on his face. I'm in a hurry right now, buddy. So much to do, so little time. I'll explain. I just got back from Solmina. There was this girl in the village, a shopkeeper named Mire. She gave me shelter, and I ended up falling head over heels in love with her. You mean she helped you not get killed by Otan, and you ended up realizing what a generous and giving soul she is? Whoa, that's crazy. You congratulate your friend and pat him on the shoulder with joy. He laughs happily. Okay. Thank you, Ender friend. My poor ma and pa. All their life they'd hoped I'd marry a noblewoman. I used to hope for that too when I was young. But now I know some things matter more than noble titles. Mireille's about to be my wife. You offer Tomas words of congratulations, but he suddenly grows serious. Oton's left me alone, but Mireille and I will still be better off far away from Anazote. I wasn't happy serving in the Legion anyway. I thought the nobleman's lot would set me free from suffering and do the same for my descendants. But it just ain't that simple. I was less free than ever. I'll be better off as a commoner again, earning my living by the sweat of my brow. A farmstead might not be an estate, but the high and mighty won't ever set their sights on me again. I'll live my life in peace just like I wanted. I've just got one last request for you, though, Elish. You've done so much for me, but I'd be honored if you'd be a witness to my wedding vows before the twins. The bots sure do love Brante, huh, Ender friend? So we can bear witness to their vows, which I do not have. We can perform the wedding ceremony ourselves. We're a priest, legally. Or we can bid Thomas farewell. You've done all you could for your friend. It is time for the pair of you to part ways. Come on, lads. There's also, again, like, this is a little of my, like, noble information. For those of you who don't know about Prima Nocta, good, continue not to know about it. It's gross and disgusting. But there is something about, like, the nobleman or the lord giving permission to marry, right? Which is so, like, obviously that's not the same. We're conducting the ceremony. We're not doing it as a nobleman. But, you know, there is still an implied power dynamic here. Your hand comes to rest on Tomas's shoulder. You're a priest yourself, perfectly capable of conducting the wedding ceremony. It would be an honor. Will Tomas agree? Tomas glows with joy. I was afraid to ask, Elish. Now my best friend's gonna marry me to the love of my life. How about that? I gotta go get ready. Several days later, you follow your childhood friend to a small-ish temple nestled on the edge of the Brass District. He is wearing a plain white shirt. Needless luxuries are forbidden at the austere wedding ritual. You are both welcomed by the bride, a blonde-haired young woman, innocence and hospitality written on her trusting face. The bride's parents stand further away, two aging villagers eyeing the streets of the big city with suspicion. Good, get out of the city while you can. Mireille, meet Father Elish Brante, my best friend ever since we were lads. He's gonna marry us before the twins. The bride greets you with a humble bow. The three of you step inside the temple. You close the doors behind you. Tradition demands no one else be allowed to attend the sacred wedding ritual. Tomas and Mireille kneel before the altar. It is the first time you have performed a wedding ceremony, but you know the ritual well. You must summon the twins to oversee the sacred union of this couple. And so you call forth, O twins, elder and younger, behold these two as they kneel before you. They beseech you to join them in eternal wedlock. The candle flames dance and quiver. You hear a strange murmur in the temple. The darkness beneath the vault of the temple ceiling swirls into two colossal shades. The bride and groom raise their eyes to them, awestruck. Now you ask the bride and groom, in turn, to swear their loyalty to this divine union. I do. The bride echoes Tomas. You stand up over the kneeling bride and groom and speak their names as the twins watch over you. Tomas Guerrero and Mireille of Sulmina. One of the colossal shades leans over them, looming like a towering sword, while the other bursts in a beacon of blinding light that illuminates the temple from within. Tomas and Mireille look into each other's eyes in amazement. From this moment forth, they are bound to one another by divine law, and divine love fills their hearts. And with that, the ritual is complete. Tomas Guerrero and Mireille of Sulmina are now man and wife in the eyes of the twins. The solemn ceremony has ended. It is time to celebrate. A humble but happy feast is to be held in the bride's village. As day gives way to night, you and Tomas leave the revel to enjoy a moment of quiet repose on the front porch. The familiar wastes of Magra stretch out before you in the darkness. Your old friend looks off into the distance, hopeful. You know, when we die, when we are executed at the hands of the mob, these are going to be some good, nice memories to keep us feeling comfy. Yeah, remember how we fought in that yard over our little brothers? So much happened since then. Both of you laugh as you recall the beginning of your friendship. I'll treasure those memories forever, I will. And you can be sure that my firstborn son's name will be Elish. Complicated. 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 Let me just go ahead and snag this real fast. Tomas chuckles, pondering. I think we're going to die. I think that is confirmation that we are going to die, right? You and I, we grew up on the same street, but look how different we turned out. You have a say in other people's fates, Brante. Your name will surely be remembered. But me, I'm still a humble nobody. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Man. Sorry, I just gotta... Tomas Guerrero. For no particular reason. I used to be so sure a man could never start over with a clean slate, but I guess I was wrong. I'll never forget you, Elish Brante, and I'll never forget everything you've done for me. Possesses firstborn, it's your right by name? Absolutely not. A tear runs down your friend's cheek. For the last time, Tomas embraces you. Tomorrow, he will leave Anazote forever. Will you ever meet again? Nobody knows. Our theology has been at profit this whole time. Our eloquence does go up to inspired speaker, so maybe we'll be able to pass an extra check somewhere later, but... Tomas's life. You see Tomas off to his new life, far from all the danger and chaos. I wonder if we could have, as a nobleman, used Tomas to take a bullet for us. I wonder if there's a world in which he dies for us, you know? Repentance. The last few months have been marked by a welcome absence of quarreling at the Brante estate. Your only concern these days is the price you have had to pay for this peace. Today you come home late, wrung dry after a day of work and worry. Everyone is sound asleep. You're making your way to your bedroom when you hear a suspicious noise coming from Father's study. It is too late for Father to be working. Yeah. We really gotta get some content warnings out here. Anyways. Take care of yourselves, lads. This is your one and only warning that we are insensitive content. People's DM has put trigger warning, self-deletion. Very valid way to put it. So, here's your warning. Take care of yourself. You know we love having you, but obviously your safety and well-being comes first. And we go 3, 2, 1. You go to the door of the study, trying to tread softly and turn the knob. The room is brightly lit by the moon. You recognize your brother's clumsy silhouette above Father's desk in the moonlight. Nathan hears you come in and leaps to the side in fear. You see something glinting in his hands. Father's dagger. Oh, Elish, it's you. Shush, I just took the dagger for a moment. Don't worry, I know holding a weapon's against my lot. I don't mean anyone any harm. It's for me, actually. I have to go to the twins. Your younger brother clumsily turns the dagger around, holding it against his own body. You try to remain still. Nathan wants to take one of his own lives, but why? I'm not even sure how to say it. Brother, I just can't find a place in this world. I'm always an outsider, always a waste of space. Isn't there some place for me in the twins' design? I can't stop thinking about it. I've been trying to understand them for so long. How am I supposed to live in their world? What's my place in their great plan? But I've only made things worse. I've meddled with the Markian sect, defied and rejected my lot, indulged in vice, but I've found nothing there. The old faith, the new faith, Father Mark's heresy. They gave me all sorts of answers, but none of them worked. There's nothing else left for me now. I've got nothing to see. I've got to go see the twins myself and ask them. I know I'm an affront to their plan just because I'm alive, but I'll repent. I'll pray for their forgiveness. But the twins never forgive, you tell Nathan softly. Never have, and they never will. You will be judged in the hereafter for every false step you take. Your younger brother sighs heavily. I know. Mother taught us that all our lives, but I still have to try. There's no other way. One of my lives isn't too big a price if it works. I can't find any use for them anyway. See you soon, brother. Hope I'll be different when I come back. A cloud passes over the moon. Father's study grows dark, illuminated only by the shining light of the distant pillar. Nathan's body contorts awkwardly. He raises the dagger, aiming it at his own heart. We could not stop him! We could protect our brother. You prevent your younger brother from acting on his reckless plan. Or we could call our mother. I was making fun of the Mom, do all of the things for us. But yeah, call mom, right? Like, I don't know that this is a mom problem. I don't, again, cult of domesticity conversations, but I do genuinely believe that our mom, Lydia and Nathan's relationship is really good, right? And that's a part of the point, is that, like, obviously we could protect our brother, and I think we could, right? But the other part of it is, I don't think what Nathan needs is a divine answer, right? Yeah, you mean she is closest to him. Absolutely, Masfia. Nathan doesn't need divinity, right? And, like, this is not to, like, go into the Markian heresy or whatever. It's just that guidance in that aspect isn't really doing it. It's that, like, self-worth thing, that self-love thing. Like, Nathan needs some self-care. So call mother. You confront Nathan with a question he has not considered. What would Mother say about this? Nathan stops, stunned, startled. His hand clutching the dagger is unmoving and limp, hanging in midair. Exactly. So, again, because we are elbow deep in the sensitive content, right? Again, sensitive content. I myself struggled with this a lot growing up. And one of the things that I came to realize was that a part of the question came down to that sense of ownership, right? If everyone is telling you you're worthless, if everyone is telling you that you can't do anything right, if everyone is telling you that you are just a summation of mistakes, it starts to take away agency from you. If you succeed, it's an accident. If you fail, it's just what was meant to be, right? So a lot of people who come to where Nathan is feel like they don't have anything else. And it's one of those things where I say, you just have to give it time, because the moment when I moved away from where Nathan is in this scene, I could not tell you what was the magic formula, right? I did 50 cc's of caffeine and then played a bunch of StarCraft, and then I suddenly realized there's no answer, right? It's not replicatable. You come to it on an individual level, but it's not this, lads. Nathan needs a mother's love. I mean, Nathan's had a mother's love, which is the reason why this works, right? If Nathan had never had a mother's love and we had been like, "Ooh, what would your mother say about this?" It wouldn't do anything. Whatever. But it's because Lydia has been a loving mother and she is alive right now, right? Mother? You assure your younger brother that Mother will help him deal with his misfortune. You are going to call her right now. You keep your eyes trained on Nathan as you shout loudly for her. Your cry wakes up everyone in the house, but Mother is the first to reach you. She is very worried. Twins almighty! Nathan, stop, please! Nathan is frozen in place. His fingers grip the dagger's hilt even tighter. Mother, I'm so sorry, Mother. I have to go there. I have to reach the twins. Just for a little while. I need them to hear me. Then don't call out to them from here. You don't need to... Oh, then call out to them from here. You don't need to be in the hereafter to be heard, my son. Remember, they are always watching. They see every moment in your life. All you need to do is pray to them, my son. The twins are always at your side, not only at the moment of death. Your life is their gift, and they watch every single choice you make. Remember how you felt their gaze when you were a little boy? You hear a dull ringing sound as steel clatters against the floor. Nathan has dropped the dagger. Yes, but why won't they tell me anything? Why is dying the only way I can be close to them? My dear son, you must not dare to demand anything from the twins themselves. All you can do is ask. All you are doing right now is demanding. Listen to me. Give me the answer. You cannot do this. You must address them in prayer. An honest, humble prayer born from the truth in your heart. It's hard work, but if such is their will, one day they will respond, and then you will find peace. Again, big real life thing to put in here, right? This is a video game. The twin gods are real, and it's manifest by us writing down things on slabs of silver and then dissolving the slabs of silver magically to cause divine miracles to happen. The twins are real and have a direct and immediate effect. Now, if people choose to interpret Lydia's Bronte's words as their particular relationship or particular path, absolutely. But again, remember that we are playing a feudal and despotic situation in which the people have very little ability to control their lives and are born in a time period in which there aren't a lot of structures to facilitate their own lives. So again, good advice in this extremely limited contextual circumstance. Potentially good advice elsewhere, but take it or leave it, right? For you, it was hot chocolate and chocolate cake, but you've only had one bad episode and your mild depression is reactive to a good chocolate rush. As somebody who was diagnosed with chronic depression and acute bipolar, Pixie, like, the thing is that, like, sometimes you find something that really hits, and sometimes that's all you need, right? Like, and like there is something about the idea of being, you know, a sad boy, for lack of a better phrase. Sad boy is a derogatory term in a lot of instances, but like there is something about the idea of having depression that makes you feel guilty when you feel good sometimes, right? Like there's a lot of people out there with that. And that's a part of the thing about sometimes when we're talking about neurodivergence or we're talking about chemical imbalances, right? Like a large part of the conversation does come down to the idea is not that you can't feel good or you're incapable of feeling good, right? The idea is that it is an ebb and a flow. Just like every other emotion, just like every other instance, there's a push and a pull. Yeah, and I mean sometimes that's it, right? And sometimes I would make the argument that recognizing fear is a form of bravery in and of itself, and that's a different conversation for a much different place than this. But I would say that it is easier to go brash, to go bravado, to just continue to shout until your throat goes hoarse and your ears start ringing. It is easier to do that sometimes than acknowledge the truth of a situation. And we're just gonna keep rocking and rolling. Mother opens her arms for Nathan. He sobs loudly. His knees buckle as he nearly collapses into Mother's arms. It's a good thing your brother was at your side in this time of trouble. Winds bless you for this good deed, Elish. Nathan stops wasting times in taverns with suspicious characters. He spends every day in ardent prayer. The family watches the stark change in their wayward son with great surprise. And then, one day, Nathan shares a revelation with you. I spoke to them, brother. I was deep in humble prayer, not even hoping for an answer. But then I felt them listening to me, felt it with all my being. It's like I left the mortal realms and went up into the heavens, and I dared to address them. I begged the twins for forgiveness, and the elder, he reached out to me. He wanted to respond to me, I know he did. But the younger sword stopped us, cut the bond between us, and it was like I fell back down from a great height. But I saw compassion in the elder's eyes as I fell, and he followed me. He shall descend again. He shall witness our suffering and bring his mercy, and then the world will change at last. Status hopeful. Okay, just, you know, there's some approved doctrine, Nathan. Just go ahead and refer back to that approved doctrine. We got some willpower back. Our manipulation went up to con artist. That's so funny. Our eloquence went up again. It is weird that our stats are continuing to go up right now. The Inquisition ward that has become your second home now feels jarringly different. Jean is sitting on a crude bench, all hunched over, her face in her hands. You stand by her side, still unable to believe that this is really happening. Look, these are our case files. Retribution is inevitable. We will face the tribunal tomorrow. Without lifting her eyes, she hands you a couple of pages. Yep. It comes for us all. Witnessed with my own eyes as Inquisitor Elish Brante and his sister in faith, Jean, indulged in debauchery beneath the canopy of the sacred silver tree. It is a denunciation. Someone saw you that night under the silver tree. It comes for you all. It comes for us all. Patriarch Cassius insisted on attending the hearing, and Ulrich will pass judgment. Her eyes are full of angry tears. You reach out to touch her shoulder reassuringly, but Jean moves away. She breathes deeply and pulls herself together. Answer him honestly. The younger will be watching over us. Lying is out of the question. Should you acknowledge your guilt, or is there a way to escape punishment? Ask Archduke Milanitis for help? This is absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's so funny. Milk it while he got it. That's true. Deny everything. You call the accusation false and insist that someone is trying to slander you. Here's the reason why I do not want to use. Yeah, okay. But this is the problem, People's DM. And this is the reason why Hidden Consequences has been sucking so hard for this playthrough. I wonder if telling the truth will drop the Inquisition's power. Do you get what I mean? Because Patriarch Cassius is there, and Patriarch Cassius will be like, look, the Inquisition is bullshit, blah, 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 right? And so I wonder if that's the, like, way out of this. Because I worry that using Archduke Milanitis means that we will escape punishment, yes. But it also means that the Inquisition will not be tarnished. Do you get what I mean? Like, I don't know how much longer we have to do that. Because the road that we are on right now is either all-powerful Ulrich, Inquisition at 10, right? Like, Cassius facing the tribunal needs Inquisition power to be at 7 to 9. Like, we have to get out of all-powerful Ulrich. And so I'm worried. Like, I don't know. This is the political play. This is what Elish would do. I've thrown Elish out the window a long time ago, right? Like, Elish would not have indulged in that night with Jean. That was a moment of raw weakness. That's what this is. The denunciation is it being used against him. The best way to not get blackmailed and to not get caught is to not do the crime in the first place. Just know you are eating this up because you are blind to this path. It's so funny. Okay. Elish would not in a public place. Doing it underneath the most, like, publicly pilgrimaged to point in the entire city is unhinged. Yeah, we did it at midnight, but, like, that would be like going to the, like, Vatican in front of the, like fucking Pope Central and being like, and now I'm going to strip naked and have sex with my girlfriend. Like, it's an insane thing to do, right? Raise valid points. You still think it'll show that the Inquisition isn't free of the Archnean's yoke. Oh, fuck. Oh, maybe. God, I wish I didn't have blind choices. I wish I knew. I wish I knew. Pick whatever you think works best. You're just eating this up. What was wild is doing it all night and staying there until dawn. Didn't think to move somewhere secret. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? We told Jean that we believed that it was a miracle given to us by the twins, right? If we believe that is true, if we are seriously saying to Jean, us fucking under the tree is a miracle given to us by God, we gotta triple down on that, right? Like, if we go to the Archduke to be like, Archduke, help us, then Jean is gonna be like, what the fuck? You told me it was a miracle, but you're ashamed of it? Like, we gotta, right? We simply must. We're gonna tell the truth. You're here for the overthink? I will hydrate. Thank you, Pixie. Profess the truth. Love your girl. Here we go. There are only a handful of people in the courtroom. They're all priests from various San Azote churches. You stand before Patriarch Cassius and Inquisitor Ulrich. The Inquisitor's gaze is full of disappointment. The Patriarch, on the contrary, has a triumphant smile on his face. The image of the younger gazes at you sternly from the icon behind them. Let the tribunal begin. This shouldn't take long. Brother Elish and Sister Jean, you stand accused of engaging in a depraved carnal liaison with one another. Under the silver tree, no less. What sacrilege! The priests exchange whispers. You feel the blood pounding in your temples. It is so, Patriarch. Still, this denunciation might well be an attempt to tarnish our order and nothing more. A slander concocted by someone who harbors a grudge against the Inquisition. Brother Elish, beneath the gaze of the younger, tell us, your brethren and mentors in faith, what really happened. Yeah, people's DM, it be what it be. It is hard to keep calm. You imagine that they are not here. Ulrich, Cassius, the other priests, not even Jean is here. You look into the face of the younger and start relating everything to him. The whole truth. As bitter as your shame is, you are indeed guilty, and the penance must be done. Yes, you sinned. What the fuck? What happened to the miracle line? It's fine. Yes, you sinned. You yielded to the feelings that overcame you. You deeply regret the incident, but it was the will of the twins. Okay. We're buying it back. But it was the will of the twins that led you to it, and neither you nor Jean could resist it beneath the tree. It happened but once. It never happened again, and it could never happen again. The room is silent. Cassius watches you intently, then lowers his gaze, concealing a grin. Inquisitor Ulrich's nostrils flare angrily. What about you, Sister Jean? What do you have to say? Jean also speaks only to the image of the younger. She stands tall, very strained, her voice completely devoid of emotion. It happened just as Inquisitor Elish said. I have nothing to add to his statement. I assume we will have to accept our punishment for this misdeed. We have heard enough, Inquisitor Ulrich. What sentence would be sufficient for these sinners? Ulrich remains silent for a moment. In the name of the younger, I assign you the following penance. You will be imprisoned. You will each spend 3 months in solitary prayer. Your only companions will be the twins. The patriarch nods approvingly. You leave the courtroom feeling exhausted. Okay. Can I tell you the insane thing that I am thinking about this? It would be so sweet if we could ride out the revolution, like, locked up in cells, because when the revolution happens, no one's gonna be like, let's go to the Inquisition cells and kill the guys who are locked up in prison. I know it's not gonna work out that way, but my first feeling is like, hell yeah! The sacred conclave is right around the corner. Do you think Patriarch Cassius could be the one behind this denunciation? Does it matter? The younger's retribution is inevitable. It makes no difference who carries out the punishment. Our relationship with Jean goes up, which is nonsense, especially at this point. Inquisition power goes down, baby! We are at 9. We're avoiding Ulrich getting what he wants. Okay, 11:45. A storm on the horizon. For over a year now, Anizote has been steadily simmering with unrest, like a soup pot over a well-stoked flame. Commoners flock to the squares in droves. The mobs grow bolder, demanding new freedoms and protection under the law. The last straw insurgents commit brazen acts, hoping to overthrow the authorities. The noble gentry insisted that every mob be dispersed by force. They are ready to fight for their ancient privilege, sword in hand. In spite of this enormous pressure, Overseer Gaius Tempest remains highly reluctant to allow any bloodshed. But the common people are already too desperate. Even the age-old fear of the nobility's might is barely enough to keep them in check. More and more people are rejecting the lots and converting to the new faith, not to mention other, stranger, more esoteric teachings and beliefs. New secret societies and clandestine meetings appear every day. Printed pamphlets litter the streets. Yet no one is rushing to subdue the citizenry or punish the city. For now. Father Leonard has transformed the Temple of the Silver Tree into a new believer stronghold. He is no longer afraid to break the ban on preaching the new faith. His sermons now openly challenge the old faith. It seems the Church of the Twins is unable to recognize its great mistakes. The lots must be abandoned as relics of the past. The Twins granted everyone the freedom to choose their own path in this world, and I will not stop until this freedom is recognized throughout the Empire. The next Patriarch of Magra must be chosen by the parish, not the clergy. This is the will of the Twins, and it must be ours as well. Leonard intends to amend the old order of the church and become Patriarch. His opponents, however, are beset by internal struggle and strife. The Inquisition is fighting a myriad of heresies, more of which appear every day. Not even the highest ranks of the faith are free from suspicion. The new faith, meanwhile, is steadily growing in numbers. People no longer fear being damned to the foot of the pillar for rejecting the divine design. The streets are restless and dangerous. Minds and souls are beset by confusion. The authorities argue and bicker among themselves. Conspiracies plague the city. Time marches on, and the change is coming. It cannot be stopped. Can you find a way to guide it in the right direction? The weight of a new age now rests upon your shoulders. Church +2. Oh, we are at the upper ends of the schism. We'll see how it goes. For over a year now, Anizote has been slowly simmering with unrest. The feud between the estates, between the old faith and the new, between the law of the Empire and noble traditions, tensions are at an all-time high, waiting for the slightest spark to catch fire and burn. Even your family's affairs have been affected by the growing unrest. It is during these troubled times that the future of your family will be decided. Father shakes you awake early in the morning. He's excited, clutching a letter bearing the imperial seal of the Tempest dynasty. Wake up, son. Come to the sitting room. A letter has come from Overseer Gaius Tempest. He gingerly breaks the seal and unfolds the missive. To the Honorable Brante family, I, Gaius of the Tempest dynasty, overseer of the province of Magra, have given due consideration to your petition to have your bloodline ennobled by the sword. You are expected in 1 week at Castle Enery, as are all petitioners for the sword, where you shall hear my decision firsthand. That's a very smart move on Gaius Tempest's behalf, right? To make sure that they know that they're being given this by Gaius Tempest, right? It's very much a sort of like bend the knee and retain your rights and privileges. After finishing the letter, Father turns to you. He looks fatigued. Well, son, it's time for us to be honest with each other about our family. What do you have to say about this? Where do we, the Brantes, stand after so many years? What hopes do we have for the future of this family? The past 7 years have been marked by many life-changing events. The rare joys, the frequent fights, the arguments, the attempts at peace, the losses. Sometimes you have managed to change their minds, and sometimes you have not. But your decisions have made you realize what matters most to you. The future of the Brante family must be decided here and now. We cannot... Holy shit, what? We don't even have default options? We are getting one thing? If the Brante family unity was less than or equal to 2, we could sever all ties with the Brante family. It's a family in name only, no reason to stay together. We could have tried to become members of the Overseer's entourage. Your family will be ennobled by the sword and become members of Gaius Tempest's entourage. If we had better reputation, and we were either a glorious bloodline or a family of means, or become nobles of the sword if we just had more reputation. We can't do any of these. So the only option we can do is preserve the family. Shit. You reluctantly confess to Father what both of you already know. It is clear what Gaius Tempest's decision will be. Your family's hopes of being ennobled by the sword are long gone. You had to maintain your family's reputation and fortune and peace at home. It all proved too much to handle. I disagree. If we had abused our inquisitorial powers more, this would have been a cinch. After expending too much energy resolving the strife within your family, you had little strength left for the rest. With a sigh, Father agrees. You're right, my son. We couldn't weather the storm that came upon us. Who could even hope for a hereditary title after that? I can only imagine how your grandfather must be raging in the hereafter. Yeah, but then we would have had Ulrich ending. Oh, that's true. If we abused our inquisitorial power. Shit, maybe. The Brante patriarch uneasily considers what comes next. But our family is still together, still whole. It pains me to think that there were so many losses that could have been prevented. I must confess, at one point I even feared there might be nothing of us left. But we are still a family. Very well. We will abandon the pursuit of the nobility of the sword for our descendants and tend to the Brante family itself. Nathan peeks into the sitting room. His hair is tousled. It is very telling that Robert is the one who is talking to us, not Stefan, right? I don't want to be a dick about this, but the fact that it all comes down to us as the player character does also lend credence to my Stefan is a dipshit argument, right? I mean, Stefan could keep trying, right? But the problem is, Mesphia, Stefan could keep trying, but for all intents and purposes, right, we have been informed that Stefan is unable to, right? But yeah. Quick, accuse Gaius of heresy and blackmail him. Yeah, you get it. Father? Elish? What happened? Nothing, Nathan. Life goes on. That's all. Your weary father embraces his 2 sons. The last of the embers that were once the letter from Gaius Tempest smolders away in the fireplace. Gregor's dead! Fuck off! It was almost too much to bear, but your family ties have been preserved. The Brante family will live on. Absolutely up yours, Gregor. I could care less about your interests. We got more willpower. Fuck yeah. The reflection. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Inquisitorial power greater than or equal to 7. Father Ulrich, Master. I fucking hate that. There are mere days left before the sacred conclave. Every day as you walk the streets of Anazote, you see reverence in the faces of its residents. They bow to you, some out of respect, others out of fear. The Inquisition has never been so powerful in Magra. Ulrich summons you to his quarters. He has an urgent mission for you. You enter his cell and see your mentor reading a letter. It bears a seal with a wheel on it, the symbol of the secret chancellery. Gregor's just pissy because his dad and granddad are mocking him. Yeah! You know what? An afterlife where I have to fucking spend the rest of eternity with my ancestors sounds miserable. Maybe we should have also become an apostate. The secret chancellery has done us a favor, my disciple. They found one of Cassius's followers, Master Newman. He is a nobleman of the mantle and a famous scholar. Master Newman. You saw this name inscribed on the book you saw about the La Tari. Interrogate him and get the names of the other apostates who support the Patriarch. After the questioning, sentence him to true death. The heresy spawned by Father Mark must be obliterated completely. Taking 2 champions of faith with you, you head to the scholar's house in the heart of Anazote. People duck down side streets upon seeing you. When you knock upon Newman's door, his neighbors quickly pull the shutters. The young scholar lets you in shyly. How may I be of service, Inquisitor? Does the Order need my expertise on the cultures of ancient civilizations? Instead of responding, you nod to the champions of faith. The first hour of the interrogation is entirely fruitless. The scholar stubbornly denies his guilt. He refuses to admit to having any connection to Mark, Cassius, or the La Tari Society. You scrutinize the young man, trying to discern his weakness. You see carefully brushed blonde hair, clean skin. Newman must take great care of his looks. You send for a mirror to be brought to the prison cell. Then you put the scholar in front of it and choose a suitable blade. Okay, so I've talked about how there's a lot of deviances between Elish in Brante, right? Elish Brante and Elish de Meist. This scene is resonating with me in a very painful way. Oh, what? I have heard of you, Brother Elish. You serve the gods, and this service brings people suffering. But why do we need such gods? Why would we serve such gods? Why do you do it? People do not need this hideous faith nor these cruel gods. They need a drop of humanity and mercy. Glory to the twins. I'm not going to read this, but suffice to say, this is a torture situation. You get it right there. We're torturing the man. It's a lot of torture. Fun fact, none of this is allowed under the Geneva Convention. However, we live in the world of the Archaean Empire, where there isn't a Geneva Convention. We're demanding the names from him. Eventually, the pain, the realization of his helplessness, and his imminent suffering break the heretic's will. He will name Cassius his closest associates as long as you stop the torture. Yeah. Thanks, People's DM. Trigger warning, depictions of torture, and sound effects. You get it. Yeah. Oh no! Shit. Okay. You will name Cassius's closest associates as long as you stop the torture. Newman is carried away. You're left alone with your reflection. What? No, it was just a trick of the light. You did not actually see Ulrich in the mirror. It is just you. Your throat clenches at the thought. You hurry out of the dungeon. This might be one of the events with no choices and just consequence. Wait, what do you mean? No choices? Fuck off. What do you mean, no choices? This entire game has been based... I mean, okay. Absolutely fuck off with this. Fine. You have a very long day ahead of you. Master Newman's execution, arresting and questioning the people from the list. But you are not tired. There is no hesitation, no fear. Your path is clear. Nothing can stop you now. Actually, though, this is giving me some good ideas for other stuff. So, oopsies poopsies. There are a few traps littered in each path. Yeah, this sucks. The Triumph of the Will. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Inquisitorial Power 10, Father Ulrich Master. Cool. Cool. Is this? Oh, fuck. The Triumph of the Will. Mere days remain before the sacred conclave where Cassius's fate will be decided. After that, you and Ulrich will bring order to this cursed land. The Inquisition Ward has become the bulwark of the Church, and the power you and your mentor hold over the city. You have come a long way. Your work is almost done. Bad end indeed. Come on now. You enter Ulrich's room, but your mentor is not in his prayer cell. There are heaps of papers on his desk, letters from the Inquisition of Eterna. You catch a glimpse of a torn envelope with Jean's name on it. Letters for Jean. Why are they here? After making sure you are alone, you quickly go through the papers. You see interrogation results, copies of letters, notes from sermons. On top of the pile, you find an excerpt from the Holy Writ of the Third Forbidden Volume of Isatius. These documents expose Ulrich as a servant of the will! With these papers, any inquisitor could build a case for the tribunal. So, have you examined all the papers yet, Elish? They would not give me another no-choice event, right? They would not just fuck me here and be like, and now you leave all the papers. The Inquisitor is standing behind you. Sister Jean contacted my enemies in Eterna and asked them to send her these. As you can gather, she suspects us. This could be a threat to our cause. But she will not act until she gets the papers. So we need not worry. We have ample time to dispose of Jean. We will have to deal with Cassius afterwards, of course. Ulrich, buddy, I just stood a trial where I confessed to boinking uglies with Jean. And you think right now you're gonna be like, oh, we'll get rid of Jean later. And I'm going to do that? Will you eliminate Jean? I command you to answer truly, disciple. The collar tightens around your neck. Ulrich's gaze is fixed on you. Yo! Submit to his will. Oh, whatever you say, Ulrich, you're in charge. Fuck you, Ulrich. Valor greater than or equal to 12. Willpower greater than or equal to 10. Just barely passing the threshold. Up yours! Renounce Ulrich. We can't overcome Ulrich's will. We do not have enough willpower. We are right on the cusp. No. You will not submit to his will anymore. You choke on your words. The collar is strangling you. Ulrich grits his teeth. This is so good. The writing here is like immaculate. Oh God. And also like the writing for all of the chapter titles, we have not talked about it. But the titles of all of the chapters are very good, right? Because they're leaving it sort of purposely ambiguous what it actually means, right? Like repentance from Nathan could have been if he succeeded, right? And then repentance is also him going like, oh my God, what am I doing, right? And like all of this is so good. Yeah, thank you, Nathan. Seriously. Okay. Think again. Your disobedience is foolish. We are so close to our goal. No. You will accept his will no longer. Ulrich's gaze is cold and imperious. His voice reverberates in your head. Very well. I accept your renunciation. Die. Oh my God. Power word kill kind of energy. This is so good. Do we die here? You feel pain in your chest. Your heart skips a beat. Hot blood erupts from your mouth. The collar is closing around your neck. You cannot breathe. Do not resist. It will only prolong the agony. God, power word kill looking ass. Enochian looking ass. We have a death to spare, absolutely. Ulrich out here thinking he's Vecna. For real, people's DM. What a Greyhawk pull. Your body goes limp. Every movement requires more and more effort. Is this really how you are going to die? There's also, here's the other thing that is very hot about this, right? So obviously the Inquisitors can use the prayers from the will to counteract mages, and they do it regularly, right? So this is a situation where it's two people talking about like a duel of these individuals who are channeling divinity. This might not save Jean though. You're right, fuck. No. The collar shatters into tiny pieces. You fill your lungs with air. Vigor streams into your arms and legs. There is no hesitation, no fear. Your path is clear. Nothing can stand in your way now. Oh my God, we're the prophet. We've gotten visions from the twins. We're the chosen one, motherfucker. No, this is so funny. Holy shit. Oh my God. We just went Super Saiyan. I feel a lot of things about this, right? So like obviously we passed the check that we needed. Obviously there's a conversation in here already about the will, right? Like one of the things that I don't like about this game versus the narrative that they're telling is that the game is giving us discrete sums, right? Like they're trying to do a thing that I agree with on a fundamental level, which is them giving us these sliding scales, right? Because the idea is that it's not binary. You can have very low social aptitude, but that doesn't mean that you don't have it at all, right? So they're trying to give us these sliding scales. The problem is that it still ends up being a binary pass-fail at each event that we go through, right? It's not possible to write hundreds of possible outcomes based off of where you are in the sliding scale. So this conversation here comes down to a conversation about whose will is greater, right? Who has the greater amount of will? And so we had valor and we had will. And obviously the amount of will that we have is a part of the conversation about like Ulrich imparting magical jube juice into us or whatever, right? Whether or not we pass that. And the valor is representative of our like strength of character, whatever, trying to change it a little bit, right? But here's the thing that's interesting. If I was playing Elish correctly, like if I was playing my Elish, would this work out this way? I would need weeks to think about this. Like this is tough, right? Like you know what this is? This is Dynamis in Final Fantasy XIV. This is Deus Ex Machina, right? Like this is I'm the protagonist. Like you said, Super Saiyan. Like it's nonsensical, but also I love it because of that. You dash towards Ulrich, grab him by the face, and jam your thumbs into his eye sockets as hard as you can. The shriek of unbearable pain echoes around the room. It does slightly suck that we can't use whatever this weird magic is back on Ulrich, and that we're just killing him physically, but that is a very Elish move in this situation. You throw Ulrich against the wall. Die. Oh, maybe we did do it. Maybe we did do it, actually. Ulrich clutches at his chest, his face distorted with pain. A moment later, he slumps to the ground. The body remains in place. Your teacher has died a true death. Yo, I don't think Ulrich died any false deaths. I don't think Ulrich died any false deaths, huh? Interesting. The next day is like a dream. You stand trial. Jean defends you at the tribunal, using the papers from Materna as evidence. She exposes Ulrich as a willist heretic and a deadly menace. You are acquitted. What the fuck? You spend a few days at home, semi-conscious. The fight left you utterly drained. Your nights are sleepless. You watch the shining pillar from your window. Did the gods land that last blow, or did you compel Ulrich to die by your own will? You cannot say. The news about Ulrich's death spreads throughout the city instantly. The people of Anazote are overjoyed, as though they have all removed their own steel collars and can breathe freely once again. The ruthless butcher of the Inquisition is dead. Ulrich's death has deprived the Inquisition of a number of privileges it has become accustomed to in recent years. Some of your fellow Inquisitors and champions of faith flee Magra, fearing the wrath of the nobility. Okay, let's be real though. If this was my Elish, he would also be fleeing from Magra, fearing the wrath of nobility, right? Like let's be clear here. You and Jean will lead the order in Magra from now on. The power of the Inquisition is in your hands. Wait, no, actually, let's go back to that real fast. Hold on. Father Ulrich died by your hands. Yo! Obviously, what am I thinking? Obviously, Ulrich does not win. Obviously, it is not all-powerful Ulrich. Obviously, we killed him, so... Oh, no! We are back to no willpower! Fuck. God. Okay. I hope... Well, we'll see how it goes. Ulrich's demise. You rejected Ulrich's teachings and sent him to the judgment of the twins. Clary, I absolutely always think the same thing. I always think it's a Game of Thrones because nothing will ever break my heart like the duel between Oberyn Martell and the Mountain. But yeah. You'll take it. We killed Ulrich and broke our binding. Yeah, true. We are tired AF. Yeah, it's fair. Go smooch Jean for some back. Jean is not gonna smooch us. We said this was sinful in front of the tribunal. Jean is not gonna smooch us. Eight years have passed since your return to Anazote. For 8 years, you have served as an Inquisitor. For 8 years, you have struggled, facing trial after trial. The young seminary student is no more. Only the you of today remains. All your actions, all your decisions have led you to this moment. There is no more time for investigations and interrogations. You have done all you could. Today, on the eve of the sacred conclave, will you be able to stop Cassius on his way to the Patriarchate, or will you have to step aside and bear witness to his victory? We're not doing overthrow Cassius, right? Because that's Father Leonard. We're not waiting for the conclave. Denounce Cassius! The Inquisition has become one of the major powers in the province in recent years. You have enough evidence to confront Cassius. Retribution is inevitable. Such is the law of the younger. You attach your Inquisitor's medallion to your belt and leave your monastic cell. Jean and Captain Agaranim are waiting for you in the yard of the Inquisition ward. Right? Captain Agaranim is our boy, is the thing. Like, Captain Agaranim, we fucking killed Ulrich. Captain Agaranim came down and was like, what's that screaming? Saw our bloodied body, like our bloodied cassock, and Father Ulrich dead on the floor, and David Agaranim went, yeah, okay. David Agaranim is our boy. Squads, on guard. Jean smiles. She cannot wait to take the floor. Are you ready? You nod. It is time to cleanse the sacred office of the Patriarch. The dawn becomes morning. The door of Cassius's home flies from its hinges. What are you doing in my home? How dare you barge in like this? Patriarch Cassius, in the name of the Sacred Order of the Inquisition, you are under arrest. Fuck yeah, boys! The Inquisition ward is surrounded by a motley crowd. The most powerful people in the province are here today. The trial of Cassius is being held behind closed doors. Only Magran clergy are allowed inside. You are acting as the prosecution. By means of questioning, you are to expose Cassius before the entire province. With only a few minutes left before the hearing, Jean walks up to you. I believe in you, Brother Elish. May this day be a fitting conclusion to our years of hard work. The heretic must be duly punished. Cassius, surprisingly composed, sits in the middle of the courtroom. You walk around him in a slow circle, silencing the room with a gesture. You offer a prayer to the younger and swear to be just in your prosecution. Cassius smirks. What the fuck? I'm afraid your oath is entirely in vain. The twins have no concept of justice. The audience murmurs in disapproval, but you raise your hand again, and the noise dies down. Your voice rings throughout the courtroom, piercing the tense silence. The first step towards unraveling the truth about the Patriarch was an anonymous denouncement stating that Patriarch Cassius has been spreading discord among the clergy in Magra. He has led them astray, compelling them to reject the gods completely. You ask the Patriarch if he denies this. Cassius speaks, his voice full of contempt. No, I don't. I put the priests to the test with my words, one after another. I mourned those who were still strong in their faith in the twin gods, for they will never know a better life. I welcomed and instructed those who could hear me. Believe me, brothers and sisters, there were many, and there will be many more. Angry shouts boom from the audience. Heretic, we trusted you. Disregarding their cries, you continue their questioning. You must remain calm. Over the course of the investigation, the Inquisition established that Patriarch Cassius harbored a pyromancer. What was the reason for this? Suddenly, the Patriarch sounds bitter. His voice loses the ring it had just a moment ago, becoming quiet and hoarse. Because of the first lesson Father Mark taught me, witches cannot live in the world created by the twins. There's no place for them, neither in this world nor in the hereafter. It was my duty to give them a chance to have a life, at least in this world, to give them a chance to find happiness. The angry roar of the crowd is growing louder. You purposefully refrain from quieting them. Everyone in the courtroom must be overwhelmed by contempt and hatred for the defendant. The people in the crowd do not mince words. Now you will burn at the foot of the pillar just like them. Witch lover, you deserve the worst suffering imaginable. Cassius casts a disdainful glance at the audience. In spite of everything, he remains oddly dignified. You continue. Patriarch Cassius has admitted to renouncing his faith and his service of the twins. But why did he maintain the image of a righteous old believer? Simple. I did it to support the schism within the church. The old faith, the new faith, they were both paths toward the cruel gods, paths that lead nowhere. Day after day, I pitted you against each other, and even though I stand before this tribunal today, you cannot deny that I have succeeded. Without waiting for the audience's reaction, you promptly ask another question. Why does Cassius hate the gods so much? Why did he choose the path of heresy? After we die, we must face the prison of their absolute will. Only in this realm do we have a chance to oppose them, but instead we continue living in that very prison of our own volition. Father Mark discovered the truth and he was too hesitant. We must defy the gods, destroy their idols, burn the books that glorify them, obliterate their names from history, and build a new home. The adherents of the Markian heresy and priests close to Cassius have stated that the Patriarch was planning to profane the day of the sacred conclave. What was it he was planning to do? Winter, thank you so much for the raid! This is a wild time to join. We are 8 streams into a narrative-heavy story about really what Ishgard would look like if things were very wrong. But thank you guys all so much for coming in. I hope Final Fantasy XIV went well. What were you up to in it? Let me know. But anyways, yeah, lots of content warnings on this one. If you are not in a great place, cannot recommend enough, maybe skipping out on this one, because it is dark. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Oh, Inquisitor, I don't think you'd understand me. I was going to change the world. I was going to challenge them. The moment they appeared in the temple to greet the new Patriarch, they would have heard me. I would have liberated Magra, and then, just as in the days of yore, the flame of rebellion against their word would have spread throughout the Empire. The priests of the old faith exchange remarks in an agitated manner. Those who have known Cassius their whole life have trouble accepting the harsh truth of his betrayal. You call them to silence and announce that you have no further questions. The Inquisition demands that Patriarch Cassius be burned at the stake until his true death. The Patriarch cackles, his hoarse laughter drowning out the shouts from the audience. I regret only one thing.
not being able to set this land free of the twins. I regret that the truth that was revealed to me remains beyond the comprehensions of others. I regret that I will not see their temples torn down. I regret that I will not hear the twins defamed by every living person. You have said enough. Stop this blasphemy. Silence. Captain Agorinim, take Cassius away. This tribunal is over. Cassius is led out of the courtroom by the champions of faith, but the din of the crowd grows louder still. There can be no better proof that the next patriarch must be chosen by the parish. The clergy of the old faith have lost our trust. Drop it, Abbot. That will never happen. Heated arguments continue. You observe them, perturbed. Despite your victory, you cannot shake a sense of apprehension. Cassius's conviction has not ended the feud between the new faith and the old faith that has been escalating for 8 years. How long will the Inquisition remain neutral? And what will happen if you are forced to pick a side? Thank you for those content warnings, People's DM. Yep. Goodbye, Patriarch Cassius. Schism. Oh, Schism has actually gone down in the church. We used to be at 1, so now we're back down to -1. Power has gone a little bit back to the old authority. Order has gone a little bit back up to peace. Something tells me that will not remain the case. Event has happened. You convict Patriarch Cassius in a holy tribunal. Okay. The peaceful years are over. The storm of revolt is brewing in Enizote. Tomorrow will be the day when you will reap the harvest of all your deeds during these 8 years. Cool. Super stoked to be reaping the harvest. And lads, can I say, my favorite thing that we are going to be reaping the harvest of is the fact that the powerful witch, who is extremely in power and is very brutal, is not only merciless, has an extreme distaste for me. Cool. All we can hope is that
At last, the day has come which would decide my fate, as well as that of my family, and perhaps the entire empire. The day of the revolt.
all that we can hope is that we will have enough prayer slips to counteract her magic. Otherwise, we are hella dead. The revolt begins. Consequence of Cassius faces tribunal. Don't put that on me, video game. That's not my fault. After the heresy preached by Cassius was denounced, the city plunged into chaos. You used the Inquisition to overthrow the Patriarch. Your victory over Cassius has strengthened the Order's position. But since the apostate Patriarch was burned at the stake, the divide between the old and new faith has inevitably deepened. The old order has been shaken, the Patriarch's throne in Magra is still vacant. Taking advantage of the general confusion, Abbot Leonard persists in his attempts to assume spiritual authority in the province. The old faith's time has passed. It must make way for the true teachings. The new Patriarch must be chosen by the parish. I, Leonard, am ready to assume this burden and lead you to freedom from the laws. The entire empire will eventually follow Magra on this path. Hordes of new believers occupy the temples, squares, and streets. They are joined by disaffected citizens, conspirators, and heretics of all stripes. The Inquisition uses all of its resources to rein in the unrest, but it cannot pacify an entire city. You take command of a squadron of champions of faith and prepare for the coming revolt. Sophia's leading the revolt. Of course she is. Of course she is. Fuck. Okay, so the revolt is up. The general strength of the revolt, forces gathered by the rebels, solidarity among them, support for the rebellion amongst the townsfolk. The outcome of the struggle for Enizote
Anizote, and they spelled it interestingly here, will depend on how strong the revolt will be at the moment of the decisive conclusion. Troops, +1. Military forces that you have managed to gather under your command. We have a squad. Nobles, cautious support. Your influence among the noblemen of Anizote. It depends on the support of the noblemen whether you will be able to prevail in the struggle for the city. Clergy, cautious support. Your influence among the priesthood of Anizote. It depends on the support of the clergy whether you will be able to prevail in the struggle for the city. Common folk, +1. Cautious support. Okay, cool, right. Time to face our arch nemesis. This is why we let her get run over. Mesphia, no! The defender of the Empire. The event has happened. Side with the Empire. You take the side of the defenders of the Imperial government. Duh. Game? Game, hello? Hello, game? Yeah. We've been going for almost 4 hours without a break, so we are going to go to a very quick one. You know the score, anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. We try to keep it on the 3-minute side. I will have to force quick Brante because we are stuck at 2 empty pages. With absolutely nothing. Book went Blake because Sophia stabbed you in your deathbed. No! Progging too hard, exactly. We will be right back. Thanks, y'all. Fun fact, talking for 4 hours makes your throat kind of dry. You guys have been doing a great job taking care of me. Thank you. With making sure that I stay hydrated. Ugh. But let's finish Brante, eh? After the heresy preached by Cassius was denounced, the city plunged into chaos. Oh wait, no, hold on. Okay, so this is where we were last time. So it's going to show us the stat page. Sophia is the leader. The stat page. Side with the Empire. Okay, now we've got Chapter 5, The Revolt. At dawn. For years now, Anazote has been simmering like a cookpot over a slow flame. The powerlessness of the simple folk, unable to change the old order, has gradually given way to rage. Finally, this anger became stronger than their age-old submission to the higher estate and their fear of divine retribution. This rage was the spark that lit the fire of the revolt. All of Anazote's commoners have risen up in rebellion. Workers, artisans, merchants, beggars, they all long to break free of noble tyranny and the perpetual suffering that is their lot. The most daring among them have joined the last straw, the secret society that has sent elite squads of trained soldiers out into the streets. They hand out guns and bombs to the people, weapons that give them a chance to wage war on equal footing against noblemen descended from generations of warriors. But the most dangerous weapon the rebels possess is the people's court. The commoners have claimed the right to sentence their enemies to true death. The first nobles executed by the last straw this very night served as proof that these sentences are real. For the first time in the history of the Empire, the divine force of the law is in possession not only of the noblemen, but also of the common estate. Among the rebels are many new believers. They are ready to take up arms to defend their faith and freedoms from the lots. They are led by Lennart, the abbot from the temple by the Silver Tree. Prefect Elborn's allegiance remains unknown. The Supreme Judge has taken such pains to give the lowly estate more rights. Will he support a revolt that strives to do the same? Anazote has recently been rocked by a series of spontaneous assemblies and protests. The mobs demand equal rights for all estates and freedom from the tyranny of the nobles. The authorities must recognize the new faith and grant the commoners the right to choose their own lots. By nightfall, the rebels have disposed of the guards and taken over the city gate. In a matter of minutes, Anazote was under their control. Oh, well, it sounds like they won. Good job. It is the duty of Overseer Gaius Tempest to crush the revolt. The Archnean nobleman feared for his own power and position, so he was reluctant to punish the rebellious city as discontent slowly grew year by year. But the ensuing uprising has left him no choice. The Overseer has announced a full-scale mobilization. In the morning, the Legion will march towards Anazote under his command and attempt to return the city to imperial authority with fire and sword. The expeditious arrival of the Legion is the only hope the nobles have left now they are locked inside the city. Members of the higher estate, especially the old aristocratic families, fear the coming rampage and strive to keep order on the streets. Meanwhile, the Inquisition led by Sister Jean is trying to stop the new believers and urging the people to reject the revolt. Both groups are aware that if the rest of the province follow Anazote into rebellion and chaos, the Empire itself and the Divine Order will begin to crumble. After nightfall, the city grows quiet. Its courtyards and squares are empty. In mansions and palaces, hasty negotiations are held and schemes are concocted. In dark cellars, the revolt is being prepared and armed units are gathering. Parishes are getting ready to defend the temples of the new faith against the Inquisition. All citizens, rich and poor, common and noble, are arming themselves, some with ancestral swords, others with cleavers. Anazote is preparing, waiting for the dawn. As the Legion arrives for the assault, the rebels assemble into a militia and get ready to fend off the Imperial army. But there is little unity in their camp. Their leaders are already mired in a power struggle. There are also defenders of the Imperial Order within the city walls, members of the old aristocracy, soldiers of the Inquisition, priests of the Old Faith, commoners unwilling to defy the laws in the Twins' design. These people, too, refuse to lay down their arms. The first rays of the rising sun light up the horizon. This day will go down in history. Your entire life has led you to this moment. Step by step, you have made yourself the man you are now. Your actions today could alter the course of history, but are you ready to go the distance? Go the distance, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. What will have become of you by the time the sun sets? So the revolt is up to 4, it's a stalemate, yikes. Outcomes of this chapter. The Legion is defeated. The revolt wins a decisive victory over the Imperial forces. Peace with the Overseer. Overseer Gaius Tempest is forced to accept the demands of the revolt. The city is defended. The rebels manage to fight back the attack of the Legion and hold Anazote for some time. The revolt is defeated. The revolt is suppressed by fire and sword. Anazote is back under the rule of the Empire. Surrender of the revolt. The rebels surrender to the mercy of the Overseer. Anazote is back under the rule of the Empire. The Anazote massacre. The revolt led by Sophia wins at the cost of relentless massacre. Dark times, neither side succeeds. Chaos and disorder spreads all over the Empire. And of course, true death. Well, see how it goes. Yikes. Oh boy. Something tells me we are not going to have to spend a lot of time on the revolt chapter, hey? The family's fate. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. The first rays of the morning sun reach the windows of your family home. It would be so easy to forget about the impending revolt here within these old, familiar walls. But the calm before the storm will soon be over, and yesterday's turmoil will return. There are only a handful of hours left. The Brantes have to decide what to do. Should the family stay in the city and prepare to weather the storm? Should they join the struggle? Or should they simply avoid it? After a sleepless night, you gather in the sitting room of the family once again. Father is the first to speak. His determined yet surprisingly calm voice fills the room. This is what I was afraid would happen. The noble estate has turned a blind eye on the common people's misery, and now we have a revolt on our hands. It is my fault as well. I did all I could to serve the cause of justice, but it just wasn't enough. And now blood will be shed. The family patriarch casts a somber gaze over his children. I want to make one thing very clear. Today, our family cannot get involved in the unrest. We will not take sides. I feel for the common estate, but we're not getting dragged into a hopeless bloodbath. As for preserving the Overseer's rule in Anazote, we will not sacrifice ourselves for that either. He has led Magra to this rebellion, and now it's up to him and his legion to deal with the rebels. And we mustn't forget Commander Oton and his noble militia. They're all too eager to use this opportunity to slaughter all the nobles they blame for the revolt. Father is silent for a while. Then he takes his sword off the wall and places it firmly on the table. His voice rings with the coldness of steel. We will stay in our city and protect our home. Whatever dangers we might face today, the Brantes will not surrender their home, their status, or their place in this world. None of you have ever seen Father so filled with resolve, but he still seeks your support. Robert, the patriarch of the Brante family, meets your gaze. My son, I know you're going to make your own decision. You're too deeply involved in this conflict to just stand aside. But right now, I'm talking about our family here, Elish. Our family must remain out of harm's way, no matter what you decide to do. Fence sitting fucks you. As someone who is constantly trying to take a measured, sensible, intelligent approach to things, if you are sitting on the fence, everyone will use it as an opportunity to throw rocks at you in the middle, right? It has all of the consequences, none of the benefits. I get where Robert is going with this, right? And if the Brante family had an army, right? Like, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, if the Brante family was able to muster their own militia, if they had their own territories, if they raised a levy in the situation. But we don't. Our best military friend, Thomas Guerrero, has left the city. Smartly. If anything, I wish we had left the city before we got to this point, but there we are. David Agaranim, our sweet good boy, is a champion of the faith. He's going to be out there trying to protect the old faith, right? So we have no resources that will dedicate themselves to protecting our home. Now, if we side with someone, theoretically, we might be able to get additional resources to dispatch towards protecting our own home. Fleeing the city is sweet, but that just is us saying we're not taking accountability for anything. And here's the problem. I don't think that makes sense. As much as I think there is a world in which you can be on the side of the revolt and not have the revolt swing all the way to massacre, right? Because again, right, same thing with Ulrich, right? Same thing with the Inquisition. Much in the same way that we wanted the Inquisition to be in power, but not too much power to take out Ulrich. I genuinely believe there is a revolt like mindset out there where you can do the revolution and it's good. It's like rah democracy. But that's not the route that we've taken, right? I think you and Stefan convince Father to openly side with the Overseer and work to quash the revolt. I think it is the only thing that makes sense. And we are just barely hanging on to that. We just have 5 reputation. So, you know. Here we are. You slam your fist down on the table, unable to contain your indignation. Father is making a mistake. I genuinely don't know if he is. I genuinely do not know if he is, but here we are. Even if the nobility and the Overseer are to blame for the rebellion, the Brante family cannot simply stay out of this. The future of this city, your city, will be decided today. If the revolt takes root in Enizote, it will spread to the rest of the province and then plunge the entire empire into chaos. You have to fight against the revolt. You have to put an end to this. Oh, sounding like a cop. Stefan leaps to his feet. Your brother has been quiet all this time, but your words have emboldened him. Elish is right, Father. I understand your compassion for the common folk, but you and Elborn have already tried and failed to placate the people. Surely you see this? If the rebels seize power, the city will be doomed. They'll drown all of Magra in blood. And when the common rabble seize power, do you think they'll remember everything you did for them? Do you think they'll let you and your family just walk away? No, they won't. We are noblemen. We are subjects of the Empire. Emperor, it is our duty to suppress this rebellion while we still can. Stefan points at the sword in Father's hands. Remember your oath of honor, Father. You took up the sword. Now use it to defend your family and your city. Father hesitates. You and Stefan stand above him, waiting. He looks at grandfather's portrait on the wall. The late Gregor Brante stares back at his progeny, implacable and stern. Pixie, yes, I'm very aware that we have purposefully chosen this. I can acknowledge that even though I have chosen this, that it is extremely distasteful, right? Like, again, this is the world of fantasy and make-believe, and it is that for a purpose. Father lets out a bitter sigh and grips his sword tightly. You're right, both of you. There is no way we can stay out of this. It pains me to no end that I must fight against my life's work, but this revolt will be the death of our city if I don't. The Brantes will fight by the Overseer's side. Stefan lets out a joyous cry. That's the spirit, Father! I'll inform the noble families at once that the Brantes will fight for the lawful regime. Elish, you're not staying out of this either, are you? If we're to quash this rebellion, we'll need the city's gentry fighting by our side. Take care of yourselves, my sons. I'll see to the safety of our home. Stefan squeezes your shoulder, elated. Look at us now, Elish. Just a few years ago, you were a little boy and I was dragging you around by the ears. And here we are, about to fight off the rebels and rescue our city together. Who knew you'd grow up to be a real warrior? You grin at your brother and embrace him, briefly with all your might, then leave the sitting room. It is time to get ready and muster all your strength. You are about to join the battle for the fate of the city. Then, at last, you step outside the door and walk to the gate. This is where you belong now, on the streets, where history is about to be written. This is something that I think is pretty disappointing all the time, is that when in Ishgard, during the, events of the, revelation that the Enchiridion and the entire Orthodox Ishgardian Church is predicated on a lie. We get a little bit of House Durandare and House Zamail, continuing to support the Archbishop, and the implication is that House Fortemps and the Congregation of Our Knights Most Heavenly, with the congregation split, but sort of are the only ones supporting the Lord Commander at the time, Amaric, and also the truth that the Warrior of Light is bringing. And I really wish there was more sort of tension brought to the forefront about that, because the fact that Durandare and Zamail get off with a slap to the wrist is probably one of the things that I find to be the most egregious, but here we are. Elish, hold on! You turn around and look behind you. A hunched, hapless silhouette of your younger brother appears on the steps. Nathan hurries towards you. Robert Brante is defender of the Empire. Nobles, trust us. The family is in the city. Event has happened. Family stayed in the city. Family chose to remain in the rebellious city of Anazote. Wuffa duffa. By their will. This event is a consequence of your previous action. Your younger brother stands before you, clutching an old prayer book. He speaks and sighs deeply. No, he sighs deeply, then he begins to speak. I know you're in a hurry, Elish. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. As you know, my faith has wavered all my life. The twins know how much I've sinned. But even in my darkest hour, I knew they hadn't turned away from our world. I knew they still cared. Nathan is quiet for a moment, watching a tiny ant make its way across the porch. Remember our scene in the very beginning with the ant, right? And like, this is the thing, Pixie, that I've talked about on numerous occasions before. The thing that I think is, and it's very justified, right? Obviously, all of the mages, all of the people who use magic are going to be on the side of the revolt. Much like all of the people who have spent their entire lives abused, harassed, oppressed by the nobility. The revolt is 1000% justified. Let me make this clear. I'm not saying that, like, oh man, I sure am glad I'm the fascist jackboot here. But the thing that I think is so telling and so impactful here is there is no magic on the side of the people who are defaulting to the status quo. And that's fine, again, right? Like, again, the mages don't need to be like, oh man, I'm going to fight for the empire that's going to shackle me, throw me in a prison, and force me to do magic slips. But the other side of it, right, I feel like is the revolution has firearms, the revolution has magic, and the revolution is very angry. In much the same way that I think that the French Revolution is a pretty great example of how revolutions can fail, I think the revolution here is a great example of how revolutions can fail. But we'll see. Who knows? Maybe I won't be able to do anything about it, but I will be able to bring them to the negotiating table, smile. But I just can't understand, no matter how hard I try, what's happening to us? This revolt against the Empire, how did the twins let it happen? Is this even possible? I mean, the twins made the whole world as part of their design, didn't they? Does that mean the whole world is about to fall apart? This revolt, what is it? Please help me understand. Nathan's sullen gaze rises towards the shining pillar, but thick, gray storm clouds are already moving toward the city. The shining strip at the edge of the sky is growing dimmer by the second. You watch the sky too, lost in thought. What should you tell him? The revolution is part of their design. Holy moly. You should ask the elder. Ooh, okay. Revolt is a challenge against the Gaul. The world is corrupt and unjust. The twins need to hear the people. The only way to get them to listen is by challenging their will. The revolt is a threat to their design. It has to be stopped before the gods unleash their wrath on us all. The twins gave people freedom, and that freedom includes the ability to alter their great design. Walk away without giving Nathan an answer. Yikes. He should ask the elder. Only the twins themselves know the truth. Nathan can ask them himself. Sure, we have gotten a divine revelation. And the elder is the love, right? The younger is the law. And Nathan has also supposedly spoken with the twins, right? So if all of those are true, maybe he'll get something out of this. I've made a horrible mistake. Your hand comes to rest on Nathan's shoulder. The achievement just told me I got Nathan to found his own church, and that's... oh boy! Your hand comes to rest on Nathan's shoulder. You have always tried to guide your little brother to the truth, but right now only the gods themselves hold the answer he seeks. But you believe that he has the power to ask the twins himself. He spoke to the elder once. Surely he can speak to him again. Nathan falls silent, dumbstruck by your words. He unconsciously touches the sacred symbol he wears on his chest. Elish, you believe me? You really believe the elder spoke to me? Your eyes shift to the silver tree. It has always stood over this city. It brings back so many memories. You recall the way you felt when you first saw it up close. And then you speak. Yes, you tell Nathan. You believe him. And you believe in him. Your little brother kneels silently. He bows his head and speaks a prayer to the elder.
Okay. Nathan's body begins to tremble. His eyes roll back into their sockets. The sacred symbol in his hands burns with a silver flame. You try to call out to him, but your mouth will not open. Your lips are sealed tight. The air is growing heavy. What is happening? Time and space freeze. A few moments seem to last an eternity, and then it passes. Welcome back, People's DM. Nathan is the chosen one? Actually? Nathan, we chose to tell Nathan, to ask the Elder. Nathan sat down and prayed, and then he exploded in power. Nathan leaps to his feet, his eyes wide. I heard him, Elish. I did. He's here, Elish, the Elder. He walks among us. The Elder's looking for an answer, just like me. He's calling out to us. He wants to know what happened to our world. He wants to hear us. I need to find him. Nathan suddenly stops in mid-thought. But our family needs me now, too, right? We've got to stick together. Your hand comes to rest on your brother's shoulder once again. What's done is done. He has seen the truth and it will never let him go. It is time for Nathan to walk his own path. He must find the Elder. He must make himself heard. Nathan smiles meekly and embraces you as awkwardly as ever. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, brother. Farewell. No offense to Nathan, I do not believe that he could defend anyone. Nathan running around looking for God, and if he finds God, real big up. Would be a real plus if Nathan gets God on our side, right? Nathan's status is prophet. Okay, sure. Before he leaves, Nathan hesitates for a moment. He casts one final glance at the family home, then disappears beyond the gate. He walks alone now, combing the streets for God mere moments before they erupt in madness. But this is Nathan's one true path now. Okay. I really was thinking like a quiet, contemplative kind of prayer. He also has 20 theology. Fuck, I guess. Our eloquence did go up to 18, though, so that's something. Mustering the forces. The crimson sun slowly rises above the horizon. You make your way through a city in chaos, carefully observing what is happening on the streets. The rebellion is flaring up again after a night of calm. Once again, the commoners are taking to the squares in droves. The grim resolve in the rebels' eyes speaks volumes. They are determined to seize their freedom or die trying. There are others, however, who are huddling inside their homes, locking their doors, and praying to survive the revolt unscathed. With every passing minute, you see more and more people carrying banners. They bear a hand clutching a lantern, the mark of the last straw. A hand clutching a lantern is peak, honestly. The conspirators have left the shadows at last. They hand out guns to the common folk, using these last precious minutes to quickly teach them how to fire them. The artisans are out on the streets too, cobbling together makeshift shields out of wood and nails to protect against the nobles and their blades. Fortunately for the rebels, the nobles remain divided. The old noble bloodlines have sided with Dorius Oton. The Archnean has sworn to bring down the revolt by any means necessary. His noble militia now stands guard in the Silver District, where the city's most eminent aristocrats have their homes. They represent the greatest threat to the revolt. Many nobles of the Mantle, however, are all too eager to violate their oath of fealty and side with the rebels. Though ennobled to serve the Empire, they no longer want to suffer under the boots of the highborn Archneans and human gentry. But there are many more who are still undecided. Soldiers and low-ranking officers of the Legion from the city's garrison, officials and functionaries, they have all found themselves caught between the Overseer's orders and the People's Revolt. Many of them are biding their time, hoping the Legion or the Prefecture will spring into action and quell the unrest. But the Prefecture has yet to react. The city's prefect, Sir Elborn, has not made it clear which side he is on. It's the smart play if you've got a way out. But the fence-sitting middle of the road is just making yourself a target to be blamed by both. Like, Both, like, again, to use another fantasy anecdote, because I don't want to use real world anecdotes. The Tyrells in Game of Thrones, right? The whole point is that the Tyrells are sieging Storm's End, and Storm's End is a very like powerfully built citadel. And the point is that Mace Tyrell besieges them, right? But like, he doesn't really. Smugglers are able to run in supplies to the city all the time. He's absolutely bleeding them for money and accepting bribes. But the point is that he doesn't really commit, even though the Targaryens are saying, kill Stannis Baratheon in Storm's End. Mace Tyrell just sort of hangs out. And then when the Tyrells lose and the Lannisters hand over, King's Landing to the rebellion, Mace Tyrell just sort of goes, oh, well, that's a shame, packs up his army, and then leaves, right? And that's how the Tyrells managed to effectively stay out of a lot of the problem. It is a bad idea to try and stand the middle ground. You gotta pick a side. And Salvador, thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? What were you playing? What were you up to? Woo, raid! Thank you so much for coming in. No game, you say? Fair enough. I hope you had a good time, whatever you were doing. Second raid of the night, yeah. You were running an illegal sports betting. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, we are at the end of the narrative, and it is spicy hot. Also, there are a mountain of sensitive content warnings, so you get it. If you're in a place where you're not 100% sure how you're feeling emotionally, mentally, all that jazz, we'll catch ya. Seems spicy. Yeah, you saw those earlier? Yeah. I am trying to finish tonight come hell or high water, though, so. Even the clergy have been swept up in the strife. Abbot Leonard is gathering new believers for a procession to the Silver Tree, where the people will elect a new patriarch. Old believer priests and common folk who prefer to cling to the lots and save their souls stand in opposition. Even the Inquisition, whose duty it is to protect the Church of the Twin Gods against heresy, has been tainted by the schism. The true fight for the fate of Anizote will begin in a matter of hours. You have had 8 years to curry influence among the people of this city. It is time to put your connections to the test. Who can you sway to your side? Who will be willing to sacrifice their lives and fight for your cause? Arm the new believers? Can't do that. Incite a riot among the Legion's troops? Can't do that. Assemble a squad of loyal rebels? Can't do that. Unite the nobles? Can't do that. Buy the people's loyalty? Can't do that. Bide your time? Abso-fucking-lutely not. Literally, we have done one thing this entire time, and that has been an inquisitor of the old faith. Support the old believer priests. The priests of the old faith must struggle against the revolt and stop the people from violating their sacred laws. The old faith in Magra has been left reeling by Cassius's betrayal and the schism within the Inquisition. The true servants of the twins have been left without a patriarch on the day of their greatest ordeal. These few hours of quiet are your last chance to rescue your brothers and sisters in faith and earn their support. The rage of the new believers is terrifying. They have already begun rounding up priests of the old faith and handing them over to the people's court. Mere hours ago, the rebels somehow obtained the sacred power to sentence people to true death. Did the twins really allow this to happen? You focus all your efforts on tracking down and rescuing the true servants of the twins. You find refuge in the temple at the edge of the Brass District, the same one where you first felt the kiss of the sacred lash as a child. Its walls are strong. The panic-stricken clergy will be safe here. Something, something, something Vikings. Priests of the whole speak the truth. Damn, Savada. That particular meme is fresh off the presses 3 years ago. Oh. Beneath the vaulted ceiling of the temple, you feel their pain and trepidation. It seems as though all of Anizote has turned its back on the twins' sacred will. Many of the priests insist that everyone should stay here and humbly watch as the gods decide the fate of the city without them.
When you hear these words, you walk up to the altar and address the priests you have rescued. Have they all forgotten that humility is not their lot? It is their sacred duty to guide the people, and today they must lead them away from the brink of ruin and save their souls from a tragic error. It falls upon the priest to rescue them from eternal agony and avert the wrath of the gods. Your speech inspires the priests gathered in the temple. They will follow you to the end if it means restoring order and saving the faith. They are ready to preach on the streets and try to convince the people to lay down their arms, even if it means true death for some of them. Woof. Do you have what it takes to realize their hopes and guide them to victory? It is time to find out. The sound of gunfire fills the city streets once again. The lull has passed. The clergy trust us. The Order divided. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. It is noon. The wind drives the sand along the stone slabs. The Inquisition has gathered inside the yard of the ward, but they are uneasy. The schism within the church has split the Order as well. Some of the Inquisitors follow the old faith, while others are new believers. Their contentious quarreling can be heard over the ward's tall fence. We need to stay in the ward and protect ourselves until the Overseer's army comes. But we cannot abandon the people at a time like this. It is our duty to stay with the faithful and preach on the streets. We need to show our support to the noble militia. They're the ones protecting the Order. The rebels are fighting for the legitimacy of the new faith. We're done being prosecuted. It is the will of the twins that Leonard become patriarch. We cannot stop him. The ward's doors open. Jean briskly walks outside. Enough! Damn, she's taken down her, veil. It was I, brothers and sisters, who brought the Inquisition back to power in Anazote, and you all know it. But now it pains me to see what we have become. I have never taught you to be cruel. I used to believe that each and every Inquisitor knew their sacred lot, that you all saw the wrath of the gods looming ever so close, that you all knew what they could do to our world should we besmirch their design. But clearly, I was wrong. The city is full of heretics. The Inquisition has failed. The time for talk is over. There will be no more words, no more prayers, no more mercy. I am taking control of the Order, and it will smite the heathens. Jean? Leonard will stop at nothing to become the new patriarch, even if it means defiling our sacred ceremony. We will stand in the way of his procession. Not a single one of those rebels will reach the silver tree. But Inquisitor, Leonard will have crowds of people on his side. The champions of faith won't be able to stop them. Then the Inquisitors will have to take up arms as well. What? The Inquisitors meet her words with stunned silence. Finally, someone speaks up hesitantly. But what about our lot? We cannot wield weapons in battle. Do you realize what this means for our souls, Jean? Our lot? It is our lot to guide those who have strayed and save their souls, even if it means our own souls must be damned to eternal torment at the foot of the pillar. It is the fate of our flock. The fate of our flock depends on what we do at this faithful hour. We must defy our lot and sacrifice ourselves to avert the wrath of the gods. Then so be it. Jean points an accusing finger at the Inquisitors who espouse the new faith. Captain Agaranim, seize the heretics. The champions of faith do as they are told. They force the wayward Inquisitors to their knees. The other priests watch in confusion. We shall begin by purging this heresy from our order. Then we shall head to the Silver Tree. Leonard and his flock must not enter the temple, lest our world be doomed. You walk through the gate. Jean's furious eyes dart towards you. We cannot convince her to spare the Inquisitors. We do not have enough eloquence. Free the captive Inquisitors by force. We cannot do this. We can seize control of the Order. You and Jean take control of the Inquisition. The heresy must be purged, even if it means violating your lot. Stop Jean. You convince Jean to change her mind before she violates her lot. Do not get involved. You let Jean decide for herself. Accept death. Cool.
Uh, it here is the problem with what Jean is doing, is that it is hypocrisy. All of it is hypocrisy, obviously. But if we are accepting that Jean's premise is that we need to protect the old order because the old order is about the lots, and violating the lots means eternal damnation, then the Inquisitors need to do what the Inquisitors have always done, which is not wield swords, right? Like, if the twins' design is so immaculate and so perfect, they need to rely on the Champions of Faith. The Champions of Faith said they can't do it alone. Then the Inquisitors taking up weapons is a violation of their laws. If we're accepting the premise that any of this is real, we can't do this. Yeah, like, here's the problem. We have long abandoned Ishgardian Elish. Like, the game is just too bleak and too dark for us to get away with that. You know what I mean? Ishgard Elish is gone. This is Brante Elish, right? And Brante Elish is a true believer. Stop, Jean. Yeah, 14 Elish was the framework, for sure. You hurry to Jean's side. She motions for the Champions of Faith to put the execution on hold. Once she is very close, you speak to her so quietly that only she can hear you. You know that Jean's intentions are pure and righteous, but she cannot let her rage consume her. Not an invalid statement. Has she forgotten the teachings of Asatius, the very foundations of the faith? An Inquisitor must not wield a sword, but the word of the twins. This is the only way. You can save the people and their souls, all without violating your lot. If your faith falters and your hand reaches for the hilt of your sword, you will lead the church and your flock to ruin yourself. There is still time to avert this. We must have faith. Yeah, hilarious. In Elish, that's like, no, definitely believe in Halone. Halone is definitely gonna fix this. Hilarious to me. Jean's simmering fury gives way to confusion and bewilderment. I thought violating our lot was the only way. Our adversaries are too strong for anything else. I steeled myself to sacrifice anything, even my very soul. But you're right, Elish. My faith was shaken. The Inquisitors and Champions of Faith are still there, waiting. Jean turns to face them. Here's the thing, right? If we didn't have the Silver Prayers, if we weren't able to effect divine miracles, I think this Elish would be more like the Ishgard one, right? But, oopsie poopsie. I must confess my error. We are Inquisitors. We must follow our lot and keep our swords sheathed. We will bring our word to the rebels and admonish them to rejoin the Sacred Order. Jean gestures towards the captive Inquisitors. Set our stray brethren free. They will find their reckoning in the hereafter. The Champions of Faith lower their blades eagerly. In spite of everything, they were reluctant to condemn the Inquisitors they have served for so many years to true death. The new believers rise to their feet, dumbfounded at having been spared. Some of them begin to weep with the realization. Jean's followers also heave sighs of relief. They will no longer be forced to doom their souls to eternal perdition. You have their full support now. The Champions of Faith are canonically noblemen who go into that, right? So if, like, we were talking about this with somebody else who had played the game People's DM, somebody previously, they had been a little bit less judicious with their spoilers, but they had mentioned, it was my fault. I asked them whether or not there was a Champions of Faith route, and they said no, there was not. There is no Holy Order. And so very, very much the Champions of Faith are nobles who are the best of the best and are selected to go into it. So that's the reason why the Champions of Faith are allowed to wield swords, are allowed to do martial things, right?
And that's a part of the reason why the apostasy of the new faith asking to arm themselves is so startling. So yeah. Sounds like free money? Well, you know. You look Jean in the eye and see tears. I nearly made a terrible mistake. Elish, you saved me from doing something that could not have been undone. I wanted to save the faith, but I nearly committed heresy myself. But now my faith will be strong and true. Nothing will lead me astray today. But now it's time to move. We have the champions of faith on our side. Some of them will stay with me, and the rest will follow you. We're going to need more troops and a lot more allies if we're going to put down the revolt. Suddenly, a flustered priest runs into the gate. Dorius Oton and his noble militia! They're going to the prefecture to execute Sir Elborn for treason! There is still time. If you play your cards right, you can make new allies and eliminate enemies. You're right. We have to split up. Take your people to the prefecture. I'll take the champions of faith to the Silver Tree. Leonard's procession is about to move. I'll hold off the heretics until you come to my aid, Elish. Don't! Jean, do not phrase it like that! Do not make your potential death my responsibility! You leave the Inquisition ward with a small army. The prefecture awaits. Jean is righteous. Jean is determined to fight the new faith with the power of sermons and guidance. We'll see how it goes. Church -1, Schism. Fuck off, lads! Wait. No, -1 is good. What? -1 goes to more power in the old faith. Bizarre. Huh. Okay. We have enough troops to be an entire regiment. The clergy are on our side. We are so tired! No! No! We're a tired boy again, Jean! Jean, come back! The prefecture under siege. The searing sun looms high in the sky above the rebellious city. The square in front of the prefecture is packed with commoners. Just a moment ago, they boldly demanded that the judges and gendarmes side with the rebellion. But now, they are terrified. They fear the noble army that is coming for them. Their calls for rebellion are gone, replaced by frightened screams. Hooves thunder under the cobblestones. The earth quakes beneath their feet. The noble militia, led by Dorius Oton, carves a path through the human sea. The terrified rebels scatter as the riders approach. The gendarmes remain where they are, forming a tight circle around the prefecture and Elborn. The prefect calls out to the crowd, his voice hoarse. Everyone stay calm, let them through, do not draw your weapons. Oton's riders push the mob aside and eventually reach the tall building. The Archnean commander draws in his reins only when the gendarmes all that separate him from the What? The Archnean commander draws in his reins only when the gendarmes are all that separate him from the prefecture stairs. Okay. No, are there, but you know what? We're here for a vibes-based economy at this point. Prefect Elborn, how dare you disobey the orders of the province's rightful rulers? You have abused your position to appease the rebels and defy imperial rule. This inconceivable rebellion is all your fault. It is time for you to accept your well-earned punishment. In the name of Archduke Milenides, I hereby order you and your gendarmes to surrender your weapons. The supreme judge of the prefecture maintains his composure in the face of this recrimination. Or did they spell reigns wrong as well? We've been getting the vibes that this is translated, right? I only obey the laws of the Empire, Sir Oton. Not you or your runaway duke. Oton's face contorts into a predatory grin. Excellent. We got a little bit of his voice in that smirk. You've had your chance to save face, old man. Instead of a dignified execution, you and your cronies will hang, like the foul rabble you betrayed us for. Oton lifts the sword skyward, prepared to order an assault. The riders behind him are about to attack. The gendarmes ready their clubs, their hands are trembling. They will not stand a chance against the noble cavalry. The mob begins to shift, about to flee the square. The fate of this moment hangs by a thread. We cannot rouse the mob. Elborn has always protected the common folk. Now it's time for them to protect him. We can't do that. Get Oton's army to abandon him. We can't do that. Challenge Oton to a duel. Can't do that. Overthrow Elborn. Can't do that. Get Oton and Elborn to reconcile. Can't do that. Stay out of it. You observe their conflict as an indifferent bystander. This is definitely some definition of vibes. I didn't say cozy Sabata, yeah. The irony of us being like, yeah, Gene, like, we can go over to the prefecture and we can get rid of an enemy and gain 2 allies. And then we get here and we're like, nothing I can do. You and your followers observe the heated struggle at the stairs of the prefecture from a distance. It is too late to get involved. All you can do now is watch and save your strength for the future. With a furious scream, Oton orders the noble militia to attack the prefecture's defenses. This is insane. Like, if Elborn is choosing to stay out of it, and this is the thing, right? Is like, this is what our dad was trying to do. What Robert was trying to do. He was like, we're just gonna protect the Brante estate and we're gonna stay out of it. If they're staying out of it, right? That's effectively a void outcome, right? It is neither like people supporting the powers that be, nor is it people supporting the revolt, right? But the problem is that the nobility lacks the numbers. This is always the problem that is there, right? Is that whenever there is an oligopoly or an aristocracy, whenever there is power concentrated in the hands of few, a part of the problem is that they need to use that power and level it downwards. And so that's what the Gendarmes are in this situation, right? The Gendarmes are a key of power, either lesser nobles of the mantle or maybe, potentially, some of the commoners, right? Who have been given power under Prefect Elborn. Them choosing to stay out of the conflict in Prefect Elborn's favor is objectively sort of a net neutral. So Oton using this as an opportunity for him to settle his like nobles are better than commoners thing is insane. Because here's what's going to happen. Prefect Elborn, who was staying out of the conflict, is now going to have to fight him. He's going to lose the potential of Prefect Elborn, but he didn't have that. Sure, fine. But now he's going to lose his own men. Not a lot of them, obviously, right? Because he's got mounted cavalry against boys with clubs. But some of his men are going to go down. Some of his like horses are going to, at minimum, trip, right? And that's horses that you would have somewhere else. Like, this is literally in political science. They talk about the reason why, as far as logical thought goes, war doesn't make any sense. Because the attacker, no matter how great the attacker's position is, the attacker is going to lose something as well. And it's just unhinged, right? Well, the heretics take care of themselves. The only choice, yeah. The Gendarmes are the militant side of the judges, nobles of the mantle. Okay, so they're just nobles, even worse, right? Like, well, I say even worse because they're nobles that would ostensibly be siding with the nobility. The nobles of the mantle, again, are commoners who are able to be empowered by the empire. It's complicated. None of them are logical. This is pure emotion on almost every side. Exactly. It's a revolution. Or rather, it's a revolt. And what's the difference between a revolt and a revolution? Who's the winner? Cut the traitors down. No mercy. The cavalry turns to face the Gendarmes with an onslaught of sharp steel. Bones crack beneath hooves. Swords slice through the air. The stench of blood fills the square as fallen bodies dissipate into glimmering dust. Prefect Elborn shouts to the people for aid, but his voice is drowned out in the cacophonous fray. The common folk know that the prefecture will collapse without support, but their deeply ingrained fear of the noble warriors is too strong. The human sea that once filled the square dries up in the blink of an eye. The gendarmes falter against the surging noble cavalry. Their line breaks. With no one to support them, they surrender their arms. Oh my god! Wow, I mean, it's the best case scenario for Oton. He's an Arachnean, he doesn't view us mere humans as anything more than wretches. There is an extra layer here as well, for sure. The gendarme captain leads Elborn to Oton. Please, spare our lives, Sir Oton. My men and I will swear loyalty to you. Yeah, sure. That's Captain Lenad, you fucked up. The Arachnean gracefully dismounts, ignoring the captain's pleas. Time to die, Elborn. But I am no butcher. You may be a traitor, but you are still known as a man of honor. You deserve a nobleman's justice. So draw your sword, Elborn. It is time for you to learn that the court of honor is the only true trial. Elborn meets Oton's words with a bitter chuckle. The old man does not stand a chance against one of the most skilled swordsmen in Magra. Dying in a barbaric ritual I fought against all my life. I suppose there's no changing this world after all, is there? Oton and Elborn cross swords. Elborn has grown unaccustomed to holding a sword, and it shows. The prefect's stance leaves much to be desired. He waves the blade around clumsily, leaving himself open to an attack. With a single riposte, Oton guides his blade straight into the old man's heart. Just another arrogant human. All this trouble just because of him. As for the gendarmes, kill them. A lesser death suits them well. This rebellion will be dead and buried by the time they make their way back from the hereafter. And be quick about it. We still have to breach the city gate. Please, listen to us. The noble riders quickly cut down the prisoners' entreaties and lives short. Their uniformed bodies fall on the stairs of the prefecture, soon evaporating into a cloud of glittering mist. Once they're dealt with, Oton rides away with his cavalry, scattering the pathetic remnants of the rebellious mob. The prefecture is no more. Elborn and his gendarmes have been removed from the equation. They will not be there for the final clash. Your men have been keeping an eye on the city. They tell you that the procession of the Silver Tree has already begun. Abbot Leonard and his followers are on their way to elect him the new patriarch before the common folk and the twins themselves. Welcome to the Oton Haters Club. Yeah, fuck that guy. I really fucked up by not saving Sophia, and on the flip side, right, like, we were locked out of the option of saving Sophia. Our option was don't get involved or turn her over, which I guess we shouldn't have gotten involved, right? Augustus Elborn, through death. The fate of the feud between the two faiths will be decided by the clash of the Silver Tree. You have to be there. You ready your men and head for the temple at the tree. So power has gone back more to old nobility. Order has gone down. Yeah, there's a fucking revolution going on, do you think? We gained willpower back from staying out of it. Oh, that sucks. An enormous sea of humanity flows through Anazote, filling the streets of the Temple District. They are led by Abbot Leonard. The new believers walk peacefully behind him, many of them women and the elderly. They are unarmed. Their faces show neither fear nor anger. They are so drastically unlike the throngs of rebels who are currently ransacking streets and looting noble houses. The procession slowly makes its way towards the temple at the Silver Tree. The temple has always been where patriarchs of the church accept their sacred duty, along with the heavy burden of the responsibility for their flock before the twin gods. When a patriarch speaks, the twins pay heed, and every 8 years it falls upon the patriarch to proclaim in their sight how their world is humbly following the lot it has been given. Long, long after the twins descended to our world, the patriarchs came to be elected at the conclave by the clergy. This tradition has continued for many years. Today, dozens of priests have come to the temple in spite of the unrest to conduct the rite and spare the twins' world from their wrath. But now, thousands of commoners are walking to the same temple to elect the new patriarch themselves. So, there is a real conversation about how the intelligentsia can oftentimes be a bad thing, right? The intelligentsia is just a new form of consolidating power in the hands of the few, right? If you say, well, you need to be college educated to vote, or you need to be like this smart under some sort of IQ test, what ends up happening is you have the people in power sort of just fudging the test based off of arbitrary questions that could have multiple answers, and you're just not smart enough to get it, right? This is something that has been seen oftentimes in the United States. It's a part of the reason why every citizen has the right to vote, regardless of any other qualifier, right? And so this is an important point here, which is slightly different, is I understand why the idea of the new faith is let the people elect the new member of the church, right? Here's the problem. We know that the twin gods are real. If you told me, right, again, the silver prayers, they actually do things. If you told me that the twin gods said that if the patriarch comes before the twins and tells us that the world is fucked, they will destroy all life, I, as someone who sees regular miracles performed on the huge, would go, I don't want that to happen. So this is the problem, right? Is that the new believers are like, throw out the lots, throw out everything that people have ever said. They're all wrong. Just do whatever the fuck you want. And you still have people who supposedly talk to the gods, walk with the gods, saying, no, this is a bad idea. You will bring Armageddon down on us. I joke about wanting to fight God all the time. I joke about it because it's such a laughable idea. If God came down from the heavens and said, I'm going to smite you now and you are going to die, my ability to fight back against him is literally zero. So I understand what the new faith want in having the common people electing the clergy. I feel a little hesitant about that because the people electing things are the reasons why certain people have gotten their hands on the nuclear launch codes in our history. So you and your followers take a side street to the temple, avoiding the immense procession. Soon the square by the tree is packed, teeming, overwhelmed. But the stairs to the temple doors cannot be reached. A stalwart phalanx of champions of the faith block the way, with Jean in its lead. They are joined by the Inquisitors, those who have decided to walk the path of the old faith until the very end. I will not allow you into the temple, Leonard. These heretics will not make you patriarch. Father Leonard slowly begins to ascend the stairs. He does not argue with Jean. The abbot simply faces her with a humble smile and gestures at the people standing behind him. Doubt clouds the champions' faces. Leonard's procession is truly staggering. Even if they are mere commoners, even if they are unarmed and empty-handed, there are simply too many of them to be stopped by a few dozen old believers. Sister Jean, look at them. Are they truly heretics, all of them? They are just people, our brothers and sisters in faith. Why would the Inquisition treat us like enemies? We do not reject the twin gods, nay, we seek them with our every thought. You rejected the law of the younger when you chose to seek your own lots. No, Jean, the only thing we reject is Asatius's error. This argument has been going on for years, Leonard. I know each and every point you can make. Don't even bother. You will not enter the temple. And all these people, you're just dragging them down to the foot of the pillar along with you. Can you still not understand this after so many years? What do you think you're doing, Leonard? Don't you fear the wrath of the gods? I do not, Jean. When I become patriarch, I will tell the twins that we still love and revere them just as we always have, even as we seek a different path to them. The twins will hear us. They will listen. They will understand. There is no wrath of the gods. Bud, I have bad news about our gods. Ooh, deny that, and then go ahead and, can you go ahead and ban that Snow Leo? Thank you. The twins will hear us, they will understand, there will be no wrath of the gods. The new believers heed Leonard's words. They begin to firmly ascend the stairs to the door of the temple. The champion's swords do not deter them. Jean watches the massive congregation approach her, her eyes filled with remorse. She raises an arm, about to give her final order. Champions of faith, protect the sacred temple, fight to the bitter end. You reach the foot of the stairs as she speaks these words. This is your last chance to intervene. Lead the procession to the temple, can't do that. Save the new believers from the bloodshed, God, I wish. Fend them off with the champions of faith, can't do that. Order the priests to attack, Christ. Stand with Jean, drive the procession away. How tired are we again? We are at, I think, either -5? We are at -5. We are exhausted again. It is bad. I do not have the collab option off Pixie. That is something that I will need to do later. Drive with Jean, stand with Jean, and drive the procession away. I'm not going to stand there. It only takes a few steps to reach Jean and stand by her side, blocking Leonard. And it only takes a single gesture to order your followers to join the Champions of Faith. The warriors of the Inquisition grow more confident. Now that their forces are united, you will be able to hold back this human flood. Jean greets you with an imperceptible nod. Your support has visibly reinvigorated her. Thousands of eyes focus on you. Inquisitor Elish, do you also think that the will of all these people is not enough to make us heard by the twins? You respond to Leonard's question with laughter. Oh, you have an answer for that. But your answer is not for Leonard. It is for the people who have followed him here. You begin to speak louder, and the people listen. What Abbot Leonard seeks is not a new path to the twin gods. It is only power for himself. He calls himself a priest, yet he yearns to lord it over his flock like a nobleman. The people of Anazote chose to follow Leonard's path because they hoped the twins would be waiting at the end, but his path only leads to eternal torment at the foot of the shining pillar. But the blame is not theirs. A heretic led them astray by blaming the lots for all their woes, yet the root of the evil lies elsewhere. Humans and Archnians have forgotten the true faith, distorted the true faith. That is the root of all evil, and we all know who bears the blame for that. For years, the heretical Cassius has been corrupting the land of Magra, distorting the faith he was duty-bound to preserve in the eyes of the twin gods. He led the people astray and sowed the seeds of great strife. He was biding his time until he could face the twins again and reject them in the name of all Magra, and he almost succeeded in this vile endeavor. Can I be real with y'all? Us taking Cassius out of the equation feels so goddamn good. Right? Because, like, again, like we were talking about, Sophia has, Can we go ahead and, thank you. Thank you, Sabata. Thank you, Mesfia. Cassius was gathering mages, right? And so Sophia is the head of the rebellion. She's a mage. She's very powerful and she's very good at what she does. Cassius was effectively gathering a bunch of mages who would have felt indebted to him. Cassius could have used them against other people, right? And as a part of his belief system, like, if there are no gods and you get to do whatever you want, right? Cassius's whole thing was that as, like, a Markian heretic, he wanted to become a god, which
I don't know how the rules work, right? So maybe he could have. That would have been real fucked. But you and Sister Jean unmasked the false patriarch. And now, on the day of the sacred conclave, the priests of Magra have one last chance to tell the twins that Magra's faith is still strong, that the people who live here deserve to find bliss atop the peak of the shining pillar. Today is a day when Anazote has been gripped by confusion and strife. Left untended, fear and hatred can drive a soul down the path of self-destruction. And if fear and hatred can extinguish a single soul, imagine what they could do to an entire city. Can the people not see that the twins are watching them, preparing to render their judgment? The people are one step away from betraying the twins, but they may yet awaken from this madness and be saved. The Empire can still flourish, but not through the destruction and hatred. Only when the noble lots and the lowly lot return to the one true faith together can purge all heresy from this land, can the Empire flourish once again. Here and now, beneath the silver tree, we all see that the priestly lot has never abandoned the people. The gods are here with us now. Your voice booms across the square like a thunderclap. The door of the sacred temple swings open behind you. A mighty gust of wind blasts forth, searing people's faces with cold. The startled procession recoils, shouting in excitement. The twins, they're here! It's a sign from the gods! The gods are here with us at this fateful hour. They have heard your voice, Brother Elish. One by one, the people around you make the sign of the twins, bowing and genuflecting in a paroxysm of piety. Some begin to weep, and the gust wind echoes their sobs of repentance. Leonard turns to his flock, white as a sheet, but no one will meet his gaze. All eyes are on you. My children, we cannot abandon everything we have fought for so easily. Leonard, I love you, bud. I've got bad news. If the gods are real and have capricious wills of their own, you can't get the gods' believers to go against the gods. The wind howls, drowning out his voice and carrying Jean's exalted cry across the square. The gods are here, and they have given us a sign. Brother Elish. He is the one they wish to see as the new patriarch. That's not... Okay. Oh man, it's bad. Brothers and sisters in faith, our new patriarch stands before you on the stairs of the temple. Come forth and greet him. This is not... okay. You watch them emerge from the temple one by one. Priests, abbots of Magran temples, monks, acolytes, preachers, men, women. It feels like a strange dream. They all come out to greet you, acknowledging you as their true patriarch. The mob below buzzes its approval. The twins have willed it so, there can be no doubt. Congrats on our promotion? Yeah, I guess. Which leaves Jean as the head of the Magran Inquisition, which is maybe bad. Maybe we move Jean to a different department. Because Jean has been advocating for a lot of bloodshed. Oh, almighty gods, the younger, the unyielding judge, the elder, keeper of truth and love. With all our strength we will preserve our true faith. We will follow our lots and punish all heresy without mercy. But Jean also does listen to us, it's true. Under their eye and by your will, may Brother Elish become our new patriarch. Jean cannot hold back a smile as she says this. With an expression of almost childlike glee, she reaches up to the heavens. A blast of freezing wind blows in your face. The twins' will and love and law reveal themselves to you, filling you completely. Every sensation is utterly acute now. All that remains is their sight. The elder watches with love and joy. All living things are his children. As their patriarch, he extends you to treat them with wisdom and kindness. The younger watches sternly. He expects you to show no mercy to the enemies of the faith and commit no errors. Oh, that easy, is it? Just no errors, is it? You are filled with love for them. You will do whatever it takes to fulfill their will with wisdom and righteousness. Before the faces of the gods, I accept the great burden of the Patriarchate of Magra. May their will and love and law be my guide. Could you ever have guessed you would be standing here this day? This is unhinged. This is nothing. So guess you can't bang your girl again then. I think the gods will sort of judge us on our errors, yeah. The vision passes, you open your eyes. The leaves of the silver tree rustle above you. A smile plays across Jean's face. You are surrounded by kneeling people as far as the eye can see. Jean gestures to the champions of faith. Two of them reach out for Leonard and bind his hands. Dejected, broken, he does not resist. No one even bothers to try and defend him. You are the Patriarch of Magra. Unhinged. Leonard's pleas could not reach the twins. His plan to become the new Patriarch was undone. The old faith is in power. The power has gone back to the nobles. God damn. The revolt is at a stalemate. We've got an army with us. The nobles are with us. The common folk trust us. Sure. I mean, the problem is that we don't want all of the common folk to be executed, right? But here we are. A farewell to Jean. It's like a farewell to arms. You get it. Jean stumbles away from the square and heads towards the base of the silver tree. You follow her. You can guess where she is going. You carefully enter the familiar grotto formed by the gigantic root. Jean is there, on her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks. Oh, I didn't even see that, Mesphia. Was that a thing? Her hands are on the bark of the tree as she prays. She does not notice you. Convert Jean to the new faith. That's not an option. Try to take Jean into custody. To think this all through. She hurriedly wipes away the tears and hides her matted hair beneath a handkerchief. Why is she crying? Leonard has been taken into custody. The new faith will never recover from this blow. Jean looks aside, flustered. These are tears of joy. We did it. We actually won. You know, when I saw that crowd, all those people, I lost faith. I thought we were all doomed. Excuse me. I thought we were all going to die on the stairs of the temple, Elish. I was so frightened. But your faith was strong, and the twins themselves were there to help you. But I was too weak. You sit down next to Jean and wipe away the last of her tears. You tell her that she is wrong. You could have never done this without her. Jean's ardent faith and unyielding commitment to the twins are second to none. But no one can be strong all the time, not even the twins. There are two of them, and one would not exist without the other. You were there to rescue her, and she would have done the same for you. She has nothing to blame herself for. You won together. Is this where she's like, I have to leave now because we'll do the bumpin' uglies, and then we'll be condemned to hell? Jean touches your hand shyly. Well? Thank you. It's a miracle. You're the Patriarch now. What a weight off my shoulders. After so many years, finally someone I can trust is in charge of the church in Magra. Thank the twins. She laughs. There is no trace of her usual stern demeanor. You gaze at her smile with great pleasure. It's so peaceful here, so calm. I know there's a lot we have to do, but could we stay here like this? Just a little longer. You nod. The two of you sit there together, hands clasped, sharing a moment of silence. It is so calm here beneath the silver tree. You doubt even the din of battle could disturb this tranquility. What a shame you cannot stay here and watch the sunset. Reluctantly, you finally let go of Jean's hand. There will be time for that later. Right now, you need to go. The battle for the soul of Anazote is not finished yet. You're right. Let's go. Visibly anxious, Captain Agaranim finds you in the square.
Patriarch Elish. Nope. Patriarch Elish, Inquisitor Jean, I found you. I've got an urgent report. The people of Anazote are moving to Empire Square. Sophia, the leader of the revolt, wants to address the people in front of the Chancellery. You tell the captain to muster your forces. You have to be there. He nods and walks back to his men. Jean's face grows stern again. Looks like we're parting ways again. You won't need me where you're going, but I'm confident you'll do just fine on your own, Patriarch. Feels so odd to be addressed like this. And what about Jean? Where will she go? I'll do what my priestly lot demands. The people are in dire need of guidance. Maybe I can still convince some of them to join our side as you ready the soldiers for battle. So be it. You hope this is not your last meeting. If Sophia kills us with magic, it's going to be beautiful. Like, it's gonna be perfect, but it's gonna suck. I do not want to get murdered with magic. I hope so too, Elish. She squeezes your hand and walks away. You look up at the shining pillar. It is time to go. Yo! We've got 10 willpower from touching her hand! It begins again! We're ready for action! God. The rebel leader. The sun is setting. The blood-red sky quavers in the hot smoke from the fires raging throughout the city. You cannot help but recall a passage from the Lives of the Twins, one of the many pages Mother used to quote when you were a child. And the elder said, "Lo, I have cast a flame into the world, and I shall guard it until it begins to blaze." Could this passage be referring to today? You lead your followers to Empire Square. You walk around rubble, past abandoned carriages and unfinished barricades. There have clearly been clashes here recently. The dust of the departed is still rising into the sky. Thousands fill the square before the Chancellery, well over half the commoners of Anazote. The Chancellery has been under rebel control since noon. All Imperial officials either fled or were torn apart by the mob. Scraps of rumor and gossip reach your ears as you move closer. Did you hear what happened at the Great Tree? It's the Inquisitors. They just started slaughtering folks. They grabbed them swords of theirs and started killing unarmed people. What? Okay, it's all... yeah, okay, sure. Leonard's procession made it to the temple. There was a sign from the twins. All lies. The twins got angry and destroyed them all under the tree. The temple's gone, I tells you. Gone for good. This is a part of the reason why this information is so powerful, and why it's been harder for, power to be concentrated at the top so much, and why the spread of disinformation now is such a key component, is the more that you're able to disseminate false information, and people willfully have selection bias to try and get it, Truth, justice, freedom, reasonably priced love, and a hard-boiled egg. I don't actually know what that's a quote from, Pixie, yeah. The crowd is on edge. Any dispute could explode into a brawl. A voice from the Chancellery stairs calls for another people's court. The mob turns as one. Several last-straw rebels grab a handful of well-dressed nobles onto the steps and force them to their knees. It's from Discworld. Ah, okay. It had a Terry Pratchett energy to it. Also, ads are about to run, unfortunately. I've tried to delay it as much as I can. If you're not subscribed, you won't see it, but I highly suspect everyone is subscribed at this point. Several last-straw rebels drag a handful of well-dressed nobles out onto the steps and force them to their knees. The leader of the executioners is a preacher with a mane of unkempt hair and the wild eyes of a lunatic. The younger, he speaks through us, he does. He gives us the power of his law, the power to punish his enemies, to execute them. Anyone who stands in our way is an enemy of the twins themselves. People, it's time to judge these enemies of the simple folk. What is your sentence? The mob roars so loudly the square shakes. Death! True death! The last straw rebels ready their guns. One of the captives gets to his feet and speaks out defiantly. Sure, Frederic L. Laberius. You people call this pathetic freak show a people's court? You don't have the power. You don't have the power. You never have and you never will. You think you can wield the law of the twins? Bah! We'll come back and we'll make you pay. The aged nobleman's last words are drowned out by a thunderous volley of guns. One by one, the nobles collapse, their bodies pierced by bullets. They remain where they fall. The nobles gasp, the mob gasps in amazement. There can be no doubt. The People's Court has the power to mete out true death at will. We literally had a scene earlier where there was a bunch of people who died from gunpowder explosions, and those people died true deaths. There's no People's Court, it's the gun. It's fine, whatever, I don't care. It's all smoke and mirrors. This is what happens to anyone who dares to oppose us. All hail the revolt. All hail our leader. All hail Sophia. Sophia's gonna lead us. She's gonna fend off the Legion. She's gonna bring justice, first to Anazote, then to the whole world. She's gonna tear down the old ways and wipe all of them tyrants and nobles from the face of the world. The mob explodes into an ecstatic chant. They shout one word over and over again. Sophia! Sophia! The enormous throng bellows wildly, eager to see the face of its leader. Our one option is break up the mob, so we do that. Oh, we could stand idly by, Mesphia. You are correct. The rebel leader. If Sophia manages to unite the mob around her leadership, the revolt will consume the entire city. You cannot let that happen. If there is ever a time to strike, it is now. Sophia has not shown up yet. You seize the moment and command all your forces to begin an all-out attack on the square. Well, be what it be. I don't like the default guilt by association, but they've got guns and we've got swords. They're definitely going to win given time. Your troops smash into the human sea in front of the chancellery, hurling people aside and hacking through the throng as they advance. As you command them, you shout at the mob at the top of your lungs. Leave the streets, go home and you'll be spared. Whoever stays here will face our blade. It feels weird that we have used the divine power of the twins over and over again, and this time we're like, yeah, fuck it, just murder them all up. Bizarre, I don't know. The rebellious rabble did not see the attack coming. Your forces are resilient and the crowd panics. The rebels have no choice but to flee. Dozens of people fall to the ground in the merciless jostling throng, only to be trampled by the fleeing horde. Blood runs down the cobblestones. The corpses of those killed dissipate in shimmering mist. Before long, your men control the blood-spattered square. They celebrate their victory with joyous cries. But a voice simmering with rage soon cuts through the air from the direction of the chancellery stairs. The last straw. Ready? Aim. Fire! The rebel squads dash out of the chancellery, firearms in hand. The volleys come in quick succession. A hail of bullets hits the square, sparing no one from either side. Commoners trying to escape die along with your soldiers. You are losing men. The last straw's position is too strong here. You cannot advance on the chancellery in the face of their gunfire. Out of options, you order a retreat. You breathe a sigh of relief once the last of your men have left the square. The deed is done. You lost too many men and Sophia is running amok. But you still manage to deal a resounding blow against the revolt and shatter the rebels' morale. The news that you dispersed the mob at Empire Square spreads throughout across the city. The news that you dispersed the mob at Empire Square spreads throughout the city like wildfire. The nobility and Old Faith clergy celebrate this victory, more eager than ever to keep fighting by your side. A report soon arrives from the scouts at the gate. The Legion is only a few hours away. The final battle is drawing near. Will the outcome of the revolt be decided in combat, or is there a peaceful solution? It all depends on the actions you take in the coming hours. So the power is again going more and more to the status quo. Peace is wild, but sure. The rebels are losing. We've lost troops, so we're down to a regiment. With the indisputable leader of the nobles and the clergy. Hot diggity dog. You do wonder if maybe some of the divine parts are less here since all the paths converge with the riot. That's fair, Ender friend. I guess the divine part that we got was us being made the patriarch, but there is something weird about us being made the patriarch, us having ostensibly turned aside this bloodshed with our words and with the sign from the 12, and then us coming down and us as the patriarch being like, just kill them all. Let the twins sort it out. Like, I don't know. The final hour. This event is a consequence. Thunder of the Empire. It is mere moments from midnight. The glow of the shining pillar is barely visible beneath the crimson clouds coming in from the north. But the darkness hanging above the city is dissipated by countless lights. Crowds of people hold torches, stakes burning in the squares, houses in flames. A sign from the 12. This one is the twins, but oh, did I misspeak? Yeah, a sign from the twins. Basically, there was like a cold wind, and the cold wind blew open the doors to the temple, and that was a sign that we were supposed to be the patriarch. Like, obviously that's not what that means, right? But like, ostensibly we were given a divine vision in that moment, and it's like, okay, well, why were you given a divine vision in that moment? True death versus lesser death. Pick the lesser evil, I suppose. That's actually a wildly good point, Mesphia. It didn't describe the other... Like, it didn't describe our soldiers who were killed by the firing squad. I wonder if they also, like, died a true death, or if they... like reincarnated, right? Like suffered a lesser death. Because if they didn't suffer a lesser death, it's not about the gunpowder. But if they did, you know, again, it's the gunpowder, not the People's Court. It's very interesting. Yeah. Well, yeah, like all of our people, right? All of the people who were a part of the mob would have ostensibly died lesser deaths because it talks about how their bodies are dissipating, right? But yeah. Yeah, the collateral, exactly. The darkness hanging above the city is dissipated by countless lights, crowds of people holding torches, stakes burning in the square, houses in flames. The glow of the fires can also be seen from beyond the city walls. The Legion marches down the road, inexorably approaching the gate of a city in the throes of rebellion. The final battle draws near. All the troops still loyal to the Overseer and the Empire are flocking to the ruins of Char Milonidis' palace, where you have established your base. You used to play here as a child, but now it serves as a base of operations for the fight against the insurgents. Armored nobles assemble into squadrons. Some hastily armed commoners who do not trust the rebels have agreed to follow them. The priests who have sided with you are preparing to appeal to the insurgents and exhort them to lay down their arms in the name of the twins. The insurgents have gained a foothold by the city gate, and preparations are in full swing at their camp as well. Their fate will be decided soon. Will they win their freedom or endure brutal retribution for violating the sacred order of the Empire? There is almost no time left. Just enough for one last attempt to tip the scales in your favor. Will you spend this final hour appealing to one of your allies for help? Or would it be wiser to wait and muster your forces for the final battle? Do you plan to crush the revolt by force or persuade the insurgents to lay down their arms voluntarily? The fate of Anazote is in your hands. Ask your family for help. Bizarre. What? Sure. Ask Jean for help. Win over more commoners with Jean's passionate servants.
save our strength. No, absolutely. The common folk are the people who are the least on side, and I would argue with good reason, right? But yeah, let's ask Jean for help. You will win over more commoners with Jean's passionate sermons. Mesphia, I'm not gonna read it because it's fire. In order to crush the revolt, you will have to win over more commoners. At this point, the word of the twins is the only thing still capable of influencing those with lingering doubts. You take a small squad and immediately set out to find Jean. While passing through the smoky, soot-covered brass district, you find Jean surrounded by a large crowd. They are listening to her sermon. Her voice is filled with righteous might, as though the prophet Isatius himself were speaking. I understand the reason for your rage, people. The church has been poisoned by heresy for many years. It allowed the nobles to drive you to untold depths of despair, offering nothing by way of consolation or guidance. But now, at long last, salvation has come. Cassius the heretic has been cast down. The church will pursue its sacred mission once more, saving your soul so you can ascend to the peak of the shining pillar. You join Jean and extend both arms toward the crowd. Cassius's heresy has brought unrest and delusion to this province, but that heresy has been defeated. The path toward order, justice, and eternal bliss in the hereafter is now open to the people of Anizote once more. But in order to return to that path, true believers must fight the revolt and defeat those who spit in the twins' grand design. If they do, the Church of the Twin Gods will tend to their souls. The commoners reverently fold their hands in prayer and kneel before your righteous ardor. After receiving this admonition from you, the crowd of believers goes around the district, urging their neighbors to lay down their arms and refrain from defying the old faith. Midnight strikes. You can hear the menacing tread of the Legion outside the city walls. The time has come. You order your troops to assemble and prepare to head for the gate. The rebels are losing. The common folk view us as the indisputable leader. Battle for Anizote. The dark void beyond the walls of Anizote are lit by hundreds of lights. Heavy boots tread the soil, armor clanks, halberds gleam, drums beat a lively march. Lit by the glow of the torches, the Magran Legion approaches the city walls. Gaius Tempest himself leads the Legion. It is the Overseer's duty to crush the revolt this very night and pacify the city before news of the incident spreads throughout the Empire. If the Overseer's hesitation allows the revolt to last even a few days, it could jeopardize not only his position, but even the fate of the entire province that has been entrusted to him. An entire city rebelling against imperial rule. Nothing like this has happened for generations. The people of Anizote tremble in fear before the punishment that will befall them if the Legion wins. You have done your utmost to crush the revolt on the streets. The crowds in the squares have been dispersed. The riots and fires have stopped. The armed commoners clamoring for freedom as the sunset have now scattered and locked themselves in their homes. But the main forces of the revolt have not been defeated yet. There are still many insurgents who are ready to fight to the true death for their cause. The soldiers of the last straw, reckless conspirators and dangerous fighters, taught by Sophia to struggle against the old order until the bitter end. Zealous new believers who would rather face execution than betray their faith. Poor nobles and former Legion soldiers who have joined the revolt in violation of their oath of loyalty to the Empire. They know there will be no mercy for them, so they have nothing to lose. The remaining rebel forces have gathered at a fortified base by the city gate. The rebels have surrounded it with barricades, preparing to repel an attack from either side. The soldiers of the revolt, some armed with spears and axes, some with firearms, and some with simple rocks, hastily assemble atop the walls. The rest of the city no longer supports them, but the revolt has not been crushed yet. The Legion gets into formation in front of the gate, ready to begin the assault as soon as their commander gives the order. The defenders atop the wall respond by raising their firearms. A herald from Gaius Tempest comes forward, stopping mere steps from the gate. He loudly proclaims the Overseer's demands.
My subjects, lay down your arms this instant and open the gate. I know that you have been deceived by the insurgency. You have my word as an Orkneyan ruler that I will spare anyone who aids the Legion and turns over the leaders of the revolt. Should you disobey this order from your lawful ruler, none of you will escape disgrace, execution, and eternal torment at the foot of the Shining Pillar. The Legion Herald proudly lifts his head, awaiting the rebels' decision. And he's going to get shot like a billion times. You cast a quick glance at your allies. The time for preparations has ended. Everything depends on the size of your army and the balance in the city between the forces you have managed to win over and those you have antagonized. The next hour will determine your place in history. Crush the rebel forces. You order your troops to open the gate from inside and assist the Legion. Force the rebels to surrender the city. We can try to get rid of Sophia. We can't. Rout the insurgents. Flee the city. Die in battle against the revolt. Oh no! We did all of this and now we have to die! No. Force the rebels to surrender the city. The entire city is behind you. You can avoid bloodshed and force the insurgents to lay down their arms without a fight. The Watchmen bring you alarming news. Instead of responding, the rebels shot the herald sent by Gaius Tempest. The Legion is about to attack. So this is a common thing, and like not only again our medieval European societies, but Japan is actually a really great example of this, right? Because a lot of Bushido and the warrior spirit in Japan comes from the fact that Japan was oftentimes fighting against itself, right? So we oftentimes talk about how civil wars are some of the most devastating because it's oftentimes brother against brother. And so there is this thing about like the warrior spirit not backing down, the nature of honor and all that jazz in a lot of like Japanese military culture, Japanese warrior culture to be more precise. And so there is something very funny about the interplay between heralds. So unlike banner bearers, where more often than not, once the fight gets underway, you kind of want to kill the standard bearers so that way it makes the enemy army disorganized. Heralds are a much different thing. You had to play a balancing act between, did you send the most important person as the herald? Because then fear of retribution for killing him dishonorably would be, you know, a less equitable development at surrender, or did you send a non-significant member as a herald, which might be seen as an insult by the enemy commander, and then have them killed and then have the battle happen anyways? And so there's this entire interplay therein, which is again noble horse shit, right? All of the peasant levies and the normal people in there are like, I don't want to fucking be here, right? Like, I don't want to do this. The herald play is just for the nobles. But on the flip side, it also told you about your opponent's commitment to what they were saying. If they sent a high-ranking noble in their court to issue you a statement that you can surrender, right? It laid a little bit more emphasis behind the surrender and we won't kill you charge. It didn't always work out that way because, fun fact, people are dipshits, but that was the interplay therein, and I always think it's so fascinating. You know? They literally shot the messenger, exactly, Pixie. But this is the thing, right? Is that it's not an organized army. These people, like the line said, literally have nothing to lose. If they put down their arms, they will be executed. It's as simple as that. The rebels' defenses are too secure. Not even the Legion can take the city in a single assault. The offensive will be repelled without fail. Anazote is in for a lengthy siege. The revolt will continue to fester within its walls until the city rots from the inside. Disturbances will break out all over the province and spread to the rest of the empire. You cannot let that happen. It is now or never. You will use your influence to stop the revolt without further bloodshed. You take the lead of a gigantic procession composed of your supporters even. Guarded by loyal troops, you march through the empty streets to the insurgent camp. Nobles, clergymen, commoners, all the estates of the city follow you to demand an end to the revolt. Your procession reaches the square by the city gate. The rebel camp is encircled by a row of barricades. Behind them are rows of muskets and spears, all aimed at you. But no one dares to attack you. A Sophia would kill us in a second. Are you kidding me? From the top of the wall, you hear the leader of the insurgents, her voice hoarse. Damn it! Everyone defend the camp! Fire! But instead of gunshots, you only hear grumbling from the barricades. Are you deaf? Shoot them! Or do you want them to take away your rights and make you all slaves again? Without fear, you step toward the barricades. The square behind you is packed with people of all estates. You announce that the entire city of Anizote is against this rebellion. It will return to lawful imperial rule this very day. You tell the insurgents that they must lay down their weapons, surrender, and beg the overseer for mercy. They are outnumbered. The city is on your side. Behind you, the crowd bellows loudly. Down with the revolt! Surrender! No more bloodshed! You shout to Sophia's confused soldiers that further destruction will not save them. Sophia is a mad woman. She has used her people to fan the flames of the revolt, but she cares nothing for them. All the people of Magro will get from this insurrection is more suffering. Is this what they want? Renounce your loyalty to Sophia, turn her over, and lay down your arms. Never! You knew this moment would come, men. We'll fight to the end. Freedom or death! The massive mob freezes involuntarily. The leader of the revolt comes down from the wall, her eyes aglow with a furious yellow light. Oh, whoa! She was a mage and she was going to use her magic to force people to do what she wanted? That's crazy! People, this imperial lapdog is lying to you. If you believe Brante, you'll be slaves forever. He's trying to scare you with fire and destruction. But isn't that what you signed up for? We're gonna destroy the old order. We're gonna level it to the ground. The most loyal of Sophia's supporters raise their guns, but the others cannot withstand the pressure. Flatly refusing to follow Sophia's orders, they drop their weapons one after another. If you ain't with us, you're against us. Die, traitors! A fight breaks out within the insurgent camp as Sophia and her loyal soldiers attack the defectors. Gunshots, cries, smoke, yellow sparks. Eventually, it comes to an end. Well, I mean, the thing about this Mesphia is that this is very unrealistic. At the point in which you get a bunch of people, everyday folk, bloodthirsty enough to form mobs, you wouldn't be able to just be like, please stop doing it and come back to where people will beat you and whip you. Please do that for me, right? This entire situation would never happen, which is a part of the reason why Sophia is acting in a way that doesn't necessarily super make sense, right? Like, the problem is that I think there's a real conversation here about the harshness of this world, right? And even more than our world, right? Because like there are multiple religions and faiths. It's not like there are actual divine manifestations, right? Like we know that there have been people who've claimed miracles, but we are pretty confident at this point in the game that those miracles are at best a dramatic retelling of events that happened, right? And again, there are others who do believe in them, so I'm not going to tell them that that's not true. But again, from a non-religious perspective, right? And so that's the thing, is that like, do you believe that Odysseus literally talked to Poseidon and got like his men to like stab out a Cyclops' eye? No, we don't believe that literally happened. We believe that is firmly in the realm of myth. But if that did happen, golly gee, it sure would give the Greeks a lot more like credence for being like, you know, we're supposed to be the rulers of the known world, etc., etc. So yeah. It makes you rethink some things. I mean, for sure, right? Like the problem is that if Sophia's going to die, she's angry and she wants to take out as many people as possible here, right? The remaining insurgents emerge from behind the barricade, their hands in the air. Sophia is thrown at your feet. Her arms bound, the rebel glares at you from behind a mass of tangled hair, her face contorted in hatred. Don't get your hopes up, Brante. The fire I started will rage again soon enough. You and this whole monstrous world are gonna burn.
Bitter tears run down Sophia's cheeks. For a split second, you see the frightened girl from next door pursued by terrifying horsemen. You look away. The Imperial authorities and Overseer Gaius Tempest will decide this criminal's fate now. The resistance has been crushed. Even the most ardent last straw fighters surrender their weapons grimly. The rest of the insurgents flee the walls, trying to escape down back alleys. They are not followed. Enough blood has been spilled today. The people gathered in the square shout loudly, "Victory! Elish Brante! Glory, glory!" Oh, me? Oh, me? Oh my god, wow. With a triumphant air, you give the order to open the gate. It swings open, creaking heavily. You stand before the gathering in the square and await the arrival of the Overseer. Tonight, you have saved your city, extinguishing the flames of a rebellion that threatened to spread across the entire empire. You look back at the years gone by, all the difficult decisions you had to make, all the actions that helped you take your place in the history of the empire. Your destiny has been fulfilled. Sure. Yeah, Denisar, we have to stop
The revolt was crushed. And it was I who restored order in Enizote. Mine was a victory for all of the Empire.
Okay, weird line read, but alright. We decided that we were going to finish The Life and Suffering of Sir Brante come hell or high water, so... if you're curious, again, the simulcast is up on YouTube, but yeah. A new day dawns. This event is a consequence of your previous actions. Which one came, hell or high water? Well, I mean, it would have sucked to be been on the floor in this, right? A new day dawns. It is morning. You stumble along a now empty back street, utterly exhausted after the most trying night of your life. An elderly stranger in a threadbare cloak shambles down the road in the opposite direction. So that's literally the elder, right? Is supposed to be an analog for the twins. The old man looks around cautiously at every step, seemingly struggling to remember where he is going. As you approach him, he suddenly stops and speaks to you. Good morning to you. You slow down for the old man and wearily return his greeting. May I ask you for a favor, my friend? You barely have any energy to waste today, but there's something about this old stranger's voice that compels you to listen. A favor? What kind of favor? Would you please review this game on Steam? It would really mean a lot to us if you'd give it a positive review. No, sorry. Well, my brother and I had a disagreement, you see, and I want to know who was right. My brother says this world is already perfect as it is. The twins made it like this, after all. The old stranger pauses, casting a glance over the street, the charred carcasses of buildings and homes, the overturned carriages, the dried bloodstains on the paving stones. And I told my brother that, no matter what their initial design may have been, the world as it is now needs to change. So then my brother asked me, what exactly needs changing? But I had no answer for him. So here I am, wandering around, tormented by this question. Would you help us settle our dispute, my good man? Who's in the right here, me or my brother? If you were in the twins' place, what would you do? What about this world needs changing? Say you would destroy the world, fuck. Say that you would grant the world forgiveness. Nathan Brante is a prophet. Life is a long road and mistakes are inevitable. The twins ought to grant mortals hope for forgiveness. Say you would leave the world alone. The twins did create the world, but now they ought to leave their creation in peace and refrain from meddling in the affairs of men.
Say you would take better care of the world. The twins should never have been so distant from their creation. Mortals need their care, assistance, and supervision. Fuck. Say you would free mortals from the lots. If it were up to you, you would make it known that everyone is free to choose their own lot and their own path to the twins. We did make our brother a prophet, hey? We have been going full send on the religion route, right? Let piss boy prophet route? Yeah, okay. Also, a truly benevolent God does forgive, right? So yeah. You're voting for the first one as well? Hell yeah. You rub your temples, thinking, and recall the last words you heard from Nathan. He spoke of forgiveness. Helping guide people back is something you have done a lot of. It's fair, Ender friend. You have an answer for the old man. The twin gods know no mercy. That is why their world is flawed. The twins granted us their law in order to steer us away from eternal suffering in the afterlife. But this same law also dooms our soul to torment at the foot of the pillar for even the slightest transgression. A man who commits a single error has no hope for redemption. Our existence is nothing more than an agonizing preamble to inevitable retribution. Is this really what the twins wanted for us? They gave mortals free will, and so they were filled with passions, doubts, and desires. You know this as well as anyone. If you were them, you would grant people forgiveness, or at least grant it to those who truly repent and make an effort to right their own wrongs. The elderly man listens carefully to your every word. His eyes are wide, like a child seeing the world around him for the first time. You know, someone else told me something very similar. A young man who was far too old and wise for his years. I can feel the pain and the truth in your words. Thank you, Elf, for settling our disagreement. The old man rewards you with a gentle smile and slowly walks away. Wait, how did he know your name? You spin around, but the street is empty. All right, Life and Suffering of Sirbrante. Literally everyone, you're telling me everyone was chanting my name at the square? I'm the patriarch of Magra, and it's like, how did he figure it out? What's up, People's DM? You're almost the most famous man. I mean, I think it would go to the Emperor, right? But then after that. Outcome of the revolt. With your assistance. Oh, was it really People's DM? Okay. With your assistance. I'm not going to read it out for people watching the VOD who don't necessarily want that energy. But that really does reframe some shit, hey? With your assistance, the Imperial Loyalists crushed the rebellion in a single night without further bloodshed. After swiftly quelling the unrest in Anazote, Overseer Gaius Tempest restored order within the city's wall with an iron fist. All the leaders of the revolt met their final deaths at the end of a noose, but any rebels who surrendered before they had used their weapons against the Legion were granted mercy. The Archnean ruler was as good as his word. After his swift victory, Gaius Tempest's authority grew stronger. Now that his subjects had been pacified, the eminent gentry and the Archduke's sympathizers no longer had a chance to stop him from ruling Magra as he saw fit. Once the rebellion had been silenced, the province finally entered an age of peace. Yet the Overseer learned much from the lessons of the Anazote revolt. He realized that he had no chance but to address the woes of the lowly estate lest further turmoil sweep across the land. Gaius Tempest took advantage of his growing power and finally began his first, careful reforms. The nobles' privileges remained unchanged, but little by little, the common estate came to enjoy new protections under his rule. In time, the rest of the empire came to the same conclusion. The order established by the twins must remain unchanged. But if the realm wished to enjoy prosperity and peace, then everyone, okay? Of everyone, from lowly commoner to highborn Archnean, must be protected equally by the strong arm of the law. For the first time in centuries, there was change, albeit gradual change guided by eminent nobles and the royal Tempest dynasty in their stern wisdom. Okay. Wild. Power. The power struggle in the province was fierce, but in the end, Gaius Tempest remained the overseer of Magra. His authority suffered from the feud with the Archduke Milanitis and the years of unrest that preceded the revolt, and yet the Archnean lord had the wisdom to surround himself with loyal allies and garner support of the Magra nobles. No one could challenge the overseer's rule now. Magra is a part of the empire, and the Tempest dynasty has been chosen by the twins themselves to rule over it all. Such is their grand design, and so it shall be for all eternity. The old faith has regained a firm foothold in Magra as the one true doctrine of the twins. The teachings of Asatius have once again become law, and so have the laws. The new believers' numbers are dwindling rapidly as their persecution becomes more and more widespread. And yet the teachings of Fotis still survive, and one day the new faith could return. The changes that swept across Magra brought down the age-old barriers that held the common people back, paving way for trade and industry. The new freedoms have made Magra one of the most prosperous lands in the Empire, with new factories, mills, and trade routes appearing one after another. The city of Anazote soon becomes a vital trade hub, the only place to procure the best and newest commodities, tools, and factory equipment. The wealth of its citizens is unrivaled throughout the Empire. After many long years of disorder and strife, the land of Magra is finally brought to order. The lords of the land now rule it with an iron fist, ruthlessly eradicating crime, dissent, and insubordination of any kind. Never before have the streets enjoyed such peace and safety. The order established in Magra becomes an example for the Empire in the years to come. Divine omens. Nathan the prophet taught the people of the Empire that anyone who violates the laws of the twins should pray to them and ask for their forgiveness. The people were reluctant to believe his words at first, until they saw the signs from the gods themselves. Every person who endured a lesser death and went to meet the twins now returned to the mortal world bearing their glad tidings. The gods have learned what it means to forgive, and they shall grant forgiveness to all who sincerely repent and are prepared to right the wrongs they have done. The people of the Empire now have hope, a promise of forgiveness, no matter their transgression. What became of Dorius Oton? Is it going to give us all the boys? These are cute, but I don't care about Dorius Oton. Routed a number of gang squads, sought to reinforce the main rebellion. When the Legion had control, the haughty Archean considered his duty to the Empire fulfilled, made his way back to the castle of Archduke Milanitis and returned to his military service. No one dared to stop him. Sure. The Battle of Anazote won Dorius Oton great glory. Respected by venerable dynasties in every corner of the Empire as a hero, he lived a long life. Even in his old age, he remained undefeated in a duel of honor. Fuck you, Dorius. What became of Ulrich? You found the inner strength to reject Ulrich's heresy. The man who betrayed the order of the Inquisition met his end by your bloody hand. Hilarious. When Ulrich died, his sacrilegious heresy perished along with him. We did, Denisar. We did indeed. What become of Augustine L. Born? Highest judge in Magra, Augustine L. Born was killed in a duel with Dorius Oton. He definitely deserved better. The life of Sir L. Born ended before the fight for Anazote had come to a definitive conclusion. His legacy soon vanished into oblivion. I liked Augustine. That is a juicy still frame of Ulrich. Still can't believe we pulled it back. We were right on the cusp, too. This feels very Fire Emblem ending. It does. It really does. I wonder if it's gonna give us, like, our support options, right? What became of Father Leonard? As one of the leaders of the rebellion, Leonard saw no mercy from the Overseer. By the order of Gaius Tempest, he was arrested and handed over to the Inquisition. They branded the abbot a heretic and sentenced him to be burned at the stake. He faced his suffering and death with dignity, never renouncing his beliefs. Father Leonard is like, I feel bad for him, right? Like, the problem is, like, if we did not get a scene where the gods were like, what should we do better? And then it was like, forgive people. I think Father Leonard would have been right? Like, but the problem is that the fact that the elder is like, wow, I never thought about it that way. Sometimes people make mistakes. I'm like,
What the fuck are you talking about, right? And also that would be literally Father Leonard, in my opinion, right? Being correct. Is if we said that to him and he's like, well, we do forgive you, then Father Leonard would be correct. But instead, right, when they're like, oh, people make mistakes sometimes, well, that's so crazy. Like, it means that categorically, in their world, with these two beings of incredible power, he was just wrong. And that's... ugh, you know what I mean? Leonard is remembered by the new believers as the greatest preacher of his day. But among old believers, he left an undying legacy as a nemesis of the church who violated the twins' divine design. What became of Tomas? By the time the revolt had set Anazote ablaze, Tomas Guerrero was already living a new life with his family far from the city. He was finally able to enjoy a peaceful life. All y'all out there who was saying I was doing wrong by Tomas, enjoy. Read it and enjoy. The chaos and riots in his home city never reached the sleepy village where your friend and his wife had put down roots. Tomas dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his family and his household. For the rest of his life, your old friend Tomas remembered you fondly, and he was always grateful for what you had done for him. He named his firstborn son Elish Guerrero. No, we need less Elishes. Don't add another Elish to the space-time continuum. No! What became of Jean? Your words and deeds helped Jean preserve her faith during the chaos and turmoil of those fateful days. Under her continued guidance, the Magran Inquisition soon regained its former strength. For the rest of her life, she remained by your side. She remained by your side, loyally supporting you in everything you did. El Est instead of El Ish? That sucks. I fucking love El Est. Jean is remembered as a truly righteous woman of the cloth, who saved many souls from the taint of heresy. She died of old age in peace and tranquility, surrounded by her sisters and brothers of the Order, knowing full well that the twins would reward her for her service. Oh, Sophia, I'm sorry. She was a girl. Ever since she was young, Sophia had been the living embodiment of hatred, the spawn of every hideous injustice committed in the Empire. She had all she needed to wage a bloodthirsty campaign against the entire Empire and eradicate every living thing in her path, had she prevailed. But Sophia's best-laid plans came to naught following your heroic act at the city gate. By the Overseer's order, the main instigator of the rebellion was hanged in the main square of Anazote. No execution before or since has amassed such a crowd. Sophia's last words were a furious, desperate wail. War! War to the end! But the mob only booed and whistled at her, mocking her and her legacy. Some still remember Sophia as a woman who fought fiercely for the good of the common folk, but many more view her as a vicious murderer who was prevented from destroying the entire empire. That's because the powers that be are spinning the propaganda wheel, right? She was sunlight and smiles before her first death. That's true, Mesphia. What became of the Brante family? The Brante family openly opposed the revolt on that fateful day and contributed greatly to its defeat. Once the Imperial forces were victorious, Overseer Gaius Tempest commended the family patriarch's decision and rewarded the Brantes with vast tracts of land not far from Anazote. With that, the Brante family became powerful and respected among the aristocracy. Above all, they finally found peace. Not nobles of the sword, though, interestingly enough. What became of Robert Brante? On the day the city's rebel forces met their demise, your father took command of a noble militia squad. His efforts at restoring order in the rebellious city were recognized and lauded by the Overseer himself. Once the unrest had been reined in, Robert Brante resumed his duties at the prefecture. In spite of all the horrors your father witnessed during the revolt, he always sought to alleviate the burden of the common estate and establish justice for all.
Gaius Tempest gradually came to share his views, and in time Robert became one of his most ardent supporters. After a lifetime spent diligently working to transform his home province, Sir Robert L. Brante died a quiet death in peace and dignity, knowing he had not lived in vain. He will be remembered forever as a protector of the common people's rights and a judge of impeccable honor. People are allowed to remember whatever they want. What became of Lydia Brante? Lydia Brante always believed in the ways of the Empire and the old faith. It was this very faith that helped her survive every trial the family had to face during those fateful days. When it was finally over, Lydia lived to a ripe old age in peace and quiet with Robert, her faithful husband. For the rest of her days, your mother took pride in her son's great deeds during the suppression of the revolt. Wow, our internet mom is proud of us. We finally got one parent to say it. When the end came, Lydia departed to the twins' final judgment without fear. You saw on that last page they put the L before the last name? Did they? But so apparently we're not allowed to go back, so, you know. What became of Stephen Brante? Stephen Brante proved his true worth as a nobleman in the battle for Anazote. When the revolt came, he saved many eminent families from certain death at the hands of the rebels, an act of true dedication to the noble lot. The overseer himself recognized Stephen's valor and invited him in to serve at Castle Enere. Okay. Before long, your elder brother became Gaius Tempest's own military advisor and one of his closest confidants. But even in his high-ranking position, Stephen never forgot about the family that helped him reach such lofty heights. Sure, Stephen. What became of Gloria? Oh. Gloria's new life as a noblewoman's wife put an end to her youthful ardor. When she moved to her husband's home, her fervent poetry and her struggle in the name of the common folk remained in the past. She languished in her newfound monotony at first, mourning her fate. But her connection to the Brante family remained. Through this surviving link, she found the strength to overcome her alienation and pull herself out of the depths of melancholy in which she was mired. Slowly but surely, she came to recognize and accept the genuine love of Sir Jose El Petelier, and in time, she responded to his selfless and cordial care with deep gratitude. Fuck yeah. Gloria eventually came to terms with her newfound life in the noble estate far from the city. She soon gave birth to the first of their children and dedicated herself to raising the heir of the great El Petelier bloodline. And so Gloria spent the rest of her life far from the turmoil in Anazote, surrounded by comfort and warmth until the end of her days. What became of Nathan Brante? Damn, he cleaned up. Okay. Nathan left Anazote with your blessing, inexplicably managing to escape the city in the middle of the revolt. He then set out on a lengthy journey across the empire. He emerged unscathed from every danger or hardship he encountered during his travels. It was as though the twins themselves were watching over him. One day, after months of wandering the world as a pilgrim, Nathan suddenly returned to Anazote. Your brother walked to the silver tree where he spoke to the people. He told them about how he had met the elder twin himself, who had descended from on high to walk the world once more. Nathan confessed all his transgressions and sin to him, knowing full well that he would find no mercy, only eternal torment at the foot of the pillar. To his surprise, the elder listened to him with tears in his eyes. Filled with compassion for his own creation, he forgave Nathan for all the evils he had done. After his sermon, followers started flocking to Nathan's side. In time, they came to call themselves the Elder's Witnesses. Their teachings began to make their way across the empire. To this day, Nathan's disciples still spread the word. The twin gods have learned forgiveness. It would be wild to me. Like, that would feel like apostasy. And the other thing that would be bizarre is, like, we having seen the apostasy of the new faith would probably not be inclined to, like, double down, right? But, like, also
we're the only ones who can back up what Nathan is saying. Anyways, it's besides the point. Gregor is a sour lemon. Wow, 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 bo, wow, bo, ba. What became of us? At the fateful hour, you were the one who led the soldiers of the Empire to victory. Gaius Tempest makes you his right-hand man at court. Sorry, I'm a priest! Gaius Tempest makes you his right-hand man at court. The Emperor himself expresses his gratitude to you. Elish of the Brantes is the pride of the Empire and a bulwark of her prosperity. His service for the good of the realm shall be remembered for all time. Alright, y'all are laying it on a little thick, right? Like, the propaganda engine has to roll, but, like, let's not pretend, Tempest, that you care about the plight of humans. Chosen by the twins themselves, you have become the leader of the faith in Magra. As Patriarch, you restore the old faith to its former glory throughout the province, and succeed in uprooting all false teachings within your grasp. For the rest of your days, you are venerated by every soul in the province, from the lowliest peasant to the most eminent nobleman. You remain the Patriarch of Magra until your true death. You are remembered as the savior of Anazote in the face of a great rebellion, and the most righteous patriarch of your time. To your family. Gaius had a unique, it looks like there's a bit of a blip in the OBS side, so I'm gonna have to go back and double check that. But Gaius has a unique problem, right? Which is that all of the entrenched nobility in Anazote were for Archduke Milanitis, right? So Gaius Tempest didn't have, like, a good seat of power. So Gaius Tempest being like, yeah, sure, all the Brantes, they're my bros now, is basically more or less the same thing as Gaius saying, I picked any random name out of a hat. Except the Brantes have, like, proven track records now, right? Because Dorius Oton goes back to Archduke Milanitis. He's a war hero now, sure, but he's still with the old power. Gaius Tempest is new power, so yeah. The hour of your death has come. Your soul has left your body, never to return. You are taken to the peak of the shining pillar. Every moment separates you more and more from the mortal realm. The link that once bound you to it is gone forever. You look up to see two divine visages watching you intently. The elder twin gazes upon you, full of sorrow and compassion. The younger examines you dispassionately, seeing your every act and thought. You have ascended from the mortal realm. From here, you are but one small step away from partaking in eternal bliss atop the peak of the shining pillar. But first, you must be judged by them, just as every other soul born in this world has been judged since time immemorial. Only their judgment can decide whether you deserve to remain atop the peak or be hurled down to the foot. You stand before the twins. Your very essence is laid bare before them, all the secrets of your inner self revealed in full. Your soul is like an open book to them, one that preserves the history of your entire life. You lie prostrate before the gods. The time has come to take responsibility for your mortal life. The elder twin asks, are you thankful to the gods for the life you lived? You hate the world the twins created, as well as your entire mortal life. You regret it. You regret how you squandered the twins' given gift of mortal life. You are thankful. Your soul is filled for love for those who created you and gave you the gift of life. You're glad it's over, your life was agony. You're happy to end the mortal existence and leave it behind. You refuse to submit to them. You feel no gratitude whatsoever to your creators. Your mortal life is yours and yours alone. You are calm. You staunchly accept everything that happened to you in the world the twins created. Your life was your life. I think that calmness, right? Sure, military power, church, and dad advisor. You think all the other nobles would be like, hey now. But you need to remember, the other nobles ostensibly sided with Archduke Milanitis, right? So, and again, this is only in the province of Magra, right? Like, so the emperor being like, yeah, the Brantes are hot shit, would be like, basically enough to elevate us amongst all the other humans. So, yeah, we're calm. They hear your answer. Compassion and remorse fill the immeasurably deep eyes of the elder twin. He turns to face his divine brother, who turns his gaze with an expression of stern remorse. The elder twin asks once more, "What was your life to you? Struggle, suffering, toil, enlightenment, service, creation, empathy." It's not empathy. I think maybe toil. Toil is right. You spent your life diligently doing your duty, for sure. Thank you, Mesphia. The elder twin bows his head wearily, considering your response, but the stern visage of the younger already looms above you. Human by the name of Brante, what did you live for? Principles, other people, freedom, faith, power, happiness, a cause. You yearn to do a great deed that would outlive you. I think a cause is more accurate, right? Power is close, but I think a cause is correct. The younger's gaze lingers on your bare, defenseless soul. The divine figure continues its stern interrogation. What did you leave behind? I think doctrine is right, unfortunately. We did not bring any change. We did help our family, but that felt secondary. Legacy, maybe achievement, nothing. I think doctrine. I think doctrine is correct. The younger twin now moves towards you with clear intent, poised to render his judgment. But the elder twin restrains his brother with a gesture. The divine voice fills you once again. Did your life make the world we made better and more perfect? I think it did. Oh shit, we do not know. That is not for us to judge. Shit. This Elish is like, this Elish is the patriarch. He's drunk the Kool-Aid. I do not know. I'm not the gods. The younger twin is silent. His eyes, two swords, piercing your soul. The elder twin speaks to you again. But you already know the question. The very same question that caused you so much suffering shortly before your true and final death. What determined your destiny? I do believe the world around us. That is actually a real belief that I have as a human being. So. The soul of a man named Brante lies prostrate at your feet. You have witnessed his entire life, known his every act, seen his every thought and desire. No other soul could ever walk the same path. So many difficult choices, so many emotions, so much pain. Another soul awaits your judgment. You know no mercy, nor does your brother. Okay, so this is the perspective of the twins. Every mortal must walk the path chosen for him to the very end. Those who abide by the precepts set forth by you and your brother shall return to you and become a part of you. Those who reject you shall know the eternal suffering of oblivion. Where does the man named Elish Brante belong? Eternal suffering, peak of the pillar. Listen. They're gonna make me God? I'm a biased man. The peak of the pillar. You gingerly grasp the fragile soul, lift it up, and turn to face your elder brother. Elish does not deserve to be at the peak of the pillar, let me be clear. You lift your sword. Your brother stands with arms akimbo, ready for the blow. The blade slices through his chest. Blinding light gushes from the gash. You bear the minuscule soul to your brother's chest, and it dissolves in the streams of shimmering translucence. A tiny fragment of your shared creation has rejoined the whole. We did it! The man named Brante is no more. There is only the eternal font in which he now abides. Yeah, There's definitely so much to talk about here, right? But the bottom line is this. We finished a video game. Now it can join the illustrious ranks of Persona 5 and any other video game that I finished that I cannot remember. So thank you guys all so much for being here when we did it. I know this stream was extra long, 6 ding-dang hours, so fingers crossed that the simulcast is not too messed up. But yeah, that's an entire life right there. There you go. I do not know these people. But thank you for making a good game. And that's it. Yeah, thank you guys all so much for being here and for hanging out. We will catch you around. But, yeah. I appreciate it. Now you can go to bed knowing how it ended. I appreciate that, Clary. Everybody can go to bed. Thank you for the stream. Yeah. And catch you, dweebs. Good night. You too, Denny Sar.